Under the same night sky. Luo Wen narrowed his eyes. He was in the closed eternal hell, unable to see the desolation of the night sky, but he saw the battle between Katakuri and Lord Bachichi. Bachi has a bit of trouble to deal with Katakuri, Luo Wen whispered. At this moment, he thought of many things about Katakuri, such as Katakuri's upgraded experience. The upgraded experience can predict the future experience, and it is one of the few masters in the entire One Piece world. Katakuri is one of them. However, it is only troublesome to deal with, and it has not reached the point where it cannot be dealt with. Luo Wen raised his eyebrows. At this moment, a series of alarm points sounded in his ears, and the system screen page was blown up in an instant. Ding. Katakuri is frightened, startle point +10. Ding. Mei Lisa is scared, scared point +3, ding. Owen is frightened. All members of the Charlotte family, Cake Island. The dark night is deep and depressing, covering the entire sky, and even the bright moonlight seems to have become cold. Melisa's castle. A pair of feet stepped in, making the messy room even more chaotic. The once lovely and lively sister, now lying on the ground, covered by a cold white cloth, can never open her eyes again. Silent and horrified. No one speaks. Death-like depression spreads in the room, and the cold suffocation permeates the air, making people breathless. The secret brothers and sisters rushed over immediately. But everything is too late. What they saw was a cold body. Can't you even deal with brother Katakuri? Opella took the lead to break the silence, her voice hoarse, as if she hadn't drank water for a long time. His hair is horrified, and his tone of voice is unknowingly deviated. Katakuri is the strong man in the family second only to his mother. With his personal protection, he can deal with all kinds of ghosts. But Opella's face was trembling, and drops of white-hot cream slipped from her face, falling to the ground and dissolving potholes in the floor. He admitted that he was scared. I felt an unprecedented fear of that 8-foot female ghost. Once Opella thought that this kind of ghost could only deal with the weak, and against them, the strong couldn't do anything to them. But now, this idea is collapsing. It is not the case at all. Even if it is Katakuri brother, there is no way to fight. Opella felt the darkness around him was terrible, as if the female ghost Bachi was watching him where he could not see. Her eyes were ruthless, looking for the next prey. And that prey is probably himself. Opella shivered suddenly. Sorry. Katakuri lowered his eyes, stretched out his palm, gently brushed over Melisa's cold face, and closed his wide eyes. Opella was right. He can't help it. Obviously she was by Mei Lisa's sister, but she still watched her being killed by the female ghost Bachi. Katakuri wanted to break out, wanted to find the female ghost Bachi, and then fight again. But the night is thick. Where to find Bachi? Patter. He walked into the room with heavy steps. At this moment, all members of the Charlotte family all around bowed their heads, questioning the figure who had just walked in. Katakuri, you disappoint me. At the same time, the voice of a low-pitched female on the verge of rage sounded. Behind Katakuri, a huge figure appeared. This time it was not the voice made by the female ghost Bachi, but the queen of the island really came. She stood behind Katakuri, looking at the dead Melise, her face gloomy. Mom, it's my fault. I didn't protect Sister Melise. Katakuri's eyes were drooping and his expression was very complicated. He was once the perfect brother in everyone's eyes, but he may not be anymore from today. But it is not important. What is important is that he cannot forgive himself because his sister is dead before his eyes. The aunt snorted when she heard the words. For this second son, there have always been great expectations, and even in the entire Ant Pirates, Katakuri can be regarded as the second in command. But today, Katakuri made a mistake, which made the aunt's face look ugly. For her, this incident was even more unacceptable than Melisa's murder by the female ghost Bachi. Mom. The call on Morgan's side is connected. At this time, Perispero walked up with a connected phone worm and interrupted the conversation between the aunt and Katakuri. The aunt raised her brows, stretched out her fat hand, and grabbed the phone worm that was connected. The phone worm was in her palm and looked very small. Well, Morgans, you damn birdman, you are finally willing to answer the phone. The aunt raised her eyes and her voice was low. Although she was laughing, her tone was definitely not good because of what happened tonight. He. Didn't this have discovered a big news? It just has something to do with the haunting you want to know. The phone worm opened its mouth exaggeratedly, vividly mimicking the look of Morgan's on the other end. Tell me. He. It's easy to say. In fact, The haunting of the Holy Land is getting worse and worse, and even 1-5 elders is dead. Morgans didn't sell it. Tell me a big news recently discovered. At this moment, Morgan's words exploded like thunder, making everyone present in the room as if being struck by thunder, temporarily sluggish. Even the ant changed her color at this moment, her mouth full of lipstick opened slightly, the sun floating above her head. Prometheus and Zeus stiffened, their eyes widened and their mouths wide open. Incredible. 1-5 elders, dead. Even if everyone knows this bastard Birdman, he may exaggerate the news, but he will never fake news, but at this moment he still subconsciously questioned it. Will even the rulers of world politics die? Everyone at the scene looked at each other, they were all horrified in their hearts, unbelievable. It seems that the headache is not only on my side, even the old guys from the world politics are dead. Well, the ant narrowed her eyes and sneered again and again. After a short pause, the ant smiled, staring at the phone bug, and said in a low voice, "What news about the haunting you have? Let's talk about it all at once, and the reward will not be less for you." No problem. The phone worm, which looked very similar to Morgan's, gave out a weird smile, and quickly uttered a little bit of information about the haunts it had recently collected. Time lapsed during this process. The ant asked Kata Curry and others to deal with Melissa's funeral, while she listened to the phone bug and left first. The sky became darker and darker, quietly coming in the latter half of the night, and the bright moon was also more silver. Bathed in starlight, the ant returned to her castle all the way. Well, the ghost in white clothes. The ghosts in the Holy Land seem to be a little different from ours here. Morgans, did you say that the celestial dragons who were evacuated later returned to the Holy Land? Is this a solution? The ant held the phone worm in one hand, and when she stepped into the castle, Zeus and Prometheus floating above her head escaped into the sky and sank into the clouds. Tomorrow morning, Prometheus will emit light and bring the first light to Cake Island. Not yet. Morgans on the other end of the phone worm was uncomfortable. Contact me. The ant nodded and hung up the phone decisively. Putting the phone bug into her pocket, the ant turned around to close the gate of the castle. It was midnight. The residents of Cake Island were already asleep, and there was no sound outside. Therefore, the clash of the castle gates closing and closing is extremely obvious. Boom. Heavy impact, the echo of "You doctor" in this castle. But at this moment, anti-action. Her eyes became sharp in an instant, and a terrifying aura emerged on her body, and even the tile floor under her feet appeared cracks, as if it would be broken in the next second. At the moment when the door just closed, she heard the laughter of Popopo. Boom. The sky trembled. Zeus in the clouds lowered his head, and the terrifying thunder burst out. One after another thunder pattern crawling across the night sky. The sky seemed to be cracked. At the same time, Prometheus was awakening, and the terrible temperature shocks filled the place. The clouds burned at its location, so that half of the sky was dyed red. In an instant, the Cake Island is as bright as day. This moment, both Zeus and Prometheus in the clouds understood one thing. The female ghost Bachi found her mother. Luo Wen narrowed his eyes. The prompt sound beside the ear swipes the screen. Ding. Owen is frightened, startle point +3. Ding. Kata Curry is frightened, startle point +3. Ding. Luo Wen knew that this series of shocks was that they knew the news of the death of 5 elders, and they were shocked and even frightened from the bottom of their hearts. The death of a big man who has been in charge of a huge organization that has stood in the sea for 800 years will set off stormy waves in anyone's mind, and it is inevitable. It's not overwhelming to have 4 emperors killed, even heavier. At the same time, there was another alarm sound. Ding. 4 Emperor Charlotte Linlin is scared, scared +1. Auntie is not good to be scared. Luo Wen sighed. Bachi's laughter shocked the ant for a short time, and there was only this scare point, and then there was no more. This shows that the ant adjusted her emotions quickly and no more flaws were revealed. Speaking, Luo Wen's eyes flickered. It's time to let the ghost of Bruce Saint come out. At the next moment, Luo Wen's eyes changed, his body relaxed, lying on the massage chair, as if lost in thought, and as if his thoughts had shifted to another place. At the same time, Holy Land Marie Joys. It was late in the night, when it was about to dawn. Horns and Beard's 5 elders fell asleep early. Slept very steadily this night, but in the middle of the night, he got up habitually. Pattern. Horns and Beard's 5 elders turned on the light and called the maid, "Go and pour me a glass of water to drink." Horns and Beard's 5 elders has such a habit, feeling thirsty in the middle of the night, so his servants are waiting at the door in turn, even in the middle of the night, taking care of the daily life of this high-powered man. "My lord, drink water." Soon, the maid gently brought a cup of warm tea. Horns and Beard's 5 elders took a sip from the cup and placed the cup on the plate held by the maid. "Okay." He waved his hand and motioned to the maid to go down. The maid nodded respectfully. As soon as she turned around and was about to leave, she caught a pair of eyes caught off guard. A pair of fragmented, lifeless, dead eyes. "What?" The maid screamed in horror. "I couldn't hold the plate in my hand, and the cup fell to the ground with a snap, and it fell to pieces." "See you." Outside the half-covered window, a ghost with traces of stitches all over the body stood. It seemed to be torn apart and then spliced together. The stitches were filled with blood. It lifted one hand, and put the blood-stained palm on the glass, leaving a bloody handprint, a pair of cracked eyes, and silently staring at the Horns and Beards sitting on the bed 5 elders. "Saint Bruce?" In an instant, 5 elders with horns and beard followed the woman's sight, and he recognized the face in the window. Saint Bruce was resurrected and became the lonely wild ghost that appeared before. At this moment, Horns and Beards, 5 elders is terrifying and horrified. Because the lights were not turned on before sleeping, 5 elders with horns and beards is not even sure when the resurrected Bruce Saint ghost appeared. If it existed very early, wouldn't it be a ghost, just lying outside the window, silently staring at sleeping self? Thought of this. 5 elders shivered with horns and beards. But he has no time to think about it, because the ghost of Saint Bruce outside the window moved. The ghost retracted his palm, moved his stiff body, and walked in one direction step by step, leaving behind deep and shallow bloody footprints. Horns and Beards' 5 elders' eyes widened. The direction the ghost is going to is the palace of Lord Yim. The night is deep and depressed, like ink smearing in the sky, lingering. Even the stars and the moon are gradually dimming. Under such a night sky, a ghost that has been dead for a long time but crawled out of the grave is walking silently. It is fragmented, black blood is constantly flowing out, and there are bloody footprints wherever it passes. Flowers and plants are corroded and withered by ghosts, and the land is dry and cracked. Finally, the walking of the ghost stopped, eating quietly and standing on a high place, as if to merge with the darkness. The eyes full of cracks opened, and the eyes that were originally silent, now there is a kind of vitality, just like a person opening their eyes at this moment. This moment. A luxurious palace is reflected in the ghost's eyes, that is the residence of Eim, the most important and noble place in the entire Holy Land. Now, the ghost of Saint Bruce is controlled by Luo Wen. He is spying on the residence of the Lord of the Void Throne. The huge and magnificent city wall stands up, enclosing the inner ring, and at first glance, you can only see the mountain-like city wall in the giant gate, and you can vaguely see a high tower in the center, which is like a shadow in the night. Compared to the bungalows where 5 elders is located, Yim's residence covers an area of at least 5 times. More importantly, Luo Wen found that outside Yim's residence, the guards were extremely tight. One by one, white figures stood on the wall. It was the most elite and most powerful CP0 in the world politics. Each of them could defeat the pirates who offered hundreds of millions of rewards. At this moment, even the 4-5 elders are there. Their clothes were raised in the cold wind, their eyes were staring sharply at the vast night, and they were searching for the darkness vigilantly and cautiously. Every strong man is like this, they use their utmost energy to see through the darkness, looking for ghosts that may appear anywhere in the night. As long as the ghost does not appear for a moment, they will not have a moment to relax their vigilance. Some people have sweaty palms, and some people's sweat has wetted their clothes. No one can afford the sin of ghosts disturbing Lord Yim, even 5 elders. At this moment, they are unprecedentedly nervous, and they are even more worried than hitting the ghost by themselves. There. Suddenly, someone stared, shaking and shouting. A pair of eyes saw through the darkness and found the location of the ghost of Bruce Saint. Get rid of the ghost, and don't let it disturb Master Yim. The shout of CP0 cuts through the night sky and can be heard from a long distance. Everyone's spirit is as tight as a bowstring, and now they finally found the ghost. Boom. The silhouettes erupted one after another, and the horrible atmosphere even shook the clouds in the sky. This was amazing. All the demon fruit power guards at the EIM palace made moves. It is to kill the ghost of Bruce Saint in the first place. Boom. High-temperature sparks, icy water currents, rapid shooting of fallen leaves, too many demon fruit power erupts, and there are even many Logia abilities, and at this moment, it is overwhelmingly smashing towards the ghost of Bruce Saint. In an instant, the ghost was submerged on the spot, the terrifying logia penetrated through the body, and the patched body was completely torn apart. However, located in the turbulent storm, even though the body was broken, the ghost still stood calmly. Its body was shattered and disappeared a little bit, but a pair of ghost eyes lifted up and looked at the palace surrounded by the city wall. At this moment, a silhouette of a figure was reflected in the ghost's eyes. He stood behind the glass windows on the top of the tower, slender and tall, wearing an exaggerated crown on his head, and carrying his hands calmly. His eyes met the ghost eyes in an instant. Time seems to stop at this moment. The moonlight is faint, and I can't illuminate Yim's outline. All I can see is such a figure. Next moment. Boom. Various abilities and bullets poured out, completely submerging the ghost of Bruce Saint, and even that piece of land was smashed out of a terrifying hole. The attack still did not stop, and the bombardment continued. When it comes to Lord Yim, no one takes it lightly. The guards are very strict. Luo Wen yawned. He had just freed himself from the ghostly perspective of St. Bruce and saw everything that happened in the Holy Land. Marie Joyce. I have to admit that the guards around Yim are really exaggerated. Demon fruit power is densely packed with a large area. It is not such a scale for any four emperors pirate group. It makes people feel scalp numb at first glance. But these have nothing to do with him. At this moment Luo Wen is paying attention to the system panel. Scary point. The numbers are growing wildly, and the total value of 1939, 2403, and 334 is even increasing. Luo Wen went to Yimu this time. To put it bluntly, he was to stimulate the holy place to score points. Once in a while, he can scoot a lot of people in one breath, especially 5 elders. Luo Wen found out that these 4 old guys are definitely Yim's loyal licking dog. If you engage Yim casually, their points will explode. The beating of the scared point is not over yet. Ding. 5 elders. Saint Edward is scared, scared point +10. Ding. 5 elders. Saint Kenlington is scared, scared point +10. Ding. 5 elders. All of them are 5 elders. Dense. Yim is really my good baby. Luo Wen looked at the numbers and joked with a chuckle. The accumulated points broke 3,000 for the first time. Luo Wen opened the system mall again. This time, he intends to improve his actual combat. Water-breaking rock fist. One Punch Man's S-rank hero Silver Fang's unique knowledge, both offensive and defensive, both rigid and soft, fists like flowing water can also break rocks. The price is 100 shock points. A powerful fighting method. Purchase. Ding. Spend 100 scare points, buy the water-broken rock fist, and learn the water-broken rock fist. Armament hockey. Upgrade. The top armament hockey. Any application can be used by the master, including external release, entanglement, internal destruction, and armament hockey. The top powerhouse in the pirate world is just the same. The price is 100 shock points. There is nothing to say, just the phrase, armament hockey. The top powerhouse in the pirate world is nothing more than this, is worth 100 points of surprise. Purchase. Ding. Spend 100 scare points to upgrade armament hockey and learn the top armor color. Luo Wen watched observation hockey again. The top observation hockey and armament hockey are not the same. They have different top branches, such as Ant's perspective color, Usopp's long distance color, and Enel's wide range of color. Among them is Kata Kuri's observation hockey, which predicts the future. Observation hockey. Foreseeing the future branch. Top-level insights. You can briefly advance the future. The price is 150 scary points. 150 scare point. Compared with the previous flowing water rock fist and armed color, it is more expensive. But Luo Wen didn't hesitate much, so he chose to buy it directly. Foreseeing the future. The performance in actual combat is too good, and the value of 200 points can be used. Purchase. Ding. Spend 150 scare points, upgrade observation hockey, learn to foresee the future. For a short moment, have already consumed 350 scare points. But there is no doubt that all this consumption is worthwhile. Luo Wen obviously feels that his strength is getting stronger quickly. And just as Luo Wen continued to pull down, a special system tone appears. Ding. The achievement of 200 pieces of goods purchased in the store is achieved, and the new store bar will be unlocked. Luo Wen was stunned when he heard this voice. 200 pieces. I feel that most of them are furniture bought by myself. Isn't this a crooked fight? A new world has been discovered? Settle down your mind. Luo Wen opened a new store page, and at this glance he found a very interesting point. There is an extra section in the store. The title has only one word: ghost. Ghost seller. Luo Wen was surprised. After clicking inside, he realized that it was not what he thought. Although not selling ghosts, it is also related to ghosts. The things sold here are quite different from other shops, only a few short ones. Sadako. Make big Sadako beautiful, 10 o'clock. Change Sadako videotape rules, 300 points. Re-squeeze Sadako's face, 100 points. Clown. Change the conditions for killing with fear, 300 points. Hanako. Increase lethality, 300 points. Expand the range of haunted activities, no longer limited to the toilet, 300 points. One lined up. It's all related to the ghosts Luo Wen has now. Seeing this, Luo Wen was already stunned. This ghost column can actually spend scare points to directly change the rules of ghost killing. In other words, it is to fix some shortcomings of ghosts. For example, Hanako similarly binds spirits and can only be haunted in the toilet, or Sadako's videotape. Although it is expensive, it is definitely value for money. Imagine that the world politics has spent a lot of thoughts on studying Sadako's law of killing, but after finally discovering the law, he directly changed Sadako's law. This directly caused all the efforts made by the world politics to be in vain. Luo Wen already has an idea in his mind. However, he has not yet begun to change the rules of ghost killing. Because he has made new discoveries. Sliding down all the way, there are really ghost sellers below. Gap Girl. 600 points. Red Ghost. 1000 points. Sweep all the way. Luo Wen saw a lot of terrible ghosts. Some ghosts he had heard of in urban legends, and some had not even heard of them. They had already touched the rules, the absolute big evil things that can easily destroy the country. However, the price is really expensive. Luo Wen understands this point. Just like drawing cards, single draw and guaranteed direct exchange, it is definitely more expensive to exchange directly, because you can get 100% of what you think of. A little pensive. Luo Wen still decided to put aside the idea of buying ghosts according to his first expectation, but he did not leave the ghost column. He returned to the original starting point. Change the rules of ghosts first. Luo Wen has an idea in his heart. The first is to change Zhenzi's rules of killing. Now that Sadako's rules have been discovered, he is the best ghost to make changes. Luo Wen didn't intend to change it completely. He retained the advantages of Sadako's rules, such as the infinite superposition of videotapes, not limited to one person. As for the original flaws of cracking, it is to be corrected. Finally, Sadako's new rules appeared. You will be chased by Sadako after watching the videotape, and will be tracked permanently. It can't be eliminated by any means. Sadako can choose to hunt down the target by himself. This is Sadako's new rule. Luo Wen smiled at the new rules. The current Zhenzi is definitely a headache and he can't prevent it. He hasn't thought of a good way to solve it for the time being. It is very comfortable to change the rules, but the consumption is not small when you start and go. Look at the remaining points. Luo Wen decided to draw a lottery. And it is to draw 2 ghosts at once. Ding. Consume 300 scare points to draw ghosts. Ding. Host gets the ghost, Slit Girl. Ding. Consume 300 scare points to draw ghosts. Ding. Host gets the ghost, Little Girl in Red. The results are drawn twice. Luo Wen was startled, and looked a little surprised. I just saw that the Rip Girl can buy it, so I got it directly? Ownership of the Emperor? Save 300 scare points. The Slit Girl is a very famous urban legend in Neon. It is said to be a woman wearing a big coat, a scarf, holding big scissors, long hair and wearing a mask. She would ask the lone child who came home from school, "Am I pretty?" If the answer is beautiful, she will take off the mask, revealing the horrible crack of the gangster, and ask again, "How about this?" If the child answers, "Not pretty," she will kill the child with scissors. If it is a pretty girl, she will cut the child's mouth open to make him as pretty as herself. As for the Little Girl in Red, it is different from the ghost in red that Luo Wen saw. This is an urban legend from Wanwan, which was adapted into a movie. Rumor has it that people who are found by the Little Girl in Red will have hallucinations, become weird, and disappear within a few days. If you want to come back, you must open the mouth to exchange one of your dearest relatives and let it replace yourself, otherwise you will perish forever until you die. Looking at the 2 ghosts I extracted, Luo Wen was lost in thought. Where should this be sent? In the next moment, a figure appeared in his mind, a smiling king of the dark world with short blonde hair and a smile in the 5 elders' room. Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Help 5 elders, make my Xiaojunji sauce, count as Doflamingo. Another place where the little girl in red is going. Zhe ran. Luo Wen thought of a place, Sabodi Archipelago. He turned his head and looked at the calendar. It is some time before Ace was arrested and the public execution has not yet begun. At this time, those people are all there. Luo Wen thoughtfully, with a smile on his face. The plan is finalized. Luo Wen started to make some preparations. After that, the system sounded one after another and did not stop. Ding. Spend 100 scare points to increase the lethality of the Rift Girl. Ding. Spend 1 scare point, move the position of the little girl in red. Spend 1 point at the same time. Luo Wen draws the lottery. Under the same night sky, somewhere in the Sea of New World, on an island closer to the Holy Land, Marie joys. Inside a humble house. Morgans, who looks like an underground worker, is sticking his waist and laughing excitedly. Big news, big news. Morgans's beak was cramping. In front of him, all kinds of materials and photos were placed, all with haunted news about world politics, Marine, and Ant. Holy Land 5 elders is dead, and the Ant has haunted 2 daughters and countless people. These news, just in front of Morgans, made his whole body tremble with excitement. Send. Send it to me tomorrow. I want the whole world to know this big news. Morgans slapped the table hard, yelled in excitement, and the white feathers flew up. However, it is at this moment, a newspaper reporter broke into Morgan's office and shouted in a panic. President, we found someone from the CP organization, it may be coming to us. Upon hearing this, Morgans jumped up, 2 wings wrapped around all the information in front of him, and shouted more excitedly. Leaving here, they want to intercept the news that we sent 5 elders to die. I won't give up this news if I kill this time. I want the whole world to know, ha 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 ha. At the same time, Morgans led the members to flee the arrest of the CP agency in the dark. New World, a sea area. There is no wind here all year round, and the traces of the water waves on the sea surface are extremely inconspicuous. Even the bright moonlight can't shine through, what you see is only darkness, which is terrifying. Suddenly, the sea is surging, and the dark sea is rolling, not because there is wind, but because a huge monster breaks open the surface of the water, and emerges like a big mountain. It was actually a terrifying sea king that was 100 meters tall. The moonlight shone on its scales, reflecting wisps of cold light, hard as iron, which made people startling. And what is even more surprising is, on the back of such a huge sea king, in the center of the raised dorsal fin scales, there is a videotape that does not belong to the sea at all. Now, the internal gears of the videotape rotate, as if playing slowly. The bleak moonlight gave people an illusion, as if at the moment, a gloomy little girl in a white dress appeared on the videotape, sitting on the back of Sea Kings, gently shaking her pale feet. And in the next moment, the spooky little girl in white disappeared again, leaving only the videotape lying quietly on the huge scales of Sea Kings. Sea Kings swam slowly against the night, until it reached the shore of an island. This is a lush island. It is now approaching morning, and there is a glimmer of light between the sky and the earth, but the real dawn has not yet arrived, leaving the island hazy in the glimmer. Suddenly, the movements of Sea Kings stopped. A white figure appeared again, standing on top of its head, looking in the direction of the coastal island. If the first time was an illusion, then this second time anyone saw it would be shocked. When dawn was about to break, a ghostly little girl appeared on top of Sea King's head out of thin air. The ghost in white with black hair covering her face raised her head, and her eyes under the black hair gap looked towards the distant island. Are you going to play? The little ghost girl in white tilted her head, a bit dull in the gloomy horror. After staring for a moment, she took a step forward, her feet hanging in the air, and then the ghostly figure disappeared, together with the videotape on the back of Sea Kings. Also disappeared. At the same time, in one direction that the little ghost in white was gazing at, on a rock, a videotape appeared suddenly, lying on it quietly. The little rabbits around who were looking for food raised their heads and noticed the changes around them. They were so startled by the videotape that appeared suddenly, they bounced and disappeared into the depths of the jungle. Keep the taste. The videotape gear rotates. The little ghost girl in white that had disappeared on Sea King's back appeared abruptly, standing quietly on the rock, looking faintly at the depths of the forest. She tilted her head, curiosity in her eyes between her black hair. After a short hesitation, the white-clothed ghost girl hung her feet in the air, stepped out in one step, her figure flickered and disappeared, and then appeared under a big tree dozens of meters away in the next second. Under the moonlight, Her figure is even more permeating. Her feet are still not touching the ground, and the wind blows her black hair and white skirt gently, revealing a terrifying weirdness all over her body. Huh. Sudden. The young man's surprise sounded from behind without warning. The little ghost in white did not move, her head turned stiffly and slowly, her black hair flew up slightly, revealing the dead people's eyes, whose whites occupied most of them. In the eyes. A young boy with short black hair and scars under his eyes stood blankly in the jungle, and was stunned when he saw the little ghost in white clothes. Huh. The same ghost as Brooke. The teenager looked at the front, her feet were not touching the ground, and the cold and weird white-clothed little girl doctor turned her head, after revealing a pair of dead eyes, her eyes widened, her head tilted, her eyes curious. Immediately after, the Straw Hat Boy rushed out in the direction of the little girl in white. Hey, do you want to be my companion? I also have a ghost-like companion on board. Luffy yelled and galloped. He was still training with Rayleigh just now, and turned his head to look at a ghost in white. He is so curious that there are people like Brooke in the world. Did they eat any other devil fruit? Just at this time, in the darkness of the woods ahead, an old man with curly silver hair and scarred eyes came out. Although he is old, he is very vigorous, standing here upright and straight, like a sword in a sheath. Now. The old man looked at Luffy, who fled in a panic, scratched his head, and chuckled. Luffy. What are you yelling at? There was someone like Brooke just now. Maybe he ate something similar to devil fruit. I want her to be my partner. Luffy looked very excited. Same as Brooke. Rayleigh raised his silver brow. He knew what Brooke was about. The problem. As far as Rayleigh knew of devil fruit, there was no fruit that resembled Wangchen fruit. Luffy's little chicken nodded as if pecking at the rice. Yes, feet off the ground, like a ghost. When Rayleigh heard this, he was puzzled and grinned. There is such a demon fruit power in this world. Where is it? Take me to see. Luffy wanted to say something, but the next second he stopped suddenly, his eyes widened, raised his hand, pointed behind Rayleigh, and shouted in surprise, "It's right behind you." In an instant, Rayleigh reacted. Even without Luffy's movements, he felt something was wrong. Just now, a cold breath appeared behind him, cold and bitter. Moment. Rayleigh turned his head, his heart beat violently. In horror, a pair of clear eyes met. It was a little girl ghost with a disheveled hair. The eyes in the gap between the black hair were strange and silent, just floating in the distance among the trees, silently looking at him. At this moment, Rayleigh's instinctive adrenaline soars. This is the body's instinctive reaction to encountering unknown things. It's her, a fruit-powered person like Brooke. Luffy yelled excitedly, and rushed to chase the ghost again. Moment. Rayleigh reacted, and he grabbed Luffy, who was about to rush out, and the knife hanging by Yaoshong was half an inch out of its sheath. The cold light reflected the darkness, but at this time the ghost had disappeared. The moment Rayleigh came to his senses, the little ghost girl in white was gone. Rayleigh's eyes are like electricity. He has turned on his sight, looking for the figure of a female ghost in the surrounding dark jungle. The result was nothing. It has really disappeared without a trace. Does this world really have this kind of fruit ability? It's almost like a ghost than Brooke. I think it's a real ghost. Rayleigh's eyes widened, and he only felt absurd in his heart. How can there be ghosts in this world? Death is dead. There is no such thing as a soul to become a ghost. If there are really strong people who have been abandoned by the times have crawled out of the coffin board, and transformed into ghosts to compete again. Ocean. But Rayleigh's physical emergency response is still there, which means that it was definitely not an illusion just now. What kind of ghost did he see? Why is Uncle Rayleigh holding me? Luffy looked at Rayleigh suspiciously, a little annoyed that the little ghost in white was gone again. The one just now may not be demon fruit power. Rayleigh's tone was low and his face changed. Not demon fruit power? Luffy was taken aback. Isn't it the same demon fruit power as Brooke? Rayleigh glanced at Luffy and said in a low voice, "There is no such devil fruit, at least I don't know." After speaking, Rayleigh unsheathed the long sword on his waist and walked towards the dark jungle with the sword in one hand. Luffy was stunned. Not demon fruit power? Is it really a ghost? At this moment, Luffy widened his eyes, looked at Rayleigh, who had already gone out, and asked loudly, "Uncle Rayleigh, what are you going to do?" "I want to go and see. Was that a ghost just now?" Rayleigh whispered. His tone of voice rose at the end, with some uncertainty. Luffy was startled slightly. In the beginning, the little girl ghost in white was regarded as demon fruit power. But now when I hear Rayleigh say that it may be a ghost, Luffy of God tier can inevitably feel the creeps. When I thought that I was probably chasing a ghost just now, Luffy was a little uncomfortable. Wait for me, Uncle Rayleigh. He yelled and quickly caught up with Rayleigh. The two were going to look for ghosts in the forest together. However, they searched for a long time and turned the jungle upside down. They still didn't find any traces of ghosts, as if they were really ghosts, really evaporated from the world. Before you know it, it's dawn, and the light disperses the darkness and re-illuminates the woods. Yesterday, Rayleigh looked for a whole night for the little ghost girl in white, but found nothing. Simply had breakfast. Rayleigh also wanted to find it deep in the jungle. Just then, a white newspaper bird flew across the sky, and a newspaper was sprinkled from the clouds. Rayleigh raised his hand and caught the newspaper falling from the sky. The newspaper was fresh and smelled of ink that had just been printed. Come to deliver the newspaper so early? Rayleigh raised his eyebrows and chuckled. The usual newspapers were only delivered in the afternoon near the evening, and today was exceptionally early. Randomly flipped through the newspaper. Rayleigh suddenly paused, looking startled. The next moment, he lifted the newspaper up, subconsciously wanting to see the content of the newspaper more clearly, not even wanting to leave a word. And just when Rayleigh read the newspaper word by word, there was movement and rustling in the grass next to him, as if something was about to approach, coming out of the other end. Sitting on the tree, Luffy with a bulging mouth eating fruit raised his head, chewing on what was in his mouth, and looking in the direction where there was movement. I saw an old man with silver hair and short stature came out, and a shy-looking woman followed her. Hancock, mother-in-law, why are you here? Luffy grunted and swallowed the food in his mouth. Our mother-in-law nodded gently. At this time, she didn't have any thoughts to talk to Luffy, but looked at Rayleigh and said with a serious expression, Rayleigh, have you read the newspaper? While talking, Granny Zai tightly wiped the newspaper in her hand, which was also a freshly printed newspaper. Hear the words. Rayleigh nodded. He lowered his head and glanced at the newspaper in his hand, silently telling that he had already read it. Watching Rayleigh's actions and the shocking illustrations in the newspaper. My mother-in-law knows that Rayleigh has read the latest newspaper just like herself. At this moment, Granny Zai's face is full of incredible. Is that true? 5 elders died? Haunted? What the hell is going on? Granny Zai frowned, and she was deeply puzzled when she spoke. Is this information true or false? Granny Zai was shocked, even unbelievable. It would be too scary if it were true. 5 elders died because of such absurd things as haunting. Once this kind of thing spreads, it is very likely to cause turmoil in the world. It seems that there is no harm to them on the island of Nine Snake, but Granny Zai knows that it is not the case. Because that is world politics that has been in charge of the world for 800 years. If they are to be turbulent, they will inevitably affect the entire world. Even if their 9 snakes are in the calm belt, they will also be affected and will also affect Hancock. You must know that Hancock is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and is a pirate recognized by the world politics. After all, it is in the world politics. Implicated. Is this a report by Le Monde, haunted? This is a lie to the children. Yesterday, the mother-in-law frowned and tapped her cane on the ground from time to time, which meant she was thinking. Maybe there is a ghost. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes. Yes, haunting is a lie, eh? Rayleigh, what do you say? Granny Zai nodded her head first, and then immediately recovered. She was shocked when she heard Rayleigh's words, her face was shocked. Granny, there are ghosts, there are really ghosts. Luffy yelled, jumped off the branch, walked straight to Granny Zai, and stared wide-eyed. I saw a ghost last night, in the forest, right over there. Talking. Luffy pointed to the distance, with a singular appearance. The words came out. Granny Zai also followed with gifted big eyes. What a mess. Damn it. Luffy was right. We saw a ghost yesterday. Rayleigh stretched out his hands and said with a quirky tone of laughter. My mother-in-law's eyelids twitched. This ghost really has it. This moment. There are newspaper birds flying all over the world. They have white wings, cut through the blue sky, and spread the newly printed newspapers in every corner of the world. One of the birds. Just fly over the sea somewhere in New World in the second half of the Grand Line. At this moment, a huge pirate ship that looks like a whale is galloping on this sea. Gulala. A cheerful and deep laughter sounded on the deck, and a huge back figure sat on the steps, with one hand propped on his chin, and seemed to be looking at the distant sea. The newspaper bird flying towards the sky loosened its paws, and the newspaper it caught gently fell down towards the whale ship. Suddenly, one arm stretched out and firmly grasped the newspaper. The man scratched his scattered short blonde hair, his expression was sloppy and leisurely, his eyes were only open, as if he hadn't been awake. He lowered his head and looked at the newspaper he had just caught with his eyes that didn't seem to be awake. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes. After a while, after reading the newspaper, the man raised his head to look at the huge old figure on the distant steps. Father, the news from our people before is true. As expected, Naval Headquarters has a problem, and it's not just Naval Headquarters. Talk to the sound. The whole big ship shook because of this, and a pair of clear eyes looked over. Surprising, curious. Too many birds are spreading their wings. One of them flew over a small town, where the folk customs are very simple. Because of the remote location, there are no pirates in all seasons, far away from the noise of today's era of big pirates. At this moment, a big red pirate ship is staying here. The man on the deck is red-haired, grinning and talking to the villagers. Carry fine wine ashore on board. The newspaper bird flew over the red-haired man's head, and after it uttered a cry, it released the newspaper that it was holding on its paw, and slowly fell downward. The red-haired man seemed to have a feeling, raised his head and looked at the newspaper and raised his eyebrows. What? At the same time, another place in New World. The newspaper bird swooped down from the clouds and swept over the island. This is a prosperous country like a fairy tale, with a huge castle in the center. Seen from a height, the country is dreamy and peaceful, with laughter everywhere, toys on the streets and various shows, so that people who enter this country feel like they have entered a dreamy picture. The newspaper bird flew over the toys, and after circling a circle, they rushed straight to the highest castle community in the country. On the other side, an island is linked by a number of giant trees. At this time, transparent bubbles emerge from the cracks in the roots of the earth, reflecting the colorful rays of light as the sun shines. This is Saboti Archipelago. Now, flocks of newspaper delivery birds flew over the island, their sharp beaks pierced through the floating bubbles, while drinking large pieces of newspapers. People who were busy on the island raised their heads to catch the newspaper falling from the sky. And after reading the contents of the newspaper clearly, everyone's face has changed drastically. Because of Morgan's methods, newspapers have been delivered all over the world. The whole world is making a sensation because of haunting. Everyone was horrified to discover one thing: one of the 5 people in the world's highest authority center died, just in a haunted incident. At the same time, people also know Marine's actions. As a justice executor, Marine can't handle haunted incidents, and even moves the headquarters out. Even though it was the first time this happened, it was an unprecedented blow to Marine's reputation, and its majesty inevitably plummeted. Now, there are too many people all over the world who are suspicious, and there is no shortage of powerful pirates among them. How could Zhang Fu be checked and balanced by haunted jokes that only children believe? Even, there are courageous and powerful pirates who set off directly to the location near Marie Joy's, wanting to see it. However, as a result, all the pirates who dared to do this disappeared into the sea, and no news came out. It is precisely because of this that the word haunted has become more and more convincing. At the same time, the newspaper also published a news that a daughter of the 4 emperors' aunt died in a haunted haunt. The 4 emperors pirate group, which can be compared with naval headquarters and world politics, has also been screened. As Morgan's newspapers fell, the entire Grand Line has officially set off a wave of haunting. 5 elders died. This moment, New World, in the King's Heights of Dressrosa, in the Don Quixote family castle, the exclamation suddenly sounded. Will the young master be in danger in the Holy Land, sugar? Toripel, the cadre of the Don Quixote family with a runny nose, stood by the window, looking nervous in the direction of the holy place, holding a fresh newspaper in his hand. He just read this newspaper, knowing that 5 elders died in the Holy Land. If someone else has to think about it, to suspect the truth or not of the news, Toripel doesn't use it. He believes it almost instantly, because he knows Marie Joyce's haunting, and his young master is going to deal with it. But what Toripel did not expect was that the haunting was so serious that even 5 elders, the power center of the world, would die. Smell rub. At this moment, the gate of the palace suddenly opened. A figure with short blonde hair, tall and thin, and a scowl between his brows came back. He is the Doflamingo that the entire Don Quixote family cares about now. Little Lord. Toripel exclaimed as soon as he saw this figure clearly, and the other officials in the palace were also pleasantly surprised at this moment. The young master, who they were worried about, came back. Nothing happened. Young master, why did you come back early? Pika walked over and asked, a tall but woman-like voice. They thought it was solved, so they asked me to come back early. Doflamingo walked in, picked up a glass of mineral water on the round table, and poured it down. Little Lord Diamante, who is tall, thin and slender, wears an Indian-style headdress, hesitates. Is the newspaper stuff true? Hear the words. Doflamingo put down the mineral water bottle, glanced at Diamante. Buddha shao 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 shao. Laughed. The guy Morgans is really pervasive, and this news has let him know. It is true. Pika swallowed, even if he actually believed it in his heart, but when he heard his young master admit it, it was still shocked. Not bad, and Doflamingo nodded. At this moment, his eyes became deep, thinking of what happened after the Holy Land, and after a short pause, he said in a low voice, Marie Joyce is haunted again, and it is a very strange ghost. It seems to be related to the monastery. Listening to Doflamingo talking about the Holy Land, Toripal sucked off his nose and asked curiously, is it resolved? I don't know. I would like to ask. Those stinky rats from CP won't tell me. Doflamingo said, leaning on the chair and sitting down, raising his feet on the coffee table, snorting casually. Finished. Doflamingo picked up the newspaper on the table, picked it up and glanced at it. His brows frowned slightly. Now the world politics is very troublesome. Even Sengoku is in a hurry, but what's the matter with the mother? He knows the Holy Land and naval headquarters, but why is there a problem with the 4 emperors? I'll let people ask. Toripal nodded immediately. He was also curious about this matter, and wanted to know the truth. Doflamingo nodded slightly. At this moment, the phone worm in his arms rang. Doflamingo took it out, took a look, and then threw it directly to Toripal. You come to pick up. Just say that I don't have time and I'm not in front of the phone worm. Doflamingo seemed to have guessed what the phone worm would say on the other end, and said something like this. Toripal was startled slightly, but quickly reacted and nodded. After a while, Toripal finished the call, walked back, and told Doflamingo the content of the call. Sure enough, as Doflamingo thought, it was the world government who called, in order to let him go to naval headquarters with Sugar, and cooperate with Sengoku to solve the haunted thing of naval headquarters. Doflamingo didn't have the leisure to solve Marine's matter, or that he was not so kind, so he would go to naval headquarters so easily. He knew that the ability of Sugar is now a good bargaining chip for world politics, which is good for catching ghosts. This bargaining chip needs to be exchanged for enough stuff. Doflamingo has a smile on the corner of his mouth. Okay, take a shower. Doflamingo put down his cocked feet. The boat was overwhelmed, and he wanted to take a break now. At this moment, Doflamingo got up from the sofa with his front feet, and the gate of the palace on his back feet was pushed open. The visitor has a pale blue hedgehog head and windproof goggles. It is Gladius, one of the cadres of the Don Quixote family. He stopped in front of Doflamingo and bowed to salute. Young master, it's really great that you can come back safely. Hearing that, Doflamingo smiled, and he always regarded these subordinates very seriously, saying that it was family members. Next moment, Gladius looked around, seeming to be looking for something, and then curiously asked, Young master, who is the little girl in red that just followed you? Is it your new family member? What little girl are you talking about? Doflamingo smiled. He can't remember any children following him, and he hasn't even seen any girl in red. What little girl are you talking about? Doflamingo's smile solidified, and his expression was even a little weird. Gladius's eyes under the windshield goggles blinked, revealing a puzzled look. That's it. He spoke, telling what he had just seen. During this time Gladius has been responsible for guarding the safety of the palace. Today he happened to be on duty in the monitoring room. He saw the young master coming back through the monitoring phone worm. At that moment, Gladius was really happy. The important Sugar is fine. Both of them returned safely, but Gladius was also puzzled. During the surveillance, he saw a little girl in red behind the young master. The little girl kept her head down and seemed to be very timid. Gladius was still wondering who the child was at that time, but seeing that the young master didn't have any opinion on the little girl in red who was following him, he thought it was some new family member. When I came over this trip, Gladius thought I could see the little girl in red, who looked a little dirty. Is there something wrong with young master? After Gladius finished speaking, he suddenly found that his young master's face was a bit wrong. There is no little girl behind us. After hearing what Gladius said, Sugar couldn't help but speak. Hear the words. Everyone's expressions changed, and they all looked at Sugar and Doflamingo. A little girl in red followed them all the way, but they themselves didn't realize it. This situation is simply creepy if you think about it. Take me to the monitoring room. Doflamingo stood up, his face gloomy for an instant. He thought of a possibility. I can't bring back the dirty things from the Holy Land, right? Damn it. Doflamingo cursed inwardly, that the Holy Land Marie Joys is the root base of celestial dragons. For so many years, celestial dragons have done evil, and there are definitely not a few people who hate celestial dragons. However, in 800 years, I have not heard of anyone who can break into the Holy Land and make trouble. This is enough to explain the horror of the holy place. But even so, when the Holy Land faced haunts, there was still a problem with, and even 5 elders died. Those horrible things, if they are brought to the family, Doflamingo's face is gloomy. At this moment, the other family members present fell into silence one by one, and their expressions changed. After being with Doflamingo for so many years, they were not stupid. I immediately thought of the reason. Did the filth of the Holy Land follow? Torpal said. This sentence is his thought, and it also expresses the thoughts of everyone. His own young master went to the holy place to deal with the haunting, and now he hit the spirit when he came back. It's hard not to let people think about it. Hear the words. Doflamingo didn't speak with a cold face, just speeded up his steps and hurried to the monitoring room. Monitoring room. Doflamingo and a group of cadres gathered here. The big screen was turned on, and the operator, under Doflamingo's instructions, walked Gango all the way to monitor the playback of the captured images. PP the display screen flickers and jumps. The perspective jumps. The picture first comes to the periphery of the King's Heights, and 3 figures appear from afar, 2 of which are Doflamingo and Granulated Sugar who came back from the Holy Land. And the third one was the little girl in red who followed silently. They walked step by step from far to near. Occasionally Doflamingo and Granulated Sugar were talking and laughing, as if they were talking about something. Granulated Sugar was still eating with grapes, a very leisurely appearance. The little girl in red just followed all the way without saying a word, following them step by step. Even when the sugar picked up the last grape in the basket, the little girl in red was stuck behind her, no more than half a step away. The weird thing is that Doflamingo and Granulated Sugar never noticed a person behind them, so they walked into the King's Heights. Moment. Seeing the little girl in red following silently on the surveillance screen, everyone felt the creeps. Even for Doflamingo, the cold hairs on his arms are standing up at this moment. Damn it. Doflamingo slapped the monitor, causing the entire screen to flicker. His face is ugly to the extreme, because he knows the horror of haunting better than anyone, and even 5 elders is dead in the hands of ghosts. And now the ghost in the Holy Land, for some reason, a ghost followed their house. At the same time, Sabodi Archipelago, 70 Hotel Street. At this time, droves of newspaper delivery birds flew in the sky, and newspapers flew down, so many that the streets were covered with a floor. The voices of the people around were noisy, and too many people were discussing with newspapers. All of them looked shocked and unbelievable. Suddenly, a newspaper flew outside an open-air bar. A long and narrow arm with 2 elbow joints stretched out. It grabbed the flying newspaper outside and took a closer look. Ah, bab bab bab, it's really breaking news. No wonder the area of Marine Garrison at number 60 Sabodi Archipelago has suddenly been garrisoned a lot more recently. A long-handed man who looked like an ape, with earphones and teeth like piano keys, tilted Erlang's legs and looked at the newspaper in his hand. He laughed like rap when he spoke. Yeah, Mr. Apu, I thought it was the Straw Hat Pirates who were still alive. Here is another group of people arresting them, ha ha ha. A pirate next to him came up and whispered. I think so too, ah bab bab bab. Apu smiled. It's just haunted? Is this funny? Even the aunt has an accident, and a daughter died. It seems that the 4 emperors is nothing more than this, and a family member will be killed by the inexplicable things like haunting. If Mr. Apu goes to New World, he will surely become 4 emperors soon. The pirate subordinates next to him worked hard. Flattered. Hear the words. Apu chuckled and shook his head. I didn't underestimate the 4 emperors, but it makes me look forward to going to the New World even more. After finishing speaking, he put away the newspaper and said, we will leave when the boat is plated. We have been here for a while. Although we had a good time, it's time. Good, Mr. Arp. The subordinates nodded together, packed their things and prepared to leave the open-air bar. Someone suddenly suggested that he wanted to take advantage of the time he was about to leave, and finally find a few women to play with. Apu refused. He allowed his subordinates to relax and find women, while he planned to purchase some things. 40th to 49th Street, Sabodi Land. There are mainly sightseeing areas and specialty shops here. Apu plans to come here to see if there is anything worth buying. After arriving here, Apu walked straight towards a corner intersection with purpose. He knows that there is a good snack here next to the musical instrument store. He once came to buy a clarinet and ate it several times later as a repeat customer. The food stall is a bit remote. You have to walk through several alleys to find it. As a returning customer, Apu is familiar with the road, turning around several cramped alleys, and there are fewer and fewer people around. Apu remembers that after passing the last corner, he will come to the main road and see the food stall. Suddenly, there were footsteps behind Apu. His ear twitched. The sound of footsteps is not far from me, and I have been following after walking for a while, always keeping a distance of 3 or 4 steps. Follow yourself? Or just drop by? Apu frowned and turned to look back. I saw it. Behind Apu, about 2 meters away, stood a woman wearing a crimson coat. Her figure was hot and bumpy. Even the coat could not completely cover up the lines. However, the woman wears a mask, which covers the lower half of her face, making it difficult to see her face, but this does not affect her charm. The exposed eyebrows are definitely of the beauty level. Do you think I'm pretty? After the woman stopped at Apu, she also stopped. A pair of delicate eyes fell on Apu, and she suddenly asked with a smile. Her voice is very soft, full of the allure of intellectual women. Apu raised his eyebrows, looked at the masked woman in front of him with a scrutiny gaze, and then smiled. Come to lead my fangirl. Ah, oh bab. Okay, don't give it to the door for nothing. Apple looked at the woman and smiled. You are beautiful. Hear Arp's answer. The beautiful eyebrows of the woman in the mask were slightly bent, and the lips under the mask seemed to be smiling. So now is it pretty? She took off her mask, and the covered lower part of her face was exposed. Apu, who was looking forward to it, had his eyes wide at this moment. His face was as ugly as a mouse. Under the mask is a terrifying face, and the whole mouth is completely split, extremely hideous. Ugly, F*K, you scared lousy. Apu couldn't help but yelled directly. He thought he was lucky, but he ran into such a neurosis. He wanted to slap the woman twice. Just in the next second, AP suddenly won. Strange things appeared. The masked woman who was standing in front of Apu suddenly disappeared. Same time. Apu felt a sharp sense of icy cold behind him, even making him creepy. Behind? When? In an instant, Apu looked back. A pair of scissors enlarged in his pupils, and the cracked mouth of the woman in the mask was in front of his eyes, and he could even see the tongue in the mouth that did not look like a human. It's not like a ghost at all, it's more like a ghost. Boom. Apu reacted instantly. The ground burst under his feet, his body leapt like an eagle, his slender arm was placed in front of his mouth, one arm turned into the appearance of a hard flute, and the terrifying sound waves blasted out during the playing. Laugh. The masked female ghost lifted up the scissors, cut the sound wave in half, and rushed past her, causing the walls on both sides of the alley to collapse directly. Huh? Apu's eyelids twitched. His attack method was so easily resolved? The next moment, he opened his mouth and tapped his fingers lightly on his teeth like keys. This time the sound waves were like dense thunderspots, aiming at the indiscriminate bombing where the masked female ghost was. The firepower was absolutely no less powerful than that of a large warship. Baptism of artillery fire. Bang bang bang. The ground in the alley shook, and potholes appeared one by one, and a flash of figure flashing through the thick smoke. That is a masked female ghost. She was unscathed, her bright red coat seemed to be bloodied, rolling in the gale. Apu's eyes trembled violently, and his pupils quaked. His abilities are useless to this woman. Next second. The scissor news came to Apu. Laugh. There was a sour cutting sound. In the sewer near the corner of the alley, dirty water has been flowing for many years, and the sounds of rats can be heard from time to time. Suddenly, the flowing dirty water entrained a touch of bright red blood, first wisps of water, then it became a lot, and it instantly dyed the sewers red. Patter. Footsteps sounded at the mouth of the sewer cover. The man who had just bought snacks passed by the entrance of the alley and suddenly found something wrong with the sewer. Bright red water was flowing through, as if dye was poured into the sewer. What is it? The man turned his head curiously and looked deep into the alley. This glance made him stare, as if he was struck by lightning. He directly threw the skewers in his hand. What? Dead, dead, he screamed in horror and ran out of the alley. The barbecue skewers that fell on the ground were quickly stained with blood. At the same time, Eternal Hell Luo Wen got up from the bed and yawned. I went to bed late yesterday, and I fell asleep with it today. He stood up, stretched his waist, picked up the towels to be dried on the dryer exchanged in the mall, and simply took care of washing. What should I eat today? Luo Wen wiped his hands and walked to the stove. That's right. Luo Wen has remodeled the cell during this period of time, and has everything he needs, even the kitchen is out. At this time, a figure in white suddenly appeared. Da Zhenzi didn't touch the ground, fluttered to the front of the refrigerator, opened the door and took out some refrigerated vegetables, and controlled a pile of pots and pans to fall in front of Luo Wen with his mind. Get a green pepper shredded pork and egg fried rice. Luo Wen glanced at the dishes sent by Da Zhenzi and immediately decided. Boom boom boom. Luo Wen has already started cutting vegetables. Da Sadako was obediently by the side, beat an egg and began to stir. Opposite the cage. Jinbei smashed his mouth and looked at the cage opposite, who was cooking in the pot. From time to time, there was still Luo Wen who was flaming out. His eyes became more and more weird, it's getting more and more outrageous. Buggy has a strange expression. He was woken up early today. In fact, this kind of thing often happens in prison. Sometimes it is woken up by someone talking, sometimes it is woken up by a fight, and sometimes it is woken up by the jailer. But Buggy never expected that one day he would be woken up by cooking in prison. It really feels a bit wrong. Ace raised his eyebrows when he saw this and chuckled lightly. Luo Wen is very fond of Luo Wen, who has let the world politics down, although sometimes what Luo Wen does is surprising. At this time, Luo Wen, who was cooking in the cell, was done. He turned off the gas, raised the wok, tilted the pan and placed the egg fried rice in a bowl, and the steaming egg fried rice came out of the oven. Ding. Doflamingo is scared, scared point +10. Ding. Toripal is scared, scared point +5. Ding. Pika is scared, scared point +5. Ding. Don Quixote, ding. Skulikman AP is scared, scared point +10. The all-in-one Donji Riverda family, on the contrary, there is not much shock in Sabodi's place. For the time being, only Apu said the name. But Luo Wen didn't take it to heart. Sabodi Archipelago and Dressrosa are in different situations, and the ghosts on both sides have different ways of scaring people. Maybe Sabodi doesn't have any scares for the time being, but it will be different when it spreads. Master, this is today's newspaper. At this time, Da Zhenzi came up and handed Luo Wen a newspaper. During this time, Da Zhenzi brought Luo Wen a newspaper from the outside world every day, and today is no exception. Morgan's is indeed the largest newspaper in the world. This information source is very fast, but... Luo Wen touched his chin. Now, after scanning the line of text in the newspaper, there appeared Holy Land, Naval Headquarters, and Ant. Is there no news of Impel Down? Luo Wen said that it was unexpected, but it was not very unexpected either. Because of the geographic location of Impel Down, it is impossible for other people to come over. In addition, Impel Down basically has no one going in or out, which further restricts the flow of news, unless Sengoku and Sora take the initiative to go out and say, but this is not possible with. Do you eat egg fried rice with Zhenzi sauce? Luo Wen put out a small bowl of egg fried rice covered with green pepper and shredded pork, and turned to ask Zhenzi. Sadako shook her head slightly. I want to continue to work for the master. Luo Wen touched her head and smiled. Junjijiang is so good, I will reward Zhenzi well when that happens. Zhenzi lowered her head, her eyes narrowed slightly under her black hair, as if she was enjoying Luo Wen's head killing. She has some things to do. During this time, Xiao Zhenzi went to travel. In addition to continuing to be haunted at Naval Headquarters, Da Zhenzi would come back from time to give Luo Wen something. This is not a difficult task for Da Sadako. Through videotape as a medium, she appears and disappears in the blink of an eye. Soon, Da Sadako disappeared into the darkness. She wants to go back to Naval Headquarters and continue to serve her host to scare people. Send Sadako away. Luo Wen picked up his rice bowl. He was about to eat, but he didn't immediately pick up his chopsticks. Instead, he walked out of the cell with a rice bowl full of egg fried rice. Early in the sight of the prisoners, Luo Wen walked straight to Bullet's cage. Is it convenient for me to get in? He stood outside the iron railing with a smile on his face, really like a neighbor who came to visit, saying kind words. Bullet looked at Luo Wen outside the iron railing, his eyelids twitched. You are free, don't worry about me. The voice fell. Luo Wen had already walked in with the egg fried rice, or when he hadn't finished saying Bullet, Luo Wen had already started. As for the cage door, Luo Wen has always been in vain. Let's have a couple. Luo Wen smiled, sat down in front of Bullet, handed Bullet a small bowl, and let Bullet serve the meal by himself. Bullet did not refuse, and added a bowl of rice. By the way, I have something I want you to do. Luo Wen said nonchalantly as he put the rice in his mouth. What's up? Luo Wen looked at Bullet with bright eyes. Do you know how to tell stories? Bullet. Do you know how to tell stories? After Luo Wen said these words, the cell suddenly became quiet and there was no sound, as if he was deliberately isolated. The prisoners who were secretly eavesdropping around the original cage were not calm anymore. This happened to hear the climax of interest. Luo Wen, bastard, doesn't want us to hear a little secret. That is, I'm still wondering what he and Bullet are working with. For a while, the surrounding prisoners lowered their voices and started talking. At this time, Bullet in the cell fell silent after listening to Luo Wen's words. Yes? It's very simple. You won't? Luo Wen raised his eyebrows, tilted his head with the rice, and looked like, you won't let me down, right? Bullet was silent, took 2 bites of the egg-fried rice, then nodded calmly, I will. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Luo Wen smiled upon seeing this. I try my best. Bullet breathed out again. It's okay, I'll take you there. Luo Wen smiled, put down the bowl and chopsticks, raised his hand and gave a light wave to Bullet. The hand falls. Bullet has disappeared, and left the cell so strangely. At the same time, Luo Wen's voice sounded with a slight smile. Bullet. I have my birthday a few days, and I will look forward to your birthday gift for my boss. Remember to buy a birthday gift. Luo Wen's voice reverberated. This time it was not covered up, and the surrounding prisoners could vaguely hear it, but at this moment they did not care, but whispered. They found that Bullet disappeared. In the past, prisoners knew that Luo Wen had the ability to send people out of the eternal hell. They also heard Luo Wen himself say that he could send people out. But they didn't think it was such a method. They just raised their hands and waved them lightly and let Bullet leave impelled down, which is heavily guarded and no one can escape from prison. This method is simply incredible. The other side. The moment Luo Wen raised his hand, Bullet felt the darkness in front of him and closed his eyes subconsciously. Centrifugal force and weightlessness followed one after another. Bullet felt that the sky was spinning around the earth, as if it had traversed thousands of mountains and rivers at a very fast speed in an instant, and the soul would be out of its body because of this. Immediately afterwards, there was a noise in his ears. Bullet felt the light coming, and his eyes were suddenly fascinated. He raised his hand in front of his eyes to block the sun, allowing his eyes to have enough time to adapt to the alternation of darkness and light. Sun, Bullet let go and looked up at the scorching sun in the sky. At this moment, there is a storm in his heart. The surrounding is no longer the immutable walls and darkness in the prison, but the streets where people come and go, and the noise that was once far away is now deeply experienced. Bullet lowered his head and looked around incredulously, then lowered his head to look at his hands. Am I coming out like this? He couldn't believe it, it was too weird. Luo Wen just waved his hand to get him out of eternal hell? Bullet took a deep breath, even breathing fresh air greedily. It can't be wrong. I really came out and left the cage because of Luo Wen. Doesn't this mean that the rumor that impelled down cannot be escaped is easily broken by Luo Wen today? How much does he have? Luo Wen's figure appeared in Bullet's mind, and he couldn't help whispering, I am called a ghost, but I think he is more like a ghost. A short exclamation. He didn't continue thinking about it. This time he came out on his own, with a task on him. Taking a step forward, a few corners, Bullet disappeared in place. At the same time, people on the street noticed the sudden appearance of Bullet. Some people exclaimed for this. Prison uniform? Is this an escaped prisoner? They were shocked and even panicked because of it. After Bullet left, the local Marine was notified as soon as possible. The local Marine immediately asked what the prisoner looked like. However, after knowing the appearance, the other end of the phone worm went silent, obviously stunned. A little time. The other direction of the island. The door of a pub was pushed open. Several pirates walked in together. The headed woman has long straight pink hair, wearing denim shorts, a white half-sleeved shirt, brown short-heeled boots, and a heart-shaped lipstick. It is Jewelry Bonnie, now known as a supernova. I'm hungry. As soon as Bonnie came in, he walked to an empty table and sat down, slapped the table with his hands rudely. The boss brings up all the delicious food from you here. I am starving to death. Immediately, Bonnie's subordinates also dispersed, occupying 3 tables in this tavern, full of seats, waiting for the boss to serve food. Just then, the tavern door was pushed open again. The man with long blonde hair and black stripes under his face led a group of pirates to walk in. Bonnie, who was eating and drinking, noticed the movement, raised his head from the pile of food, and met the blonde man's eyes. Only for an instant Bonnie recognized him. The guy in front of him is Basil Hawkins, the leader of the Hawkins Pirates, who is also known as the Supernova. In an instant, all of Bonnie's men stood up and looked at Hawkins as they walked in. Hawkins' men were not to be outdone, and stared back. For a while, the atmosphere of the entire tavern was tit for tat, and there was a tendency to fight in the next second. This is the Supernova of today's era. There will be friction when they meet. Everyone wants to prove that they are the strongest of the Supernova, and everyone wants to stand out. Sit down and eat. Bonnie grabbed a large piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth, and said to her subordinates, and then she looked at Hawkins, "If someone comes here for dinner, get out and don't get in the way of my eyes." You. The pirate behind Jinsey was stunned and angry. Now was not the time to fight. Hawkins glanced at Bonnie, then at his subordinates, and said unhurriedly. During the words, he walked to a free table and sat down, holding a tarot card in his hand, looking calm and calm. "It's all for food. I'll give 2 people 10 barrels of wine." At this time, the tavern owner also hurried out to play together. Seeing that the captain said so, the pirates on both sides stood for a few seconds, throwing a look at each other's next time to make you look good, then died down, and returned to their respective captains. Seeing 2 groups of pirates stopped, the tavern owner smiled, and then he seemed to have thought of something, took out a glass of beer and handed it to a burly man in the seat next to him. "Mister, the beer you want. By the way, sir, you just said that the Supernova Apu is dead. Was she killed by a female ghost? Is it true or false?" Female ghost. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the 2 groups of pirates changed, and they were instantly attracted, and their ears were all pricked up. Recently, there is a topic that is very sensitive to their Supernova pirate group. That is, Apu, who is also a supernova, is dead. It's just that, how to die, there has been no specific statement. At this moment, Bonnie, who was eating, was chewing the meat in his mouth while looking at the burly man who said, "Female ghost." The female ghost statement reminded Bonnie of a newspaper I read today, which recorded the haunted rumors of the terrifying powers of the Grand Line. Even Hawkins, who was a little farther away, looked the same. The burly man turned his back to Bonnie and Hawkins. Neither of them could see each other's appearance. But they felt a dangerous breath at the same time. It is as if the burly man sitting in front is a terrifying lion. Once disturbed, it will be torn apart, making people have to be afraid. This person is not easy. Bonnie swallowed the meat in his mouth and whispered. "Girl ghost. Rift girl. What are these?" The pirate in the seat next to Hawkins couldn't help asking. The tavern owner looked over and explained with a smile, "This is what the gentleman just said. It's a female ghost in a ghost story." He deliberately amplifies his voice when he speaks, just to draw everyone's attention and not let them pinch. If there is a fight, his tavern will suffer. Maybe how many things will be broken. Whether these pirates pay compensation or not, it all depends on luck. And the tavern keeper also knew that this thing could attract these 2 characters, because when they walked in the door, he recognized these 2 pirates as the characters who were called supernovas in this period, just like ARP. They could not care about the death of other supernovae. It is said that there is such a woman, she wears a mask, and asks people who are alone if she is beautiful. The tavern owner took a sip of his wine and told the legend about the slither that he had heard from the burly man. Apu's mouth was cut open. "This is true, but you said it was a female ghost who did it." The tall pirates under Kaikins raised their brows and looked obviously disbelieving. He looked at the back of the burly man and said unceremoniously, "Is this guy sensationalizing? Now the rumors of haunting are very popular, so I just laugh at ghost stories. If you want me to say, ghosts don't exist at all, they are." Moment. The high pirate was speechless. Because his neck was grabbed by a strong hand, the whole person was lifted up like this. The burly man turned around, and with only one hand he lifted the tall pirate like a baby chicken. "You said I was sensationalizing." The burly man's voice was low, his eyes squinted, and he looked at the tall big pirate who was carried by one of his hands with dangerous eyes. He exerted force with his fingers, and the high pirate's neck made a toothy noise, and he was about to be choked to death. At this moment, the pirates under Hawkins could not sit still. One by one stood up from their seats, and there were even people who wanted to draw out their weapons. But before the crew reacted, Hawkins himself had gotten up first. "It's my crew member, who said something wrong." Hawkins looked at the burly man in front of him. To everyone's expectations, he chose to apologize. This moment. Bullet looked over, looked at Hawkins, and then looked at the pirate who was panicked in his hand. His complexion turned purple, and he was on the verge of suffocation. Boom. He threw it away and threw the pirate away. What I said won't be false, and I don't need to lie to you all these rubbish. Bullet's tone was low. It was my crew member who said the wrong thing. I apologize to you. Kings once again apologized, and at the same time he looked at the tavern owner. Boss, his wine money is counted on our heads. You are very witty. Bullet grinned and chuckled in a low voice. Kings took a deep look at Bullet, then nodded slightly to him, walked to the tavern bar, put down a purse full of Bailey, and turned away with his subordinates. Seeing that his captain was about to leave, the tall pirate who was thrown to the ground and smashed quickly got up and immediately chased after him, ignoring his cough. Wait until Hawkins walked out of the tavern and left a long way away. A pirate finally couldn't help it, and stood up and asked in a low voice, Boss, why didn't we do it just now? Is that person very powerful? They know the character of the boss, and they usually say that their boss is not such a temper. If someone dared to provoke them like this, they would have been chopped up and fed to the sharks. Supernova Hawkins has never been so good-tempered on the surface. I just made a divination and came up with a result. Hawkins lowered his head and spread out his palms, only to see that Tang Xin had this card. This card is the one he just acquired, a bunch of skulls. Just now, when the burly man shot his crew, the speed was so fast that Hawkins himself didn't react, and it was precisely because of this that he drew a card before speaking. As a result, it made Hawkins creepy. Kaigenzi took a deep look at Gao Dahai Pirate. The result of divination indicates that if we do it, all of us will die. Moment. Everyone changes color. Hawkins ignored the horrified and speechless crew members. At this time, there was a thought in his mind, and even more doubts. The burly man Hawkins seemed to have seen him somewhere just now, and he felt familiar with his face. Had it not been for Bullet to take off his prison uniform and put on brand new clothes, I'm afraid he would be recognized at a glance. After Hawkins left the tavern that had been messy was calm again. The tavern owner was sweating secretly. His tavern has only been open for a few days, but he doesn't want to be scrapped all at once. He looked at Bullet, who was sitting at the table again, apologized that he was sorry to disturb his interest, and he also gave Bullet a barrel of beer. Then, the tavern owner looked at Bullet and turned around and kindly reminded, Sir, you were actually irrational just now. Don't look at that captain as young. He is a supernova pirate of this era, and his strength is very good. Of course, I don't mean to say you re bad, but I don't think there is any need to get angry about a little thing, so I'll give you wine, and I'll serve you a good meal. While talking, the tavern owner scratched his head and smiled silly. Supernova. Haha. Bullet suddenly laughed after drinking a glass of wine. Huh. What's the matter, sir? The boss turned his head. He noticed the burly and hot-tempered man in front of him. His tone was a bit wrong. With him, there are still people in this era who dare to say that they are supernovae. Bullet grinned slightly. The he in his mouth was that few tricks that severely wounded him, making the 3 important places in the world haunted into ghostland, making the world government have headaches that cannot be solved, and the weird man who likes to tell ghost stories, Luo Wen. Mister, who are you talking about? The boss turned his head and looked very confused. Is there such a person in this era who has the ability to overwhelm other supernovas? Luo Wen. Bullet put down the wineglass, narrowed his eyes, and suddenly said these 2 words. The boss was startled. Who is Luo Wen? Suddenly, the boss felt that the name was a bit familiar. By the way, Luo Wen seemed to be a pirate. The boss put down the things in his hand, rushed to the bar, took out a wrinkled wanted warrant from the cabinet, then smoothed it with his hand and showed it to Bullet. Sir, are you talking about him? The boss is very puzzled. How can this person compare with the supernova? Although Luo Wen on the wanted order has a bounty of 30 million, this is not low, but compared with the bounty of hundreds of millions of supernovas, it is a bit bad. Hear the words. Bullet looked up. I saw that the wanted warrant in the boss's hand was slightly creases, but the above picture was still clearly visible. A smiling black-haired man with a handsome face and bright eyes. And under the wanted order photo, in the bounty column, the number of 30 million is very eye-catching. Huh? Bullet's pupils suddenly shrank. The man on this wanted order is Luo Wen, and there is nothing wrong with this. But the problem is that the bounty is 30 million? Bullet is simply ridiculous. At the same time, he saw the expressions of the people around him. Most of these expressions were confused and incomprehensible. Some people didn't believe it directly. Now Bullet has discovered it himself. Obviously, both the boss here and the pirates around are unfamiliar with the name Luo Wen. Is there nothing about him out there? At that moment, Bullet thought of this. In fact, Bullet himself did not know what Luo Wen did outside. After all, Bullet was the first Luo Wen who was imprisoned many years ago. But through the dialogue between the world government and the CP agency when Luo Wen was found, Bullet himself also vaguely guessed something. This time, the main purpose is to complete the task Luo Wen gave him, which is to tell ghost stories. But Luo Wen did not interfere with Bullet to do other things, so he also wanted to use this opportunity to inquire about Luo Wen outside. He really wanted to know that the man who could match Captain Roger once was in this sea. What a moving rumors left. Don't you know? You don't know anything about Luo Wen? Bullet glanced over a person present. Bonnie, who was eating, raised his eyes and briefly met the sight of the burly man in front of him. The other party did not answer the barkeeper's question, but instead asked a new question. And seeing his expression, Bonnie was surprised. This expression was like saying that she should know the same thing about Luo Wen. Interesting. Looking at the expressions of everyone, Bullet already knew the answer in his heart. He discovered that Luo Wen is really funny. He has such a terrifying ability, he doesn't even know it in the world. What exactly is that man planning to do? Thinking of this, Bullet suddenly laughed. His laughter was hearty and bold, and there was also a big and interesting laugh. Luo Wen really has an unimaginable terrible method, leading to a terrible thing, but these people outside are not aware of it. Even in the era of the sea, supernovae are kept in the dark. It's simply deceiving the world. Bullet felt more and more that there was nothing wrong with choosing Luo Wen as the opponent who wanted to surpass. Only such a man can arouse his desire to surpass. This was the case with Roger back then, and the same is true for Luo Wen now. Fortunately, there are still men like Luo Wen on the ocean, otherwise it would be too boring. Uncle, did you just say something interesting? Listen to what you mean. We seem to know the man named Luo Wen? At this moment, while eating the food, a vague girl's voice sounded. When Bonnie asked this sentence, she probably wouldn't pay attention to others, she just thought she was talking nonsense. But the man in front of him with a burly physique like a hill and a strong aura is different. Just now when he turned around and grabbed Hawkins' crew, Bonnie realized that something was wrong. This man is absolutely terrifyingly powerful, this is Bonnie's instinct. And it's not just herself. Bonnie knows that Hawkins definitely feels this too, otherwise he won't take the initiative to apologize and calm down the matter. That guy who likes divination definitely has some bad result of divination. Since then, Bonnie has been observing the man who made Hawkins take the initiative to retreat. After the terrible man in front of him proposed Luo Wen, Bonnie kept searching in his mind, thinking carefully and looking for the memory of the two words Luo Wen. However, the result was nothing. She couldn't find any information about Luo Wen at all. This really makes Bonnie very puzzled, that the man who can make this strength absolutely not bad, even makes her feel dangerous. How can Luo Wen mentioned be an unknown person? And more importantly, Bonnie found a detail. When the man mentioned Luo Wen, there was a heavy feeling in his words. Bonnie felt it. The opponent who goes to surpass Luo Wen. Bonnie glanced at the reward order held by her boss again, she didn't even know who it was. Listen to Bonnie. Bullet drank the rest of the beer, dropped the glass on the table casually, grinned and grinned, just remember him. The voice fell. He stood up and took the reward from the boss. A reward of 30 million Bailey. Bullet just finds it funny. That man is more than 30 million, which is not even worthy of a fraction of his bounty. Bullet didn't delay anymore. He put away the reward order and left. He didn't plan to ask for the wine from the boss. Now he has to do other things, do what Luo Wen told him. Looking at the 30 million bounty on the bounty order, he now thinks that what Luo Wen gave him is very interesting. And many more. At this moment Bonnie said. She wanted to call this powerful and terrifying man who was talking strange remarks, and asked him about Luo Wen in her mouth. Bullet guessed what Bonnie was going to say. You will know about him in the future, provided that he originally intended. Half a step beyond the threshold of the bar, he suddenly stopped and smiled without turning his head. Of course, if you want to know the ghost story of the Rip Girl, I can talk more. After speaking, Bullet did not pause again, and disappeared into the sight of everyone. Bonnie in the bar wiped his mouth and said to the pirate beside him, Go, stop the uncle just now. What's the matter, boss? Someone wondered. Listen to ghost stories. The other side of Sabodi Archipelago. Streets where people come and go. A vice admiral wearing a marine coat is leading a group of marine soldiers from the other end of the street with a nervous expression. While walking, the marines in the team are still looking around, seeming to be looking for something. Vice Admiral, who was at the forefront of the team, looked very solemn at this time. Chief Hu Shaoshan, the copy of the portrait came out. At this time, a marine chased up behind him, holding the portrait of the clothes in his hand, and handed it to Hu Shaoshan. Not long ago, Marine, a subordinate of Hu Shaoshan, suddenly ran to report that a prisoner had suddenly appeared in Sabodi archipelago and appeared out of thin air. He was still wearing a prison uniform. It is very likely that he escaped from a prison. At the same time, Marine also made a copy of a portrait based on the description of civilians. Now the copied portrait has been sent to Hu Shaoshan. Hu Shaoshan looked down at the copying portrait, and his heart was boiling, and there was already a stormy sea. The person in this portrait is Bullet. Hu Shaoshan's eyelids are beating. How is this possible? Isn't he locked in eternal hell? If it is someone else, he might be unfamiliar with this criminal who has been imprisoned for many years, or even erased the traces of history. But he won't, he remembers it very clearly, and it is extremely clear. Because he used to use Buster Call to capture Bullet, he himself was there. And it's not just him. Now Naval Headquarters several well-known Vice Admiral are there, even Sengoku and Garp are there, and the two of them are directly in charge. Thought of this. Huo Shaoshan took out the phone bug, called Sengoku who was sitting in the office of the headquarters building at this time, and relayed all the suspected escape of Bullet to Sengoku. You sure? Sengoku, who was correcting the document, stood up suddenly, his eyes were full of weirdness. Bullet is in eternal hell. How can this be a jailbreak? More importantly, there is no news on Impel Down. You know, people at the level of Bullet can escape from prison. That must be a major change in Impel Down, and it cannot be as silent as it is now. I've already asked people to check it. Huo Shaoshan quickly replied. After receiving a call from a civilian and drawing a copy of the portrait, he immediately asked people to do it, and distributed a large amount of troops. The search by Sabodi archipelago is to find the trace of Bullet the first time. It just so happened that while keeping the call, news reached Hu Shaoshan. I found useful information. Bullet didn't seem to be in a hurry to leave Sabodi archipelago, but wandered around telling ghost stories. Someone saw it with his own eyes. Ghost story? What kind of ghost story? Sengoku asked anxiously after hearing Hu Shaoshan's report. At the same time, Sengoku has a horror in his heart. Hooking up with ghosts, it is him, it must be him. No doubt. Sengoku's he is Luo Wen. With the 3 words of ghost story coming out, Sengoku is almost certain that Bullet's prison break suddenly appeared in Sabodi archipelago, which must have something to do with Luo Wen behind it. Although there is no Luo Wen in Bullet prison escape and ghost story, Sengoku can be 100% sure that Luo Wen must be behind it. Only Luo Wen may have such a method to send people out of eternal hell silently. Especially after hearing the 3 words ghost story, Sengoku had bad thoughts in his heart, which made his heart sink. Hu Shaoshan, is there anything weird about Sabodi archipelago recently? Sengoku asked. During this time, Hu Shaoshan was stationed in Sabodi archipelago, and everything was under his control. Strange things. The burning mountain on the other side of the phone worm frowned. At this moment, he understood Sengoku's thoughts, and this made his face difficult to look, so he took a sigh of cigar. The world doesn't know Luo Wen, but all the officers of the naval headquarters know the words Luo Wen here. Hu Shaoshan understands the hidden meaning of Sengoku's words. The ghost Sabodi archipelago is likely to be haunted too. Because now Sabodi archipelago also appeared in Luo Wen's figure, although he did not really appear, but he can be seen faintly behind him. Thinking of this, Hu Shaoshan's spine had a chill, crawling on his spine, and climbing up with his fists little by little, and one by one, the cold hair stood upside down. Once the holy place was haunted, and 5 elders died, but this time the haunted spread to the Sabodi archipelago, spread to the outside world. Who is going to die? Suddenly, Hu Shaoshan reacted, death. Yes, there is indeed something strange. Sengoku, Supernova Apu died. He was found dead in Block 43 today with his mouth torn open by a sharp object. Hu Shaoshan became more and more frightened as he talked about it. At first, Apu's death was strange. When Luo Wen and a ghost were mentioned, the more they thought about it, the more they felt wrong, which made people subconsciously think of some weird things. And at this time, suddenly a scream of horror sounded in the distance. The sound was so miserable that it made people horrified. It's dead, the alley in front is dead, and the mouth and mouth have been cut open. Dead? Hearing the screaming fire, Sean's heart sank, and he didn't care about talking with Sengoku on the phone again, and immediately rushed over with his subordinate marine. After seeing the corpse in the alley clearly, he looked ugly and frowned. The dead man had his mouth cut open, and his dark and twisted face pulled out a smile that was uglier than crying, which made people creepy. Hu Shaoshan felt uneasy. He thought of Luo Wen and ghost stories. Is it really haunted again? If it is haunted in a place like Sabodi Archipelago, the news will inevitably be impossible to hide, and it will spread to the world at an uncontrollable rate, and even the whole world may get out of control because of this. Dispose of the corpse and find out the reason. Huo Shaoshan ordered it, a heart sinking. He didn't want this to be really haunted, but the reality may be true. Sabodi Archipelago has weird appearances, as does Dressrosa. At this moment, in the King's Heights, Doflamingo is standing on the open-air balcony, overlooking the territory under his rule, but he has some restlessness in his heart. Since discovering the little girl in red that did not exist in the surveillance, he has asked some people outside the family to come back, and he has also asked them to stay together as much as possible on weekdays, not to be alone. This is not a fuss. Doflamingo knows how terrible it is to be haunted. The Holy Land has been haunted and died. I don't know how many celestial dragons, even the Holy Land in the center of the power of the world will have problems. He must be careful here. Although the little girl in red ghost who appeared here was not the same as the ghost in the Holy Land, and it was not certain whether it was the same threat, Doflamingo still felt uneasy because of this. Because ghosts are really terrifying, in a sense, it is even more terrifying than Kaido, who is jealous of him. Even if Kaido is so horrible, no one can stop him from being a king and hegemony at sea for so many years, and even suicide. Unkillable. But after all, Kaido didn't do it like a ghost, it can make 5 elders die. But fortunately, this just makes Doflamingo more vigilant and careful, not to the point of panic. If the Holy Land is not good, it doesn't mean that he must not be good either. Doflamingo's eyes flickered. He has sugar here, as long as he protects the sugar, and according to the thinking of the CP organization, he actually has a chance to solve the ghost. Of course, the premise is to find the little girl in red. Since seeing it in the surveillance, the little girl ghost in red has completely disappeared. Doflamingo also tried to find it in King's Heights, but found nothing. Doflamingo condensed his thoughts and walked in from the fence of the open-air balcony. At this time, the people in the family had prepared lunch and sent it to the balcony. Doflamingo sat down and wrapped himself in a napkin. At this time, Pico walked up and told Doflamingo that the cadres had already arrived at odds and ends. Although there were still some people who hadn't arrived, those people could come back today. Doflamingo nodded, and then turned to look at the sugar next to him. You followed me until the ghost was clearly found. After hearing this, the sugar nodded obediently. She also went to the holy place, knowing how terrible it is to be haunted, and the key to the solution lies in her. She understands the importance of the matter and will not have any willfulness in this matter. Seeing the sugar nod, Doflamingo lowered his head to eat, but soon he raised his head again, frowning and looking forward. He suddenly smelled an unpleasant stench. I saw it. Toripal, who was sitting on the opposite side, took out a bottle full of soothing water from his pocket. He looked a little confused, seemed to be lack of sleep, and had no appetite for anything to eat. Drink some soothing water to ease your appetite, Toripal said with his haggard dark circles under his eyes. He picked up the cup and poured the water into his mouth. Doflamingo frowned again. The stench he smelled came from Toripal's cup, and he could drink this unpleasant thing? In the next second, Doflamingo's pupils suddenly shrank, and he saw with his own eyes disgusting and twisted maggots crawling out of the cup. Nourishing water? This is clearly water soaked in maggots. However, Toripal seemed to have found nothing. He poured all of these maggots into his mouth, biting crunchingly, and disgusting and dirty water dripped from the corner of his mouth and dripped onto the white tablecloth. Toripal, what are you doing? Doflamingo stood up straightly. He couldn't eat this meal anymore. Toripal was obviously wrong. He knew that his family did not have a hobby of eating maggots. In an instant, Doflamingo's gaze swept around, his eyes flashed with red light, and he looked around like lightning. I have been watching out for ghosts in the little red girl these days, but now something is wrong, and he thinks of ghosts for the first time. At the same time, the other family cadres all reacted and stood up one by one, all over the whole body tightly guarding the surroundings. Maggots, maggots. Toripal was taken aback, as if he had just reacted, and threw the bottle away like an electric shock. The lid was knocked over, the muddy water inside came out, and the maggots crawled out. Twisted and nauseous, making the scalp numb. At the same time, Pika rushed to Toripal's side, and supported Toripal with concern. I'm okay. Toripal shook his head. He didn't have any major problems, but when he saw the maggot water on the ground, his stomach couldn't help rolling and retching. You don't look very good. Doflamingo's eyes flickered under the sunglasses. He saw that Toripol's mental state was a bit problematic, and he looked very tired. Young master, I'm okay, but I think I might have to take a rest. Toripol stood up swayingly. He felt that he was confused by the haunting, and he was in a very bad state of mind. I'm going to be confused. Doflamingo trims his eyebrows. He feels that the situation is not right now. But at this time, Toripol, who had just stood up, suddenly widened his eyes, pointed to a corner of the balcony shadow, and yelled in panic. Ghost. The ghost is coming. At just this moment, Toripol saw a little red ghost appearing in the shadows, standing quietly in the dark, his dirty little face lifted, and black blood and tears were flowing in his eyes. A terrible blood hole. He was so scared that he ran away. Fortunately, he held the stool in time so that he didn't fall, but because of this he broke the 2 dishes on the table. Ghost? At that moment, upon hearing Toripol's words, all the cadres present looked at the shadow he was pointing at. Their eyes widened, trying to find the trace of the female ghost. But nothing. Nothing. Doflamingo frowned. He even turned on observation hockey, but still didn't find it, and he has been observing the surroundings since just now. Toripol pointed to the location. He actually saw it at the beginning, and he was sure that he didn't even see half of the ghost. Toripol, do you really see a ghost? Pika said in a sharp throat, and he also found nothing, and his doubts were extremely confusing. Toripol stunned. The ghost in front of him was gone, and passed by, as if it had never appeared before. Maybe I was wrong. Toripol's dry lips opened with a dull expression. He shook his head and said nothing. He walked out of the balcony on his own. He wanted to rest, and then it feels like people are going to fall at any time. Send a few people to guard the door of his room. Doflamingo frowned and looked at the back of Toripol's departure. The feeling of something wrong was too obvious. Toripol seemed to have lost his soul. The situation appears. He was worried about Toripol and wanted to send a few guards. Suspicious noon passed. Time passed quietly. The sky was covered with night. Stars and the moon dotted the high sky, representing the official arrival of the night. Toripol has been sleeping since he returned to his room at noon. He has not even come out to eat dinner, and has always slept in his room. There are always people watching outside the room. They have been ordered by Doflamingo. If anything happens in the room, they must be notified as soon as possible. However, the anomaly did not appear. Toripol's room was very quiet, and there was nothing else except the sound of Toripol's own breathing while sleeping. In the middle of the night, the people guarding Toripol's door changed several batches. Sudden. The guard noticed the movement and looked back, only to find Toripol opened the door and walked out. Master Toripol, what do you want? The guard asked, stepping aside. Toripolman's answer, I have something to do. After saying this, he took a step, walked out of the room step by step, walked through the long and narrow corridor, and walked towards the deep darkness. The 2 guards glanced at each other, and after hesitating for a while, they still didn't say anything to stop them. They are not qualified to stop Toripol, not to mention that there is nothing unusual in Toripol's sleep. It seems that all this is a false alarm. Early the next morning. Damn it! Doflamingo growled. The table in front of him split in half, and the teacup on it fell to pieces. When they got up this morning, they couldn't find Toripol. They searched the King's Heights and they didn't find it. They even sent someone to search for the entire Dressrosa, but the result is still nothing. Toripol, Doflamingo's face was ugly. He heard what his subordinates said. There was no abnormality last night. It was Toripol who walked out by himself, but this was the biggest abnormality. Toripol can never disappear and leave silently like this. Behind this, there is only one little ghost in red, who may follow him to the King's Heights, and worship behind him. Contact world government. I agree to their cooperation. Doflamingo's face was gloomy as if dripping water. He doesn't need any bargaining chips anymore. Now he only has one idea: find ghosts, kill ghosts, and let his family return to him. While Doflamingo resented and wanted to take the initiative to seek cooperation with world politics. Naval Headquarters, Office Building. Sengoku sat at the desk, flipping through the various information sent on the desk. The first one at hand was an accident in Cake Island. 2 of the Ant's children died, and a group of people were missing. It is said that there is a legend of the Master of the Sea. The second piece of information is the ghost story of Sabodi Archipelago just sent today. Bachelor Sama and Sengoku looked at the names of the 2 ghosts mentioned in the information, and suddenly felt more headache, and subconsciously raised his hand to rub the Taiyang acupoint. The outside world is precarious, and Naval Headquarters is not doing well now. Recently, a proposal for the relocation of the headquarters has been implemented, and the relocation was officially confirmed, and was forced to use this second-hand preparation. And I don't know if it's because of the plan to move, the interior of naval headquarters has become more chaotic, which has led to many recent thefts. For example, the newly produced marshal's coat to be given to Sengoku was cut halfway, and was stolen before it was delivered to Sengoku. Another agate box was also stolen, very inexplicably. There are too many things. Sengoku feels that his hair is going to be gray. Recently, I have been thinking too much. Should I eat some walnuts to replenish my brain? Sengoku thought so in his heart. And just when Sengoku was thinking, there are a pair of dead eyes, quietly scanning Sengoku's office in the dark. But this scan only took a moment, and soon the eyes in the dark disappeared. Osadako, who was in white clothes with pale black hair and split his face, retracted his gaze to look at Sengoku, and quietly disappeared in the dark. She is preparing a gift recently and intends to give a big gift to Luo Wen, who is about to celebrate her birthday. Soon. Sadako floated away quietly again. I don't know where he went to naval headquarters. Hydra Island. Granny Za was standing on the platform of the red tall building, looking at the scorching sun gradually rising from the horizon. The expression of horror on her face had not completely dissipated. Fortunately, seeing the sunrise and the sunrise arrived, she felt a lot more at ease. Just last night, she hit a ghost. She saw the white ghost in the mouth of Luffy and Rayleigh, and when she woke up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, she saw a pair of dead and cold eyes when she lifted her head, and the white ghost was floating in front of her eyes. At that moment, Granny Za almost went into a cardiac arrest and lost her breath. Snake Island really has mother-in-law Zai. Even now, looking back on last night, she still feels a little creepy. Except for her, many people of the Nine Snake clan have run into ghosts these days. Sometimes they are out hunting, sometimes when they walk alone in remote places. At first she hadn't seen the mother-in-law, and she had a skeptical attitude in her heart. With a cold body. How can it be solved? Mother Za held the cane and gently bumped on the ground, making a dull sound. The past few days have been haunted. They have thought of a solution. Even Hancock has been dispatched to solve it. As the queen of this country, she can't sit back and watch such inexplicable things exist in her own territory. Then the night Hancock was going to deal with it, she really hit a ghost. But her nerves are different from others. She didn't feel scared, but showed her signature pose of contempt for ghosts. The result was a brief collision and fight, and Hancock and the ghost fought. The strength of the white ghost is beyond Granny Z's imagination. Looking back on that night, I feel shocked, because Hancock has nothing to do with the white ghost. Something happened. Fortunately, the evacuation is timely. If the death fight is really going on, the mother-in-law's face is not good yesterday. It is not that she is not optimistic about Hancock, but the little girl in white is too weird and terrible. It seems necessary to find Marine. Yesterday's mother-in-law narrowed her eyes. She never thought of letting Marine help. Although Nine Snake Island is a force of 7 warlords of the sea, it is still a pirate in essence, and Marine will probably sit and watch if something happens here. She made this call because she wanted to get some information from Marine. Naval headquarters, who was tossed by haunts, would probably be willing to share haunted things with each other in exchange for something. Of course, if she can, Granny Za still wants to find an opportunity to see if she can ask Marine to come and help. Thinking of this, Zappo turned around and took out the phone bug to contact Marine. Puff puff. The phone worm rang, and the mother-in-law turned her back to the inner room of the room. In a place she couldn't notice, a pale and slender little girl stretched out her hand next to a crystal ball placed on a high platform, stroking the crystal ball silently. Xiao Zhenzi blinked, tilted his head and looked at the crystal ball for a while. This thing is not suitable for the owner, if it is for other things. After speaking, the pale little hand fan was on the crystal ball. Snapped. The crystal ball rolled down and fell to pieces on the ground. Granny Za held the phone in one hand and looked back suddenly. At this moment, Granny Za clearly saw the crystal ball placed on the table, and suddenly she rolled and fell to pieces, as if being pushed by a ghost behind her, which made her shocked, and almost didn't have the phone bug in her hand. Throw it away. Hey, this is naval headquarters. Just at this moment, the phone bug in the hands of Granny Zai answered. At the same time, eternal hell. Ding. Sengoku is scared, scared point +3. Ding. Hugh Shaoshan is scared, scared point +3. Ding. Doflamingo is scared, scared point +3. Ding. Sabodi Archipelago. The system prompts are constantly beating. almost rising rapidly at the speed of refreshing the screen. Listen to the beep in the ear. There is a special light flashing in Luo Wen's pupils. He saw everything yesterday, and he also saw what Bullet did. What Bullet didn't know was that he was allowed to teleport away from eternal hell and appear in Sabaody Archipelago. This is the ability of these cute little ghosts under his hand to shuttle quickly with Bullet, almost equivalent to the speed of teleporting. I still think I don't know how to tell a story, so it looks better than anyone else. This guy doesn't talk. Is it a boring show? Luo Wen saw the picture of Bullet telling a story in Sabaody Archipelago, and couldn't help but raise his mouth and face. A smile appeared on it. Didn't wait for Luo Wen to think too much. He heard a footstep emerge from the entrance of eternal hell, and came straight towards his cage. Luo Wen looked up. It's another old acquaintance, Magellan. You don't seem to be surprised that I will come. Magellan appeared in front of his cage with a group of jailers, including Hanayabal. Yes. Luo Wen nodded and said bluntly, I thought you would come yesterday, but I didn't expect it to be today, so late. Outside the iron railing, looking at Luo Wen, who was calm, especially when she heard what Luo Wen said just now, Magellan's heart was upset. Sure enough, all haunts have something to do with you. Is Sabaody Archipelago also haunted? That ghost was also released by you, right? Magellan asked again and again, speaking very fast, like a gunshot. Looking at Magellan, Luo Wen nodded slightly, yes. Sure enough. You still don't want to say huh? In the middle of Magellan's words, his eyes widened suddenly, and he looked at Luo Wen incredulously. In the past, every time he asked Luo Wen these questions, he would avoid them, or as if he hadn't seen them, or ridiculed them. But today is different, Luo Wen admits it. He admitted it. Sure enough, it's you. Hanayabala yelled, staring at Luo Wen with a pair of eyes. Everything fell to the ground, and it was concluded that all the haunts came from Luo Wen. He pushed all this to happen behind his back. The world is completely messed up. Hanayabal was excited and his eyes were bloodshot. Luo Wen took the initiative to confess his guilt. He wanted to punish Luo Wen and let this terrible and damn it man be punished. Instead, Magellan next to him was silent. His eyes flickered, and he stared deeply at the man in front of him who admitted his guilt and was still indifferent. Luo Wen admitted. But what use is this? If you can deal with him, the people brought by the world politics will not die, and 5 elders will not die. After all, everyone knows in their hearts that Luo Wen is pushing all this. Only a layer of window paper has not been pierced, and now this layer of window paper has been pierced. However, there is no way to punish the crime. What Magellan can do is just look at Luo Wen in silence as it is now. Then, Magellan made a move that shocked everyone's jaws. Turn around and leave. I didn't say a word. He can't do anything to Luo Wen, not to mention those difficult evil spirits. Luo Wen's own strength is enough to make people jealous. You must know that even Bullet is defeated in his hands. By the way, now Bullet has also been sent away by this man. This incident must have come from Luo Wen. No one else has this ability. Magellan's eyes are gloomy, and his bottom line is constantly being trampled on. Magellan, Hanayabal was stunned. He looked at Magellan, who left without saying a word. He wanted to speak out and called Magellan to punish Luo Wen. But when the words came to his lips, he stopped and couldn't say anything. The initial excitement disappeared, and replaced by a sense of powerlessness. He could sit in the position of deputy director of Impelled Down. He was destined to be an idiot. What Magellan thought of, he also thought of. At this moment, Hanayabal felt helpless and could only leave here behind Magellan. Ha 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 ha. How does Lousy feel that the 6th floor is not a prisoner, but an uncle? Ha 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 ha. Looking at these guys' faces, it's like a dead mother. It's really interesting. Ha 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 ha. The prisoners around laughed after seeing this scene. There is nothing more interesting than laughing at the director and deputy director of Impelled Down, and he won't feel bored after saying it a few times. Luo Wen watched Magellan leave silently. Luo Wen, did you send out Bullet for something? At this time, Buggy, who was in the opposite cage, couldn't help but ask with curiosity in his heart. Just now I heard what Magellan said and mentioned Sabaody Archipelago, which has never been mentioned before. And more importantly, yesterday Luo Wen sent Bullet out on the front foot, Magellan came on the back foot, and he came directly to Luo Wen. If it was not a problem with Bullet, he would not believe it. Hearing Buggy's voice, Crocodile on the other side also followed. Luo Wen glanced at them. My birthday will be here in a few days, and Bullet is going to buy me a birthday gift. Buggy gifts. I can too. Buggy's eyes lit up when he heard these words. It's simple, just buy gifts, let him buy a car. His eyes widened, looking expectantly at Luo Wen, and let himself go out to buy gifts, not wanting to miss any chance to leave. Luo Wen ignored Buggy, who was yelling. He listened to the countless beeps that kept ringing in his ears. After a short thought, he opened the system panel. This time, Luo Wen intends to change home directly. Boom. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Luo Wen suddenly rioted and directly exploded the prison he was living in. The entire cage was smashed to pieces. A clearing. Then, Luo Wen exchanged a house in the system mall. Shishi cabin. The space in the house can be controlled freely, alternative storage space, the price is 300 startling points. Boom. As Luo Wen raised his hand, a small wooden house appeared out of thin air, and it stood where it was supposed to be a cage. Then Luo Wen opened the door to everyone and walked in. At this moment, eternal hell was very quiet, and the eyes in the dark all silently stared at the house that Luo Wen transformed out of thin air. They were all dumbfounded. What is this? The hut in the woods, in the prison. Many people's mouth twitched, which is too exaggerated. A prisoner did not build a house to live here, and it was spread out that he would make him pell down faceless. It's getting more and more outrageous. Jinbei's mouth twitched, and he said this again. Jinbei, this is the second time you have said it. Ace next to him slanted his eyes and looked over. Yes, but it's really outrageous. Even though Jinbei is usually calmer, he still couldn't hold back his stunned look. At this time, even Letterfeld in the depths opened his eyes and looked at the house that suddenly grew out of the prison, and his eyelids jumped slightly as he couldn't control it. Seeing this, the scene can't be calm anymore. Luo Wen didn't care what the prisoners outside were thinking. He is manipulating express cabin to change the interior room decoration. He didn't make it big, he just made a cozy 1-bedroom, 1 living room and 1 bathroom. Luo Wen doesn't like a room that is too big, but such a small place makes him feel at home. It is worth mentioning that Luo Wen did not waste the furniture in the previous cell, and packed them all into his new home. Somehow he continued to exchange some small things he used. The cost of this set is a bit high, almost reaching 400 to 500 scare points, but Luo Wen doesn't feel bad. As a person, he has to be nice to himself, be a good boy, and enjoy life. After finishing the daily life, Luo Wen glanced at the cozy cabin, lit the soft light beside the bed, and lay on the bed comfortably with a quilt. He didn't sleep, but chose to draw 3 in a row. Ding. Consume 300 fright points, draw ghosts and ding. Consume 300 fright points, draw ghosts, ding. Consume 300 fright points, draw ghosts. The prompt sounded 3 times in a row. Ding. Succeeded in extracting the ghost, Jaw Coconut. The first prompt sounded. Gaia Coconut. Luo Wen is definitely not unfamiliar with this name. It can be said that it is one of the most classic ghosts of Neon, and it is no less famous than Genzi. From the well-known movie, The Grudge, Gaia Coconut is an unfortunate housewife who has no personal hobbies and no friends. After marriage, she gave birth to a son for her husband. Life is not a happy life, it can only be passed by. Later, her husband suspected that Kayako had derailed. He lost his mind and brutally broke Kayako's neck and killed it on the stairway, and put it in the attic with plastic wrap. After that, Kayako became a ghost and began to curse every visitor who came into this house. Her residence accumulates her resentment towards the world, and anyone who enters it will be cursed to die bizarrely or disappear. Luo Wen knows that Gaia Coconut's abilities are terrifying. The main methods are transformation, mental attack, space distortion, hair control, and curse. This is definitely a big evil spirit. Ding. Successfully extracted the ghost, Water Ghost. The second tone sounded again. Water Ghost. Walking on the ice in winter, there are no water ghosts who have fallen into the ice river. They have a strong resentment for water, and they can wait to drag everyone into the water and die with him. Water Ghost. Luo Wen squinted. There are many rumors about water ghosts. Some people say that they are resentful ghosts that people turn into after death. Some people think that water monkeys are water ghosts, and water monkeys have a lot of sensationalism. Rumored. However, the second ghost that I have drawn now is obviously the former, a ghost of resentment after death. Ding. Successfully drawn ghost, Rox D. Zebek. The third prompt sounded. Luo Wen was stunned. Rox? Rox? Now Luo Wen is really a little surprised. Is it the cross in his memory? He followed the introduction of the system. Rox D. Zebek. The overlord of the Grand Line more than 40 years ago, the big pirate who has great ambitions to become the king of the world. After his death he resents into a ghost, and he wants to become the king of the world, fierce and weird. Really rocks? Unexpectedly, the lucky draw was returned to the indigenous of pirate world. Luo Wen grinned. The birthday star is lucky, and he can still draw this kind of Easter egg. The next thing to think about is how to arrange these three upstarts. Where is the location of the Revolutionary Army? Luo Wen thought a little, and then had the answer in his mind. He first called out Kayako, and the pale and terrifying female ghost appeared. Standing in front of him quietly brought a lot of fear to people, which made people horrible, and couldn't help feeling palpitations. If Jia Yu, please help me cook first. Luo Wen looked at Jia Yu and smiled. She was a housewife when she was alive, and she would definitely be able to cook some good dishes. At the same time, Luo Wen also told Jia Coconut that in addition to cooking, there will be other arrangements for later, and we will talk about it when the time comes. As for the other two ghosts, Luo Wen also has an arrangement. Go to New World. Feel free to make trouble. Luo Wen raised his hand and said to the depths of the darkness. At this moment, in the pitch black that ordinary people can't see, two ghost flashes disappeared and no traces were seen. At the same time, Naval Headquarters Marineford. Da Zhenzi wandered around the office building quietly. She was looking for gifts that could be given to Luo Wen as a birthday. But these days, she didn't know what to give. She also chose some things, but she didn't think it was good. White ghosts quietly shuttled and wandered into the residential area. Marine officers lived here. As for the lower ranks, they were in another dormitory, not the single house in front of them. Sadako stopped at the door of a Maynard house. She raised her head stiffly, her eyes with black hair falling down cold and dead. He glanced briefly. She floated in and out spookily, without making a sound. At this time, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Maynard is eating dinner on the table. This is his last dinner in the department. After eating, he will leave for Dressrosa as an undercover agent tomorrow. One is to collect some information in Dressrosa, and the other is that he has seen the female ghost in this part, and he has left ghost handprints on her body. If you leave the headquarters, the ghost mudra will disappear, and the danger will be greatly reduced. Thinking of this in his heart, Maynard feasted even more, completely ignoring that a palaperson had quietly appeared behind him. Sadako looked at Maynard and walked behind Maynard step by step. The dead man's hand lifted up like a manuscript and patted Maynard lightly on the shoulder. Maynard felt it and looked back. But I saw that a pale and lonely female ghost stood behind him, her long black hair like a waterfall hanging down, and it seemed to be suffocating. In an instant, Maynard felt a chill from the back of his neck, and hairs stood upside down. He wanted to subconsciously yell and leave tomorrow, but the ghost came on this last night. Is this staring at the time to kill him? Suddenly, the ethereal and silent ghost sound swayed faintly. What do you think is the best gift for birthday? The female ghost in front of her obviously didn't open her mouth, but there was a voice coming out, making her scalp numb. Here again, here again. Maynard was stunned for 2 seconds when he heard these words, and then he came back to his senses and burst out with a panic in his mouth. Da Sadako silently looked at Maynard, who was running away, turned around silently, and disappeared into the darkness again. She plans to ask others again. She wants to give Luo Wen a birthday gift, but she can't think of a good idea. After all, she is a ghost, and her time before her death is different from here, so she is afraid that the gift she prepared does not suit the owner's preference. Da Sadako intends to ask more people to see what kind of birthday gifts these people like, and then take their opinions. After all, these are real people, and they must know what people like better than her ghost. Well, first ask someone who is about the same age as the owner. People of the same age should like to be similar. Thinking like this, Da Sadako quietly floated towards the recruit dormitory without touching her feet. 2 days later. As night fell, it enveloped the naval headquarters, and the illuminated street lights in the fortress would make it too dark. Many people have gone home from work, but Sengoku hasn't yet. He is still sitting in his office, dealing with documents physically and mentally, and rubbing his temples from time to time. The naval headquarters are busy with a big move recently, and there are many things to deal with. There is also a headache for Sengoku. I don't know why in the past 2 days. The haunting has become more serious. In naval headquarters, some people have seen a female ghost in white many times, and this time the haunting is strange. The female ghost pops out a birthday gift when she sees someone. Although it is not as scary or murderous as usual, it is even more letting horrified. No one knows what the female ghost is doing when asking such words. It's hard not to let people go to scary places, such as on birthdays, quietly come over and take off their heads, or give away some terrible and bloody things on birthdays. And Sengoku also discovered that most of the Hell are young Marines. These are newcomers who have just graduated from the training camp. No matter how they can stand this kind of scene, many people are scared. This Sengoku is preparing to evacuate all the young Marines first, and if the trouble goes on like this, the Marines will be left unattended and their foundation will be cut off. At the same time, Sengoku is also thinking about the root of this matter. Is it a new method of female ghosts? A precursor to some kind of horror? Or maybe it has something to do with the man in prison. In the past 2 days, Magellan told him one thing. When Magellan was talking to Luo Wen admitted that he asked Bullet to go out and buy him a birthday gift, and his birthday was coming. The front foot said that the birthday was coming, and a female ghost appeared in the back and asked for birthday gifts. This is hard to not think of. In Sengoku's mind, he is more inclined to be the latter, because when the female ghost appeared for questioning, there was no sign of hurting or killing people for the time being. Thinking of this, Sengoku sighed. After all, it was just a guess, and it was not completely certain based on the current information. He sighed, lifted his neck to stretch, and made a crackling sound. Suddenly, this action stopped. At this moment, there were goosebumps on the back of his hand. He obviously felt that the surrounding temperature was dropping rapidly. The goat tethered to the desk bleated and curled up anxiously. In an instant, a golden light in Sengoku's eyes lit up, and he was about to explode the fruit power. All this happened too fast, and the body's instinctive reaction was moving. Call the cloudy wind hung, the curtains trembled, and the pale ghost appeared under the cold moonlight. Sadako was different from the past, and he appeared straight tonight, standing next to Sengoku. What do you think is the best gift for someone on birthday? At the same time, the ghost sound echoed in Sengoku's ears. At this moment, Sengoku thought of the rumors of the female ghost asking people, and now the female ghost has come to him and asked himself. The instinctive Sengoku wanted to make a move, but he suddenly discovered that after the white ghost appeared, she just stood in the distance and did not act, just watching him silently. This is different from the situation when ghosts appeared in the past. There is no such horrible feeling of oppression that is suffocating. Is it really related to Luo Wen's birthday? In just a moment, countless information flashed through Sengoku's mind. At the same time, Sengoku thought of the recent theft. Take a deep breath. Sengoku's eyes flickered. Let me think about it. Sengoku looked at Sadako calmly, and said this seriously. At this moment, he was thinking about it, and he didn't want to give up this opportunity to communicate with the female ghost. Originally, Sengoku was thinking that the female ghost in white asking about birthday presents was a way of harming or intimidating people. But now he is mostly certain that this is not a terrorist incident, but is indeed related to Luo Wen. Otherwise, if it is really a terrorist incident, something should happen after the answer is completed, just like the recent Rift Girl incident, instead of asking now. Thinking of this, he had an idea to talk to the female ghost. If possible, maybe he can be treated in another way, peacefully resolved, communicate with the female ghost, and ask the female ghost to leave. The person you want to give the gift should be a very good person. Does he live alone? I think you can prepare some small animals for him. Sengoku said in a low voice, and at the same time he looked at the scared goat curled up next to him. If you raise small animals, cats, dogs, etc., you will not feel lonely, and you can make some food for him. I believe men. Danti hated, the girl cooked for him. Sengoku has bright eyes, always staring at the female ghost in front of him, waiting for the other's response. After a short silence, Dagenzi raised her head, and leisurely, any other suggestions? The ghostly voice swayed in the room. Sengoku's eyes flickered, and after a moment of silence, he said, there are only these for the time being. If you are willing to wait, I can ask other people and give you advice at that time. After speaking, Sengoku took a deep breath. I think we can live in peace. You scare and discipline people, are you selective? The voice stopped abruptly. Before Sengoku could finish speaking, the female ghost in white suddenly disappeared, and when she reappeared, she was already standing next to the goat, so she hugged the goat in front of Sengoku, and then disappeared. Sengoku. What's the situation? Sengoku was stunned. This female ghost gave her goat along. It's not just Da Zhenzi who is busy looking for a suitable birthday gift for Luo Wen. Xiao Zhenzi, who travels everywhere to see the world, is also troubled by this. She turned the 9 snakes upside down and found many treasures, including some precious treasures snatched from various places, and even found a peculiar fruit that can make a woman pregnant after eating, but these things failed. Let Xiao Zhenko make up his mind to choose her birthday present. In Xiao Zhenzi's view, Luo Wen's birthday is the most important thing, and she must give the best and most suitable gift, so Xiao Zhenzi has traveled many places and even appeared on the side of Lord Bachi. Hanako in Impel Down is also preparing. Recently, many jailers have shouted that they have been robbed. Many objects have disappeared out of thin air, as if they were taken by ghosts. No thieves can be found, and the few are all related to men. Things, such as men's underwear or something. It is said that Magellan's collection of toilet reading materials were all stolen. The shemales hiding on the 5.5th floor were dumbfounded. Several times they planned to come out to steal things, but they didn't have any hair. They had already been swiftly ascended and stolen everything. New World. In the sea area near the shore of a large island, a dark shadow is swimming flexibly, and the fishes are retreating wherever it passes, exuding a smell of decay. Sudden. When the sun shines, the sparkling sea is surging, and the black hair is floating, and it quietly emerges from the water, which is actually a wet head. This head looks like a dead person soaked in water for a long time. It has rotted and has a smell, but it can move. It is weird and terrible. Hululu, at this time, his head was halfway out of the sea, and his black hair spread out on the water. A pair of swollen and rotted pus eyes came out of the water, silently staring in one direction, horrifying and frightening. The wandering water ghosts of New World found his target, quietly staring at the two middle-aged people on the beach shore who were chasing the sea. Fish and shells washed up. The water ghost swam towards their location. Suddenly, he paused. The wet head floating on the sea turned his head, and the swollen eyes under the hair looked in the other direction. It was in the middle of the sea, and an icy passage stood horizontally on it, still emitting an icy chill, as if even the air was freezing. Looking far away, you will find a wonder. At the end of the icy road is a bicycle. A man with short hair in a vest and suit with curly loops is sitting on it, and he is leisurely stepping on the pedals, as the tires roll. The surface of the sea forms an icy road, extending to the distant sea. At this moment, there was a whisper in the ear of the water ghost. Go there. The whisper is faint, magnetic and deep, Luo Wen's voice. There was a paragraph in his ear. The water ghost nodded slightly, and the sea surface rippled. He knew that this was his master's order, and he immediately changed the direction of swimming without hesitation, and swam towards the bicycle Uyii. Far away. Kuzan was riding his beloved bicycle leisurely, humming a slow tone in his mouth. He was in a good mood today, because there is no task in the afternoon and he can enjoy free time. After riding out for a while, Kuzan stopped and looked behind him. Are they not here yet? I'm riding too fast? There was his warship behind, and all his subordinates were on it, but he did not choose to take a warship, but instead rode his beloved bicycle. This is his hobby. Every time he doesn't ride it, he feels that life is not happy. After waiting for a while, there were no warships on the sea level. Kuzan shook his head and looked at the island not far away. The turbulent waves were beating against the rocks. Go over there and wait for them, and take a nap by the way. Kuzan yawned. He felt that he was going to fall asleep, and his sleepiness rushed to his heart. At this time, it is best to find a cool place and pull down the blindfold and lie down. Sleep well for an hour. With that said, Kuzan stepped on a bicycle to head towards the island. But this is the time. Kuzan felt that his leg was welded to death by iron tongs. It was a palm like a dead person who had been soaked in water for a long time, and his skin was white and swollen. A pale ghost hand broke through the water and stretched out, grabbing Kuzan's pedaling foot. Boom! In an instant, the force of the tilt of a warship that was enough to pull erupted, and Kuzan was dragged by this hand and fell off the bicycle. At the moment when he was about to fall into the blue sea, he exhaled cold breath from his mouth, and the power of the fruit broke out. A large amount of ice covered the sea, the entire surface was frozen, and a terrible cold air filled it, even the pale and swollen hand was frozen. Kuzan lowered his head and looked down the surface of the sea. This look made his eyes shrink. The thing holding oneself on the bottom of the sea turned out to be a person. He was full of black hair floating in the water, wearing a rotting suit that had been soaked for a long time, and his skin was pale and bloodless. It is not so much a person as it is the corpse of a victim who died in the water, but this corpse has a pair of eyes staring at him. What? Kuzan looked at this corpse, and his complexion changed slightly. He didn't recognize this kind of thing. He was not a fruit power, because in the sea, any demon fruit power would be weak, but the strength of the corpse, it's scary. Kuzan didn't think too much about it. This dead was obviously wrong, and immediately burst out of power, crushed this thing with cold ice, and suddenly the dead, which was temporarily frozen in ice, took action and smashed the ice. Boom! The ice surface under Kuzan's feet cracked, and cracks appeared one after another, and spread rapidly, like a spider web, which broke in an instant, and a large amount of seawater poured out, which was about to infect his body. This was too fast, but it happened within a second. The ice surface was broken, and the pale hand came out, and attacked Kuzan along with the sky full of water. In an instant, Kuzan met the swollen and disgusting eyes of the dead, from which he saw a feeling of resentment, and silently said that he would pull himself into the sea, and sleep with the dead, forever. Kuzan snorted coldly, not afraid of all these changes. There was hoarfrost climbing on his body, half of his cheeks had become ice, and the endless air conditioning spread instantly. The seawater in the sky was stagnant, and it was frozen in an instant, turning into exquisite and splendid ice sculptures, shining brightly under the sunlight, lean and clear. At the same time, Kuzan erupted, the seawater under his feet burst, and the splashes of water had become spikes of ice before it could fall, exuding a cold and bone-chilling chill, and poured towards the dead without reservation. Boom! There was a big explosion in Kuzan's foothold, and all the ice cubes broke in the collision, turning into sparkling debris flying in the sky, dreamy and hazy, but containing murderous intent. A figure flew out from it, slender and tall, wrapped in boundless cold. It was Kuzan. He flew in the air, and the moisture in the air where he passed condensed and turned into small and transparent ice beads, and finally fell into a blue sea. Before landing, the seawater was frozen and became an ice surface, which was stepped on by Kuzan. At that moment, the chill that broke out can make all the creatures of an island die, and become a veritable ice age. This method is terrible, and Kuzan is no small dead, because from those resentful eyes, he thought of the female ghost in white who had to move naval headquarters away. Once Kuzan had a glimpse, saw a female ghost in white clothes far away, and saw a pair of dead eyes among the black hair like a waterfall, the same horrible, the same resentment. Is this also a ghost? Are there ghosts in the sea? Kuzan stood on the ice, with cold air pouring in his mouth, and his body was between elementalization and entity. At this time, he was thinking, is the dead just now a ghost? At the same time, he was also wondering whether that blow has been resolved. Ends? He got rid of the hand of the dead corpse, no longer entangled in dragging it into the sea, accompanied by the mud and rocks, and fell asleep with the wronged soul. Suddenly, the white breath pouring out of Kuzan's mouth suddenly exhaled a sharp black breath. He was stunned, surprised at the sudden change in his body, and then his heart sank. This was the black air entwining around the dead corpse. Even though he looked at each other from the ice layer, he would not remember it. Mistaken. The dead body is not dead. He hasn't got rid of the him yet? At that moment, Kuzan felt his heart and turned his head abruptly. In his elementalized half of his frozen body, he saw wisps of black air overflowing, and a wet head was grown over him. On Bing's shoulders, a pair of swollen and malicious eyes stared at him. This scene is terrifying. The ghost has not got rid of, it is still sticking up like a tarsal maggot. Kuzan was about to explode. The ice in the air condensed and pierced the ghost's head that was exposed, but there was no hit, and the ice cone wiped the wet black hair over. The ghost's head was gone, and in the moment just now, drilled into Kuzan's body. Possessed. Kuzan frowned. Facing all this, he didn't panic, and carefully checked his body. Raise your hand. White air was released from the palm of the hand. Nothing unusual appeared, as usual. He moved again. His body was completely elementalized, and even his internal organs became ice, but it was still useless, and the dead was not forced out. Sir Kuzan. There was a shout in the distance, and several broken airs roared out. Several middle-aged Marines stepped on the moonwalk and landed firmly beside Kuzan. This is the Marine powerhouse in the Kuzan team, including Kuzan's adjutant. Farther away, you can see the outlines of several warships, which are coming quickly. Sir Kuzan. What's wrong with you? The adjutant's eyelids were jumping. He saw something wrong in the distance. The ice water was rising and the sea was bursting. There was no doubt that Kuzan shot and used his abilities, so the adjutant immediately led the strong in the team to catch up. Come here, support the self-employed official as soon as possible. But after he came over, he saw a more terrifying scene. Half of Kuzan's body was filled with strands of black aura. Although it disappeared for a short time, all the people present saw it. This change worries them, and everyone looks at Kuzan with concern. I may have seen a ghost, that's not the means of demon fruit power. Kuzan put away the cold palms, and at the same time lifted the elementalization. He knew that all of this was useless, and other means might be needed to deal with dead corpses. What? The adjutant widened his eyes when he heard this, and glanced around in amazement. Could it be that the female ghost of the headquarters came out? Didn't it mean that you will not be harmed by the female ghost if you leave the headquarters? His eyes widened, trying to find the ghost, but then Kuzan's voice came in his ear again. It's not that female ghost, another ghost. He should be in my body. The ghost hides in my body. The adjutant turned his head and stared at it. Naval headquarters. Crane pushed open the door of Sengoku's office and walked straight in. She has already planned to leave her current headquarters and go to the new G1 branch. Before long, the G1 branch will become the new headquarters. Although Sengoku told her about the female ghost asking for birthday gifts yesterday, he also talked about negotiating with the female ghost in exchange for a peaceful solution. But this is still uncertain and full of variables. Crane feels that he can't bet on this. Marineford is going to give up no matter what. She has to go to the G1 branch first to deal with the affairs and hand over work over there. Now I come to Sengoku here, just to say hello to Sengoku. What? However, as soon as Suru walked in, he heard Sengoku's exclamation. What's the matter? Crane frowned and walked to Sengoku's side and asked. Sengoku hung up the phone. He looked at Suru and said the news he had just received. Kuzan had an accident and met a corpse that might be a ghost and entered his body. The dead body falling into the water. In Kuzan's body. Crane's pupils suddenly shrank, and things like ghost possession have happened. The ghost nuns in the monastery of the Holy Land killed people by similar methods of possession. This is the Holy Land. There was news that she and Sengoku knew about it. Now Kuzan has encountered such a situation. Let Kuzan come back. Garp's voice sounded and he walked in from the door. This time he was going to the G1 branch with Crane, but he didn't expect to hear such terrible news. It really made people tremble. I am very upset. I mentioned that Kuzan doesn't plan to come back, he wants to continue to investigate. Sengoku shook his head, his face was gloomy, and his initial idea was to let Kuzan come back and go to the holy place. The holy place has experience of ghost possession and wants to see if there is a solution. However, Kuzan refused, firmly refused, unable to be persuaded, impossible to return. No, I don't agree with him to solve it himself. Garp straightened his eyebrows immediately. Do not. Crane shook his head. Kuzan's approach is right. If he comes back, it means that Marineford will have an extra ghost. Kuzan doesn't want such a situation to happen. A female ghost in white has not been resolved until now. One more ghost will only it's even more troublesome. It's the best choice for him to stay outside. Now the ghost is gone and disappeared in Kuzan's body. At the moment, he said he didn't feel anything. He didn't notice any abnormalities. Various abilities can still be used normally. Sengoku sighed and rubbed his temples. He thought to persuade Kuzan to come back, because he is very optimistic that Kuzan will sit in the position of marshal in the future and take his own shift. But now the safety of the entire headquarters is on one side, and Kuzan himself is comforted on the other. He can't make a choice, and he can't make a choice as a marshal. He can only take one step at a time. This feeling is very uncomfortable, as if being manipulated behind the back, like a puppet. Garp curled his mouth. If this spreads out, I am afraid that people will laugh out loud. Marine Admiral has a ghost in his body. Is there a ghost in Admiral? He couldn't help but scolded. 2 days later. New World. A big ship made of gold is galloping on the sea, with layers of waves breaking through on both sides, and the brilliance of gold renders the waves into gold. If you look closely, you can find that there is a huge shadow hidden under the water in front of the big ship, and it is actually a huge tortoise dragging the big golden ship. Here. It is exactly the best holiday destination that celestial dragons think of when they want to leave the headquarters, the Golden City, Garantazolo. At this moment, in the middle area of the Golden City, at the top of a golden tower, Tezzolo is standing here, overlooking this golden city that belongs to him. He is the supreme King Kun in the Golden City, and everything here is under his control. He is a veritable golden emperor. At this time, Tezzolo listened to the report at hand, and just now celestial dragons came again, planning to live in his golden city for a short period of time. Here again, the haunting of the Holy Land is worse than I believe. Tezzolo faced the night, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Celestial dragons is a good thing for him. It means that you can get in touch with celestial dragons more and get more power and power. People, the coming of celestial dragons will do us more good than bad, but we must protect them, otherwise things will be difficult to handle. His subordinates nodded and retired. Celestial dragons were not sloppy. They patted their chests and said that these things must be done well. Boom. Tezzolo said, yeah. At this moment, the golden city under his feet trembled suddenly. This tremor appeared very briefly, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye and returned to calm again, but it was still keenly captured by Tezzolo. Arrive. Tezzolo frowned and looked in front of the Golden City. The giant tortoise pulling the big ship in the deep sea at night. Go and see what happened to the giant tortoise. Have you encountered special sea kings? In addition to its own engine, the power of the Golden City is more from the giant tortoises in the deep sea. If this kind of tremor occurs, it is mostly caused by the giant tortoise. After Tezzolo finished his order, he did not pay too much attention to it. The Golden City has sailed in the sea for so many years. This situation occasionally occurs. There is nothing to fuss about, and he has more important things to do now. See the celestial dragons just here. When Tezzolo was talking, it was 3 minutes ago now. The Golden City was driving slowly, and the golden brilliance shone out, dyeing the adjacent sea surface golden. And just in the darkness where no one noticed, a vague and unclear ghost image floats in the sea, and the whole body is full of black ghosts. Even the glow of the Golden City can't illuminate him, and the bright moonlight can't make him contaminate. It is like a black mist, full of terror, which makes people feel terrified. If someone is here and can see through the darkness with the color of seeing and hearing, they will definitely be shocked, and even numb their scalp. The once overlord of the sea, Rocks, has come alive, but now he has become a ghost, floating on the surface of the sea, and has come here. Suddenly, the Rocks ghost twisted his head and looked at the Golden City that was slowly approaching not far away. After staring for a short time, it seemed to confirm the goal, and quietly floated towards the Golden City. The moment he set foot on the edge of the Golden City, Ming, the giant tortoise in the deep sea, trembled, so much so that the entire Golden City trembled slightly. The ghost of Rocks swept, and the big thorns entered the Golden City, walking on the golden streets extremely dazzling, without any cover. Anyone could see clearly. Just coming out of the tavern, the drunk pirate caught a glimpse of a vague dark figure floating on the street. At this moment, he was stunned. Most of the time he woke up from the wine, his eyes widened, and he rubbed and rubbed vigorously. However, this is not an illusion. The vague and dark shadows are real, and the street lights where he walks are blaring, and the light bulb is flickering. What is it? Isn't it not allowed to fight in the Golden City? What is the use of fruit power for some reason? The drunk pirate was horrified, and his eyes widened again, wanting to look more carefully. But in the next second, his eyes flickered, and a fuzzy figure suddenly came to him, and a ghostly hand came over. The drunk pirate wanted to yell, but his eyes turned around and he couldn't speak anymore, and his neck was broken. His eyes were round, bloodshot over his eyeballs, red, and then there was nothing, and it went dim, and his body fell weakly to the ground. Someone killed someone in the Golden City. Someone was screaming in the distance, seeing this scene, was frightened and turned around and ran away. The Rocks ghost looked up. Fierce and cold eyes fixed on the escaped man. Taste. In the next second, the man stopped his movements, his neck showed a weird 90-degree bend, and he was chased by the Rocks ghost and killed mercilessly. Another corpse fell down, and this Golden Street was completely fried. Many people saw the Rocks ghosts killing with cruel and harsh methods. No one wanted to be targeted and fled. If you break the rules here, you will be killed. Someone yells, but soon you can't speak, because you have been killed and your chest is pierced. This scene is very bloody. The Rocks ghost is too ferocious. As long as someone is in sight, it will take action. It will not leave any living mouth, and all will be killed. The former overlord was buried by the sea, but now he has come back to life. His grievances are about to vent, and he can't wait to overthrow the whole world. Run away. This man is a lunatic at all. He doesn't care about the rules of the Golden City. Some gamblers in the distance panicked, wishing to grow 4 legs to escape. The fuzzy figure behind was too scary. He didn't care about anything. He killed people when he saw them. More than a dozen people had already died in a short time. And each of them died miserably. Either their necks were twisted, or they were pierced through their chests, or even torn in half. The dark red blood stained the golden streets, looking very scary and infiltrating. Boom. The Rocks ghost rioted and rushed into the crowd. 2 ghostly hands stuck out, grabbed the 2 running drunks, and gently picked them off. The 2 heads flew up, blood gushing like a column of water, and the headless corpse fell. Hurry up and call for someone. What are the people of the Golden Emperor doing? Can someone try to stop here? Someone was frightened and fell. On the ground, he scrambled to get up. His mouth couldn't stop cursing. It is the rule that the Golden City is not allowed to fight, and it is true for everyone. Even the world politics is sheltering here, admitting that the Golden City is a legal unarmed zone. But now this rule is ruthlessly torn apart by the Rocks ghost. Puff, another person died. His legs were torn off, and blood splashed several meters away. Is this demon fruit power? Someone in the distance turned his head and saw the blurry ghost tearing the human body. His heart was horrified, and his breath was cold. Just now the hull was turbulent, and seawater splashed out and fell on the fuzzy ghost, but it did not lose its strength. It will not lose power because of the seawater, which is destined to be demon fruit power. In an instant, he saw the ghostly appearance of the other party, and subconsciously thought of the ghost who was rumored to have overwhelmed the sea recently. This figure is equally weird and fierce, isn't it a ghost? The Golden City was completely chaotic, and the movement here spread out, and too many people were fleeing. The golden streets were stomped and rumbling. Many of the people who came here were gamblers and some social celebrities. They themselves had no fighting power. They were bleeding to death by Rock's ghost town. Even if the powerful pirates are killed instantly, no one can get past the Rock's ghost. Such a fierce ghost who specializes in killing people is really frightening. Asshole thing. Dare to do it in the Golden City. In a place in the distance, Mr. Tanaka, whose head was so big, as a cadre of Golden City, rushed as soon as he noticed the riot. A vague shadow was killing people, blood flowed into rivers wherever it passed, and videophone worms placed on both sides of the street were disturbed and lost their monitoring function. I want to see who has such courage. Mr. Tanaka snorted coldly, there were red lights in his eyes, he wanted to see the appearance of the fuzzy shadow, but this look made his hair creepy. Luo rocks? Are you kidding? Mr. Tanaka's eyes widened, and he couldn't help calling out. He recognized the ghost at a glance. He once saw a picture of this man. It is impossible to forget the appearance. Many years ago, the whole sea was the rumor of this man, so that it is remembered today. Once the overlord of the sea rocks D. Zebek. How can a dead person reappear now? Someone used Devil Fruit's ability to imitate him. Or is it a ghost? Mr. Tanaka has seen too many reports about ghosts recently, and he can't help but think about it. But no matter what it is, for the sake of safety, you have to let the boss of Tezzolo be around to have the confidence. The next moment, Mr. Tanaka activated the fruit ability, disappeared through the wall while running, and ran straight to the gold tower in the center of the Golden City. At the same time, the Rock's ghost who was slaughtered bloodily on the street noticed something, and his cold and fierce eyes turned towards the high platform where Mr. Tanaka had stayed. The Rock's ghost stepped forward and walked in that direction unhurriedly, killing people as soon as they walked along. This ghost returning from hell is destined to let blood flow tonight. The other side of the Golden City, the 99th floor of the central tower. Tezzolo is receiving the celestial dragons who came tonight. He wants to get a relationship with these celestial dragons, and he puts his heart into entertaining. However, at this moment, celestial dragons frowned, because he heard the noise outside, which disturbed his yaxing. What's the matter? Tezzolo frowned, looked at his subordinates sternly, and motioned for them to deal with it quickly. It's not good, something happened. Suddenly, the door at the entrance was penetrated, and Mr. Tanaka directly activated the fruit ability and jumped in. He was too anxious and didn't even push the door. When I saw Tezzolo, he immediately shouted, "Boss Tezzolo, ghost, maybe a ghost is on the boat." His face was very frightened. When he came over just now, he noticed the movement of the vague ghost, and actually followed him, which made him scared to death. Ghost. In an instant, the CP staff who followed celestial dragons all changed color. They came from the Holy Land. They knew how terrifying the word was. Now I heard it again, subconsciously tightening. Boom. There was another big movement outside. A neighboring building collapsed. The whole building collapsed. Many people died. The floor was covered with blood and bones. Tezzolo looked sideways suddenly. At this moment, his heart was sinking, his whole body was tight, and there was a fine electric arc flowing between his fingers. This was a precursor to the start of the golden fruit. I saw that at the top of the ruins of the collapsed building, a transparent and fuzzy figure stood standing, full of hairs flying, and there was an incomparable ferociousness. Just like this, with the body of the soul, the big thorns appeared before everyone's eyes. Rocks. Tezzolo recognized this former overlord at a glance. At this moment, he finally understood why Mr. Tanaka would say that it might be a ghost. A dead person came alive. Coupled with the recent haunted news from the world news, and the terrible and weird appearance of the other party, it is easy to think of it. Ghost. Boom. The ghost of Tezzolo was fierce, and once again he made a bombardment on the golden tower, causing the entire tower to shake. Shooting to the surroundings, there is not a living mouth. This is a completely different ghost. Other ghosts are weird and terrifying. They kill people with unreasonable means, But this ghost is domineering and cruel. It kills people and directly blows up life. A different ghost. But it is the same horror, no one wants to match. Celestial Dragons was disturbed, and the swaying tower made him fall to the ground and fell into a shit. Asterisk. What are you gangsters doing? Celestial Dragons yelled, slapped the face of the CP staff who came to help him. In an instant, all the CP personnel moved, rushing out to block the Rock's ghost, but the Overlord was full of resentment, and his strength was terrifying. With 2 punches, the rushing CP personnel were beaten to death, splashing blood and bones. Shot on the ground, sticky and smelly. Celestial Dragons was frightened. He was going to run away, or he was planning to run away. Let these CPS go up and die to support him. The Celestial Dragons who escaped from the Holy Land each have a heartfelt fear of ghosts, and they are extremely scared. The entire Golden City is completely cholera, and there are earth-shaking noises that explode from time to time. Whether it was a drunkard who was addicted to drinking or a gambler who was in a casino, they were all startled and didn't know what was going on. They ran out to see the situation. Tezzolo roared and shot. He does not allow such things to exist. No matter whether it is a person or a ghost, he can't take action on the Golden City, let alone such a slaughter, which is shaking the foundation of the Golden City. Boom. He rushed out, engulfing the sky full of gold, and the entire night sky was illuminated in an instant. The gold condensed into a dazzling spear, trying to penetrate the ghost of Rox. The Rox ghost stood still, and shook off the corpse strung on his arm, clenched his fist and smashed it towards the golden spear. Boom. There was a loud noise, the golden spear broke, and Rock's fist slammed up, piercing everything. The next moment, Tezzolo screamed. The Golden Emperor was splashed with blood in the night sky, and his chest was burst on the spot. The wave of gold rising to the sky subsided, and everything came to an end. The Emperor who ruled the Golden City could not reach the Overlord of the Sea who returned from Hell. He was defeated in a flash and died here. The tower was completely blown up, tilted and pressed down. I don't know how many people died, and thick blood flowed out of the cracks in the golden ruins. Flames ignited from the ruins, and the Golden City burst for most of the time. This black industry permitted by world politics, a legal unarmed zone, is destined to become history after tonight, and the whole will sink into the sea. In a panic, Celestial Dragons wanted to escape under the cover of CP0, but the Ghost of Rox seemed to have a certain obsession with Celestial Dragons, and found Celestial Dragons among the crowd, and chased them up to kill Celestial Dragons on the spot. The flame could not be stopped. All the people in charge of the ship were killed, and the entire golden ship was burning in the dark night, like a torch in the dark, extremely eye-catching and dazzling. The flames blazed into the sky under the night, and the dark night sky was dyed bright orange. The Golden City is finally over. This big golden ship that was once regarded as a holy place for entertainment by many people collapsed in the fire. After sailing for a certain distance, it sank into the sea and slept with the ship full of gold. Many people ran out. They jumped into the sea and scattered around in horror, trying to find the nearby island and escape this terrible disaster. With the escape of these few people, the story of Rox resurrecting as a ghost circulated on the sea. Too many people were shocked by this, and heard everything that did not change. The once dead king returned, crawled out of hell and became a fierce ghost, stirring the waves on the sea again, setting off a terrifying bloody wind. This is the first time that a well-known and dead character in the world has returned as a ghost. Many people are therefore wondering whether the heroes who were buried in the sea will come back someday, and death is no longer the end. But it doesn't matter, the slaughter of Rox ghosts is still going on, and the post-death Overlord got the order from the Master to turn New World upside down. Newspapers about the rumors of the ghost of Rox, flying in every corner of New World. Eternal Hell. Ding. Admiral Aokiji Kuzan is scared, scared point +10. Ding. Golden Emperor Tezzolo is frightened, startle point +5. Ding. Mr. Tanaka is scared, scared point +3. Ding. Celestial Dragons, a series of tones are refreshing the screen. It's all due to the actions of the water ghosts and the Rox ghosts. It's not even just the people who these two ghosts face directly. The news spread explosively and spread to every corner of the New World. The scared points came out one by one, as if they were cutting leaks crazy. The harvest is full. Luo Wen's eyes are very bright, and he has made a new discovery with the help of this. That is, the scare point is actually different. The two emotions of scare and scare can cause shock to people, and they can also be shocked. They don't have to make people feel scared. This is a special point he discovered. Because of the Rox ghost incident, many people were really shocked. The dead were resurrected, which broke the laws of the world. It was too shocking. This directly caused the points to be swiped and exploded. In a short time, Luo Wen's shock point has exceeded 10,000. Moreover, this number is still rising continuously, which makes Luo Wen unexpected and pleasantly surprised. At this moment, the pale Kana came up with a rich breakfast. This scene made people panic, and a ghost was delivering breakfast. But Luo Wen didn't feel it. Instead, she looked forward to the tray with breakfast in her hand. Today is tonkatsu ramen. Luo Wen admired, took a sip. The aroma was tangy. Jaw coconut, don't go out for the time being. Let's continue cooking for me first. Jia Yuchang's cooking skills are really good, and he is better than himself. The quality of his life has been greatly improved in the past few days. Follow the master's arrangement. Jia Yuji placed the ramen in front of Luo Wen, folded his hands in front of him, and was very respectful to Luo Wen. Then it's decided. Luo Wen smiled, picked up the chopsticks and the noodles. The taste was really good. Now the whole world has been overturned, and the scary point is endless, and ghosts are not enough. And you can also smoke some ghosts to fill up the vacancy of Jaw Coconut. Luo Wen is now scared a little bit more than 10,000, it is incredibly wealthy. Let's take a shot first. Luo Wen put down his chopsticks and made a decision in his heart. Look at what kind of ghost you can get this time. He was full of expectations. He was very satisfied with the effect of the last 3 consecutive draws, but he didn't know if he could continue his luck this time. Ding. Consume 300 scare points. Draw. Ding. Successfully drawn. Get the ghost. Napoleon. Luo Wen was shocked. Can you still get this? Napoleon's ghost. Once an outstanding military strategist, he turned into a ghost after his death and was re-summoned into this world. Ghost. Luo Wen smiled, and the system's description of Napoleon's ghost is very simple. It is a ghost rather than a ghost. In other words, this is a ghost of an ordinary person, at most because it is a ghost extracted by the system, which has the characteristics of being difficult to kill, but I am afraid that there is nothing to fight against, at least in the pirate world. Luo Wen feels that the ghost himself is in a runaway? It doesn't feel very. Suddenly, in the middle of speaking, Luo Wen had a flash of light in his mind, walked to the window of the cabin, and looked up in the other direction of the prison. At the next moment, Luo Wen had an idea in his heart, and he turned into a ghost, walked towards the thick wall of eternal hell, and then in the eyes of the prisoners, they passed like a ghost. He is going to the 5-5 floor again. Luo Wen has always had a good memory. He found the familiar road on the 5th and 5th floor that he had been to once, and found it again after a few turns. At this time, the ladyboy King Ivankov was mixing up with a group of ladyboys. Luo Wen quietly leaned over, vaguely heard that they seemed to be talking about something. Impel down is too poor recently, there is nothing to steal. Yeah, I have been emptied for several days. Who is the one who stole so much? The place I've been is like being licked by a mouse, and I didn't even leave a single piece of hair. I miss Magellan's wine. Ivankov has a headache now. Nothing to steal means that their sources of supplies are reduced. So many shemales have to make ends meet. Who the hell is stealing from us? Ivankov held his big head with one hand, looking very distressed. And at this moment, a cold hand suddenly placed on his shoulder, almost screaming at Ivankov. He suddenly turned his head, but saw that there was someone standing behind him who did not know when was Luo Wen. Luo Wen boy, you almost scared me into a cardiac arrest. Ivankov's mouth twitched. Just now he felt that his hand was cold, like a dead hand. Ding. Shemale King Ivankov is scared, scared +1. Listening to the beep in his ear, Luo Wen smiled. He constricted his ghost body, his cold body warmed up, and looked at Ivankov again. Long time no see. Ivankov blinked his big eyes with curled eyelashes, and looked unexpectedly at Luo Wen who was visiting suddenly. This neighbor hadn't been here for a long time. I came here today to ask you something. Luo Wen is straightforward, without concealing. Is the Gazuo army stronghold, Baldigo, the island of white soil? Hear the words. Ivankov's expression changed suddenly. He had never told Luo Wen that he was the Jijun, and now Luo Wen suddenly mentioned Jijun in front of him. And also pointed out the base camp of the Revolutionary Army. Zhe Lujun. Why did Luo Wenboy suddenly ask this? Ivankov forcibly resisted the change in his expression, but his face was still pulling out, his expression was very unnatural. Curiously asked. Luo Wen smiled. He knew Ivankov's facial expression changed in an instant and he knew that he hadn't remembered the wrong place. This guy Ivankov is like this, his face is big and his expression is very ostentatious, he can't hide it at all. Don't worry. I won't endanger the lives of those cute guys who oppose celestial dragons in Ge Zuoyan. Luo Wen glanced at Ivankov, who couldn't hide the nervousness, and smiled with these words. He did not stay, turned and left. The body turned into a ghost again. Even though it was a wall in front of it, it was easy to pass through, and disappeared in a flash. It's okay if you don't say this, it's even more frustrating when you say it. Ivankov was really a little panicked. He came to ask this question inexplicably, and said such inexplicable things, no matter how he heard it, it made people feel that it was not right. Luo Wenboy, wait. He yelled and ran after him, trying to ask Luo Wen more clearly, but a big face hit the wall directly. The dragons may be dangerous. Ivankov clutched his painful and red nose. But how are we going to inform the dragon? The ladyboys next to him were also panicked. They heard Luo Wen and Ivankov's conversation, and they were really worried that Luo Wen would do anything to the Geu army. Think of a way, the jailer, the prisoner who is about to be released, no matter what, you must send this news quickly. Ivankov is anxious. Luo Wen's original impression in his mind is strange and terrible, which makes people wary. Now that Luo Wen throws off such a thoughtless sentence, Ivankov really can't sit still. In an instant, the 5-story ladyboy paradise was in chaos, and many ladyboys started to act, wanting to inform the leader of the leather army outside, the dragon. Shuttle out of the 5-5 floor, Luo Wen was standing in a small corridor without people. Do you know what to do? Luo Wen looked at a vague and transparent figure in front of him. No. Join the revolutionary army and lead them to victory. A figure bends down slightly in front of Luo Wen, performing the same etiquette as a Western aristocrat. He wears a two-cornered hat and a French aristocratic costume. This king who once had a temperament in a country has a powerful respect that makes people breathe in every gesture. Responsibility for aura. There is a very interesting saying that Napoleon was rumored to be a short, but Luo Wen now visually observes that Napoleon's ghost is close to 1.7 meters, in fact, it can't be considered a short. Listening to Napoleon's ghost, Luo Wen smiled and nodded and waved gently. Go ahead. Hear the words. Napoleon's ghost saluted again, and there was a soul horse galloping from a distance between his hands. He turned on his horse and disappeared in the sound of horse's hoofs until he disappeared into the darkness. After half a day, the island of white soil. As its name suggests, the entire island is full of white soil in the desert. The dust flying in the sky does not stop all year round, forming a natural sandstorm barrier. At the same time, a small boat emerged from the sea in the distance and slowly sailed towards the island of white soil. There are several figures on the deck of the ship, all of them wearing kabuto hats, covering their faces, making them indistinct. The leader walked out of the deck, gently put down his kabuto hat, and looked towards the white earth island that was getting closer and closer in the distance. Under Kabuto's hat, there is a fierce face with facial features. Surprisingly, he is known as the most dangerous prisoner in history, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Confirmed. All details following are cleaned up. A slender figure came up from behind, and the sea breeze blew her kabuto hat, who was also an important figure in the leather army, Koala. Long nodded. At this moment, there are smiles on the faces of these important figures in the Revolutionary Army. Recently, they are in a very good mood. Several key actions have been successfully concluded. The power of the CP organization seems to have weakened, and the attention of the world politics to their Revolutionary Army is also declining, and they are attracted by other things. He didn't stare at them as he did before. The haunting thing is very exaggerated recently. The whole new world reported is boiling. It is said that even the big pirate Rox, who once made the world's politics a headache, has survived and become a ghost. Kral tilted his head and asked curiously, Mr. Long, do you think ghosts are real? There is no such thing as a ghost. Long shook his head. Rox came back to life. This should be an illusion created by some other means. If the dead can be resurrected, then can our companions who live and sacrifice for the sake of leather come back to life? His eyes flickered, thoughtfully. I think this series of haunted things is probably someone's hands and feet, aiming at the world politics. There are still some like-minded and insightful people in this world who are talking with us. Fight together and secretly oppose world politics. Koala nodded vigorously, and she seemed very excited when she heard the words like-minded, and her little face flushed. I have the same idea as Mr. Long. From behind, another figure came out. The face under Kabuto's cap was too young, it was Sabo. Behind the haunting must be a like-minded person who has the same ideals as us. Sabo looked at the distance with a firm expression. While talking, the boat slowly drew on the shore, and the cadres jumped out of the boat and quickly disappeared into the desert, walking towards the real base of the Leather Army. On the way, they talked and laughed. Now the situation is very good. It can be said that it is very convenient for them to use their fists. This is the best time for them. Sabo walked at the gate of the base, and suddenly thought of the food and drinks that were in the base refrigerator when he was replenishing supplies some time ago, and patted Scar's stomach and said, "When I get to the base, I have to eat something first. I haven't eaten much in the past 2 days. I'm really going to starve to death. Let's take a rest this time and leave for Vokhara later." In the past 2 days, he followed the dragon and kept moving around. Until today, he had no time to spare, but soon he was going to a new country to overthrow the local brutal rule. Good. Long smiled and nodded. Everyone has really worked hard these past 2 days. The base was close in front of them, and they had already walked in when they were talking. They walked straight to the meeting room. The meeting room here is used for meetings, but at the same time it is also used for rest. As soon as he arrived in the conference room, Sabo licked his lips, and immediately wanted to open the refrigerator and have a good time. But as soon as he walked to the refrigerator, and before he could open the refrigerator door, the whole person suddenly froze and stopped in place. Something is wrong. Sabo felt a clear chill coming from behind, not the air conditioning in the refrigerator, but something more terrifying, making the hair on the back of his neck stand upside down. In an instant, not only Sabo reacted, but everyone else, including the dragon, also felt this way. They all looked back, wondering when there was someone standing behind them. This person is very strange. He has different clothes and clothes. The hat on his head is very large, but it is different from the captain's hat. The body is leaning towards transparent, and he can even see the wall behind him through it, like a ghost. Sabo looked at it, and put his hands on the refrigerator door handle all back, his eyes fixed on someone he had never seen before. Is it not a member of the Leather Army, nor does it look like a human being? Is it a special race, or is it demon fruit power? Sabo frowned and asked vigilantly, "Who are you?" "I am not a human being." Napoleon's ghost looked at them and said this seriously. Everyone was stunned. "What do you mean by this?" Long frowned, watching the breathless person in front of him vigilantly and suspiciously. His physical skills are very powerful, and he has inherited the advantages of his father Garp very well. Only one glance can tell that the person in front of him is breathless in every move. If you want to describe it, it's like a dead lake without a bit of flowing. Even if the stone sinks, it won't make ripples. Literally, I am not a human being. The ghost of Napoleon was very calm and looked at everyone again. "Introduce myself. My name is Napoleon Bonaparte. I am a dead person, a ghost." This moment, he thought of what Luo Wen had confessed, stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and a serious ghost came from his mouth. "I want to join the Revolutionary Army and create a better future with you." Night fell. According to Sabo, the Revolutionary Army's next attack location, the country of Voltra. In the dense night, white figures lurked in the alleys. They were like ghosts lying on the ground, silently waiting for their prey to be caught. Why haven't they come yet? Among them, a figure frowned. He was a CP chess piece placed in this country. He caught the clue and knew in advance that the Revolutionary Army was going to act tonight to overthrow the rule of this country. However, they have been waiting for most of the night, and no one came at all, and none of the British footballers of the Revolutionary Army had seen it. Damn it, I was deceived. A leading white figure cursed in a low voice. He raised his head and looked at Anzi in the distance. The Ge Tiaojun's originally planned action suddenly changed. There is only one possibility that Anzi has been discovered. The Revolutionary Army detected danger, so the operation ended early. The action failed. Evacuate. The leading CP staff took out the phone worm and relayed the news. The executive power of the CP organization was shown, and the figures hidden in the alleys quickly disappeared, and all evacuated in a very short time. Anzi also left. He knew that he had been exposed. He could not continue to use his identity. If he did not leave, he might even be attacked and killed by the Revolutionary Army. While they were evacuating, in the darkness that no one noticed, a pair of eyes was quietly watching them. Wait until everyone has evacuated. In a small alley, the ghost of Napoleon walked out of the darkness. His transparent body seemed to be nothingness, and it was impossible to detect it at all. At this moment, the ghost of Napoleon was holding a phone worm in his hand, and while turning to a position ahead, he said to the other end of the phone worm, "They left." At the same time, another secret room. Wearing a cloak, The hidden dragon saw what happened just now through the videophone worm in the hands of Napoleon's ghost. He saw everything in the dark and couldn't help but slap his tongue. Can it be monitored like this? In the dragon's perspective, the ghost of Napoleon stood in the darkness of the alley where the CP agency was located from beginning to end, but the CP agency did not notice it at all, allowing Napoleon to see everything, and even the conversation was also monitored. Sabo's face is not good at this time. The Dark Boy deceived their revolutionary army, pretending to be refugees from the Voltra country, told them that there was a brutal rule here, introduced them into this country, and targeted and killed them. Thinking of this, Sabo looked at the ghost of Napoleon who was coming from a distance, his eyes flickering slightly. If it weren't for the ghost of Napoleon, fighting would inevitably break out tonight, and a head-on collision with the CP organization would probably kill some people as a result, frustrating the recent smooth operations. The ghost of Napoleon came from a distance. He walked in the dark without a trace of footsteps. He was silent and ghostly. It's time to act. The ghost of Napoleon approached, and a low and hoarse ghost sound came from his mouth. However, I suggest that the loopholes in the plan should be corrected according to my proposal. It will be more conducive to action, and it will be faster and better for this. People who suffer in this area bring a good life. The corners of Sabo's mouth twitched. Such a spooky ghost said such things. No matter how he listened to it, he felt twisted. At this time, the dragon next to him moved, the hand under the cloak stretched out, a smile appeared on his vicious face, and he said to the ghost of Napoleon, "Mr. Napoleon, on behalf of the Revolutionary Army, I invite you to join us to liberate the suffering people in this world." He was not talking about agreeing to Napoleon to join, but actively inviting. This is Long expressing his sincerity and the sincerity of the Revolutionary Army. Although the ghost of Napoleon needs to be tested in order to become a true member of the Revolutionary Army, the sincerity that should be given must be possessed. Upon seeing this, everyone looked at each other. With the dragon's movement, it meant that a ghost had really joined the Revolutionary Army. A ghost companion thought of this. Sabo's mouth whispered, "This is barely a like-minded person." Face the dragon's invitation. The ghost of Napoleon nodded and accepted. At this moment, the ghost of Napoleon thought of Luo Wen's instructions. Now that he has joined the Revolutionary Army, the first step of the plan has been taken. The next step is to become a cadre, and the next step is to be the ghost leader of the Revolutionary Army. On the side of the dragon, he smiled and didn't say much. Like everyone else, he looked at the country in the night. Although there are hidden suns, there is indeed oppression in this country, otherwise they would not want to come over. Action. The calm voice of the dragon fell, and the figure in the cloak flashed in the night, and the fast news went to the corners of the city. A week later, the Revolutionary Army has undergone major changes. Since the ghost of Napoleon joined the Revolutionary Army, the largest and most intense offensive frenzy has been set off since the Revolutionary Army was founded. The battle started one after another, and the Revolutionary Army launched an offensive against one city after another. They would appear where there was oppression and overthrow the local rule. They are invincible and invincible. Everywhere they go is the banner of freedom. No one can stop them. Especially the team with the ghost of Napoleon, which has a history of military exploits. The CP organization has made many actions against them. However, most of them ended in failure. For many failures of the plan, every country has been overthrown and is no longer under the control of world politics. The head of the CP organization was angry about this and even punished the CP members who failed to implement the plan. Next, they learned of a reason. A very powerful person came to the Revolutionary Army. It was this person who repeatedly saw their plan and let them swallow the bitter fruit of failure. Check. You must check it out for me. The CP3 chief is angry. He wants to know who this person is. Soon, they spent an unimaginable price, found an opportunity with the death of several top-secret agents, and photographed the powerful character who caused CP to stumble. Only one photo was sent, but it was also an incredible photo. The character in the photo tends to be translucent, with slightly curly short hair and a two-cornered hat. He blends into the night with an inexplicable weirdness that makes people creepy. Who is this? The head of CP3 widened his eyes. At the same time, impelled down, eternal hell, a small wooden house standing in the dark prison floor. At this moment, there was a sound of surprise in the house. Huh, you got this kind of ghost? Luo Wen looked at the prompt on the system panel and blinked slightly. He woke up early this morning and took a cold shower comfortably after he finished washing and exercising. As the saying goes, draw a card and wash your face first. Luo Wen not only washes his face, but also washes his whole body. Ownership. Ding. Consume 300 scare points, draw ghosts. Burning ghosts to death. There was a big fire in a town. Many people were buried in the fire, and their deaths were miserable. After many years, their grievances became ghosts, a huge group of ghosts, and the people who were buried in the flames recovered in an alternative way. A picture emerges before Luo Wen's eyes. It was the ruins of a small town, blazing in the fire. A bunch of scorched, stinking souls swayed in the flames. Their expressions were hideous and terrifying, and there was a vaguely stern wailing, which made people shudder. Watching this scene, Luo Wen raised the corners of his mouth and smiled teasingly. There was a smiling voice in the mouth. You go to Marineford and find Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. The group of ghosts shook and wailed in the fire, and as Luo Wen waved, they all disappeared. At the same time, there was a low murmur in the room. One more shot, ding. Consume 300 scare points, draw. Ding. Successfully drawn, get the ghost ship, Flying Dutchman. Ghost ship, Flying Dutchman. A ghost ship in the legend that will never return home. It is destined to drift and sail on the sea. Meeting this ghost ship means that destruction is about to come. This ghost is one of the best ghosts for me. In the log cabin room, a low male voice continued to sound, and he continued to say, purchase the package upgrade, the ghost ship will be arrogant. Marineford. Naval headquarters is about to be completely evacuated, and many people have already left here and went to the new G1 branch of New World. Before long, a formal document will be issued, announcing that the naval headquarters will be changed from Marineford to the G1 branch. The preliminary estimate of time will be set in a week. However, just at this juncture, anomalies appeared. A big fire suddenly broke out in the dormitory, and it burned quickly and spread quickly. In an extremely short period of time, half of the naval headquarters were swallowed into the sea of fire, and even the middle office building was in danger. This was beyond everyone's expectations, and the fire could not be stopped. Even Sengoku, who was staying in Marineford, came. He instructed Marine to put out the fire everywhere, to put out the fire as soon as possible, and it could not continue to spread like this. The situation is very anxious. The burning flame cannot be extinguished even if it touches the water of Shanghai. Even if Sengoku's command is correct and decisive, it only allows the fire to be controlled for a short time, and there is no way to extinguish it. At this moment, Sakazuki is here. Leave it to me. Sakazuki saw this scene as soon as he disembarked after completing the mission, which made him look ugly and rushed over immediately. Boom. There was lava surging on his body, thick black smoke rolling, scorching airwaves surging, and the surrounding marines subconsciously retreated. Lava fruit is so powerful that it can even swallow other flames. This is the fundamental reason why lava fruit is hailed as Mera fruit. Boom. Sakazuki's body was standing in place, and a large amount of magma evaporated from the surface, with a blazing fire, like a wave swept into the burning fire. Suddenly, just as the magma was about to swallow the flames soaring to the skies suddenly dispersed, revealing the wailing ghosts inside. Their whole body was pitch black, exuding a stench. Their eyes were burnt and only hollows were left, and the coke-like hands stretched out, as if to grab someone outside the flame, dragged them in and burned to death like them. Sengoku's body shuddered, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He had dealt with ghosts too many times, and he recognized at a glance that this is a group of ghosts full of huge grievances. At this moment, he understood why the flame could not be extinguished. This was not an ordinary fire at all, but a group of ghosts were doing it. Pretend to be a ghost. Sakazuki snorted coldly. He was not afraid of the group of ghosts. His ability erupted completely. The whole person was really like an erupting active volcano. The clouds are burning. This was amazing. The magma turned into a shower of meteors, one after another, hundreds of them, shining across the night sky, and it could be clearly seen from the sea 10,000 meters away. Boom. They all fell down, bombarding the group of ghosts with enough heat to evaporate the sea. Sakazuki wanted to evaporate the group of ghosts on the spot. Roar one invisibly. Groups of ghosts were howling, bathed in high-temperature lava. Their bodies were twisting, gradually becoming transparent and fuzzy, as if they were really evaporated. However, Sakazuki frowned and he noticed something was wrong. The blurred group of ghosts turned into gloomy shadows, following the magma he shot up against him, actually trying to get into his body with this. Sakazuki stepped on the ground, and in an instant magma erupted, evaporating from the surface, and rushed into the sky, making it bright as day. But it didn't work. The wandering ghost broke through the magma barrier and drilled towards Sakazuki's body. Ming. The group of ghosts were wailing, and they opened their teeth and danced their claws under the night sky, and finally disappeared one by one, all merged into the molten slurry, and entered Sakazuki's body. Moment. Sakazuki's movement stopped, the lava tumbling on his body stagnated, and the whole person paused briefly. At this moment, the surface of his body was surging with black air, and a group of ghosts surrounded him. In the shadow behind him under the moonlight, there were hundreds of hands stretched out. It was a group of ghosts dancing in a wild, and now it entered him. Body of Sakazuki is like a ghost. His expression in the magma is not real, but it gives everyone an incomparable pressure. It looks terrifying and makes everyone sluggish. Even Sengoku. They all stared at this moment and opened their mouths slightly. Under the night sky. The group of ghosts went away, turned into phantoms, and entered Sakazuki's body. The fire that could not be extinguished by ordinary seawater also gradually subsided. It's the same situation as Kuzan. Sengoku's pupils shrank, and immediately thought of Kuzan, who was possessed by a water ghost. Only Kuzan is a ghost, and Sakazuki is a group of ghosts. Sengoku looked ugly, and asked Sakazuki for safety, worrying. In response, Sakazuki shook his head in silence, indicating that he was okay. "Oh, you look so handsome, Sakazuki, like this." A light came from a distance, revealing the figure of Kazaru Bahui Salino, with a grandiose smile at the corner of his mouth. Although he was joking, his eyes kept gazing at him with weird eyes. He was originally on a mission in a field. He just rushed back tonight and saw Sakazuki being possessed by a group of ghosts, which made his expression a little unnatural. There are a total of 3 admiral in the headquarters. Now all but myself are possessed by ghosts. You are still in the mood to make a joke. Sengoku flipped through Byakugan, and his sight was not far away from Sakazuki, worried that his body might change. Ming. A group of ghosts and phantoms entangled and wailed on the surface of Sakazuki's body. The voice was very stern, as if suffering terrible torture, which made the people who heard it sore. Sakazuki grinned his eyebrows. His resolute face didn't fluctuate much. He raised his hand and grabbed the ghost phantom that emerged from his body, but his palm fell to nothing. Immediately afterwards, all the ghosts disappeared, shrinking into Sakazuki's body, as if entering into his body to fall asleep, and the miserable wailing disappeared. Sakazuki, you and I go to the research room to check your body, and your mission will be cancelled during this time. Sengoku was low and his eyes flickered slightly. He was still worried that something would happen to Sakazuki. There is a research room in the headquarters, originally for the development of some military weapons, or to study the development of Devil Fruit's capabilities, but since the beginning of the haunting, the center of gravity of the research room has been poured out, and a large part of the resources are used to research Ghost. No, I'm okay. Sakazuki shook his head. I don't think there is a big problem. Ghosts can't affect me, and I won't be able to maintain justice because ghosts affect me. He is staunch and low, and decisively refuses to cancel the mission. The justice in his heart makes it impossible for him to stop, stubborn and firm, and impossible to be moved by others. Sengoku sighed when he heard the words. He did not persuade him anymore, but continued to insist that Sakazuki go to check his body. Regarding Sengoku's insistence, this time, Sakazuki did not refuse, and went to the research room with Sengoku to investigate the ghost on his body. This time, the inspection lasted a whole night, and the results did not come out until the next morning. The inspection report showed that there were no problems with Sakazuki's body values, and everything was normal. As for the ghosts in the body, it seemed that they were all asleep. There was no way to investigate, and there was no sign at all. This is the same as Kuzan. There is no problem with the body. The ghost seems to fall asleep and disappear. After Sakazuki got the inspection report, he immediately went to sea to defend justice, but was pressed hard by Sengoku and asked him to continue to observe at the headquarters for a period of time. Until 2 days later, Sakazuki's various values showed normal, and then Sengoku let Sakazuki go to sea. Sengoku has a headache. Both admiral are possessed by ghosts, but they are not willing to listen to him. Each has its own rules of conduct. Yeah. That's how Sakazuki's character is. Paluzolino walked out with black tea and looked at Sakazuki going out to sea, with the iconic, wretched, smile on his face. By the way, Paluzolino, are you going to the Sabodi archipelago for a mission today? Sengoku looked around and asked suddenly. Paluzolino nodded. Then he found that Sengoku's eyes were weird. It seems to be saying that one by one you must be careful not to be possessed by ghosts. This look make Paluzolino's eyelids twitch slightly. The other side. New world. The sun was shining, making the sea more and more blue. At this time, a large ship broke through the sea, setting off silver and white waves on both sides to soar. The big ship's Shanghai pirate flag is waving in the wind, and the skull pattern on it seems to come alive, and the 3 scars on the left eye are vivid. This is astonishingly one of the 4 Emperor's pirates of Kunlun New World, known as the Red Hair Pirates of the Iron-Armed Pirates. Shanks stood on the bow, took a sip of wine against the gale, and wiped the drink from his mouth. This wine is really strong. Putting down the hip flask, he looked at the other people on the boat. Beckman and the others were clinking glasses to talk about the big things that happened during the exchange. Usopp took the initiative to mention the ghost rumors of rocks. This news made the faces of several cadres present slightly change. At the same time, another piece of news was involved by Usopp. It is said that the night when the rock's ghost subverted the Golden City, 12 celestial dragons died. The world politics was furious because of this. 3 admirals from Marine came out to conquer the ghosts, even at any cost. Use Buster Call to kill ghosts. Usopp added that this is the news in the newspaper and its authenticity is uncertain, but it is certain that there is definitely something wrong with celestial dragons in the Golden City, and the world politics will inevitably be furious as a result. At this time, Shanks heard it again. Beckman talked about a recent news that Bullet, the descendant of the devil, has escaped from prison and is still telling ghost stories everywhere. The guy Bullet used to be with me on Captain Roger's boat. No matter how you look at it, he wouldn't be a babbling character who can tell ghost stories. Shanks grinned, took another sip of strong wine, and smiled lightly. Is this guy fascinated by ghosts? With that said, he grabbed the latest newspaper in Usopp's hand and wanted to take a closer look. It's so foggy. At this moment, Fatty Lakilu jumped up, holding the mast with one hand, but his fat body was flexible, hanging like a monkey, supporting him and looking into the distance. Shanks heard the sound, stopped reading the newspaper, raised his head, and looked towards the sea behind. I saw a vast expanse of whiteness on the sea, and I don't know when the heavy fog began. The fog was thick and pressed against the sea, blocking the line of sight, just like the heavy clouds falling from the sky. Upon seeing this, Shanks frowned. If it was just ordinary fog, he wouldn't care, but... Vaguely through the fog, Shanks saw a ship. A big ship that exudes a bright green light, and is in ruins, and even its sails are rotten. And what's even more bizarre is that this big damaged ship is not sailing on the sea, it is more like floating on the sea. Shanks' eyes flashed with red light, he turned on the color of sight and hearing, and wanted to see more clearly, but in the next second, the dilapidated ship that exuded a ghostly light disappeared, hidden in the fog, no trace. What's that? Usopp's eyes widened. Ghost ship. Lakiru took a bite of a chicken leg and looked at the weird ship in the fog. He thought of a sea ghost story and legend that would be heard by pirates. It is said that a ship that accidentally sinks will last for many years. After reappearing, it became a ghost ship sailing on the sea. However, this is just a legend that no one has actually seen it. Come to us. Beckman was low, the cigarette in his mouth burned more than half of the time, and he took a deep sip. See you. The thick fog behind suddenly accelerated, like a white wave, pressing toward their ship overwhelmingly. Turn the rudder and avoid the fog. Beckman was very calm and commanded for the first time. Crunch. The rudder was full, and the maximum angle of the hull of the Reed Firth was tilted to the side, but the fog was surging too fast, and he caught up with it in the blink of an eye, wrapping the hull, and it was impossible to dodge or avoid it. The ghost ship is out again. Usopp yelled. His sights and hearings are variants, and he can see far away. At this moment, he clearly sees it, exuding ghostly fluorescence, and the entire dilapidated floating ship is in the big. He appeared in the fog and ran into them. Rumble. The ghost ship is too huge and terrifying, and it really looks like a majestic iceberg. Can the Red Fourth really be able to stop it? Block it. Shanks made a decisive decision. He could see that the Red Force is not sailing as fast as the ghost ship. If this goes on, it will definitely hit it. Boom. He leapt high, like an eagle attacking its prey, holding a sword in one arm and cutting across the sea. Bang bang. At the same time, Beckman shot, raised his gun and pulled the trigger. The bullet attached to armament hockey shattered the air, dragging the long tail of the airwave to burst the ghost ship. Too many people in Red Hair Pirates have taken action. They acted decisively and reacted just to stop the ghost ship. However, let everyone be astonished. Anyone's attack will all fall into the air at the moment near the ghost ship, passing through the translucent hull, falling into the magnificent sea, and setting off the soaring waves. The next moment, the ghost ship smashed against the huge wave. Boom, Reed. The stern of the fosse was hit, and the outer wooden board was sunken, and it burst directly, and the sawdust was flying in all directions. This is too weird. It obviously failed during the attack, but the medical spirit ship became an entity in the next second and hit the Reed Fourth. A big rupture appeared. The Reed Fourth was hit and moved horizontally on the sea. The hull screamed and cracked. The planks exploded. One steel bar broke. The entire stern was damaged. A terrifying pit appeared, and the seawater came from behind, pouring into the cabin. Everyone can clearly feel that the Red and Furs are sinking. At the same time, the ghost ship hadn't stopped, and arbitrarily pressed towards the Red and Force, as if it wouldn't stop until they were completely crushed. The ship is going to sink like this. This idea appeared in the hearts of all members of Red Hair Pirates. Shanks and others jumped up one after another. They crossed the restless sea and jumped towards the ghost ship comparable to an iceberg. Puff. Shanks landed, and he felt his footstep on the entity, no longer the former nothingness. But soon, this sense of substance disappeared, and all the people who jumped over were empty. Their bodies passed through the deck of the ghost ship one after another, and fell straight into the sea. At the same time, dense fog shrouded, covering everything here. Immediately afterwards, the dull collision sound erupted one after another, constantly shaking outwards. This sea caused a strong wind, and the waves became turbulent, but the thick fog was not blown away. At the same time, above this sea area, there is no cloud covered by thick fog. A white seagull is hovering here, and a small and special surveillance phone worm is installed on its back. At this time, the head of the surveillance phone worm turns and its eyes look towards the sea below. All of this is in the eyes of everyone. On the other side, the Holy Land Marie Joyce, the headquarters of the CP organization, is a monitoring room that is responsible for monitoring the movements of the Four Emperors pirate group. At this time, the screen shot by the seagull is played synchronously on the display. A strange fog appeared. The wind couldn't blow it away. It was rich and heavy, and instantly swallowed the Red Hair Pirates. Vaguely, a gloomy light flashed in the thick fog. It was a mast, like a big dilapidated ship sailing in the fog. All CP personnel in the monitoring room stood up, their eyes widened and their expressions horrified. At the next moment, they clearly saw that there was a faint flash of sword light in the thick fog, and the trajectory of bullets passing through the air, followed by a dull thunderous collision. Seagulls can't take pictures of the scene in the fog, and only when the fog moves laterally can we vaguely see the scattered wooden boards on the sea. Oh my god, the plank is floating on the sea, and the mast is also broken. The pirate flag pattern on it is Red Hair Pirates. A CP officer swallowed fiercely, only to feel dry. There was a collision in the fog of gang. But the monitoring failed to capture the internal scene, but the fragments of the picture that can be seen are enough to make a stormy sea in the hearts of everyone present. How powerful is Red Hair Pirates? All members do not have a demon fruit power, but they stand on the top of New World with their own strength. It is known as the most balanced Four Emperors pirate group. It can be said that everyone is a famous power. No one is weak. They actually collided with a weird ship? Report to Lord Five Elders. Someone yelled and couldn't sit still, and ran out of the monitoring room to report the news to Five Elders. This is enough to shock anyone. The red-haired Shanks may have encountered a ghost. A transparent ghost ship smashed the red-haired ship of the Four Emperors. If this news goes out, it is really enough to shake the world. A little time. Naval Headquarters, Meeting Room. Sengoku is presiding over the meeting to deal with the follow-up of the fire. Although the fire has passed for several days, the fire engulfed many buildings and half of the barracks dormitory was burned. It will take time to process statistics. Puff. At this time, the phone worm placed by Sengoku suddenly rang. Sengoku raised his brows. This was a call from World Political Affairs. He raised his hand, temporarily stopped the meeting report, and connected the phone worm. Sengoku's eyes under the glasses shrank slightly as he listened to the news from the phone worm. After half a ring, he put down the phone worm, looked at the Marines present, and told a shocking news. Red Hair Pirates encountered a weird ship at sea, like a ghost ship in the Legend of Sea Ghosts, and they collided. How about the red-haired Shanks? Hu Shaoshan's mouth opened slightly, and he forgot to smoke his cigar. All the members of the Red Hair Pirates of the Four Emperors group have fallen into the sea, Sengoku said in a deep voice. Hear the words. The people around are sluggish. The news is incredible. Red Hair Pirates, as the Four Emperors pirate group, the pirate ship they use, in addition to the basic qualities surpassing other pirate ships, is a symbol of the Four Emperors sea. Thieves. And now this symbol is directly exploded. We should investigate this matter immediately, to check the movements of the red hair, and the strange ship, We can let Marine, who is close to put down the task in his hand, go and check first. Huo Xiao the mountain's eyes flickered, and I can't wait to send troops to investigate. I remember that Kuzan was near that sea area recently. The ghost in his body has never appeared. Kuzan himself has repeatedly said that there is no problem with his body. In that case, let him go and have a look. Sengoku's eyes were deep, he thought. To use a marine admiral. This incident involves two key points, one is suspected of being a ghost, and the other is 4 emperors. You must not be sloppy. Sengoku needs to know what happened in the first place. The ghost ship incident spread rapidly in the dark, and the ship of the 4 emperors pirate group was destroyed. This has not happened for many years. Destroyed. Because the 4 emperors symbolizes the strongest pirates, they all stand at the apex, and they have never fought with each other. Who can destroy their ship? But now it's different. The red-haired Shanks's ship broke and was smashed into pieces by a medical spirit ship. This is not only for Marine to dispatch Admiral, but even the Holy Land has a big move. The powerful CP0 leaves the Holy Land under the instruction of 5 elders to investigate the specifics of this matter. At the same time, the ghost ship is also a sensation. A strange ship that appeared with heavy fog. Some people said that this is a ghost ship legend circulating on the sea, and some people directly think that this ghost ship is a ghost. As a result, the ghost ship was temporarily identified as a ghost and included in a special file. Ghost file. Since the emergence of haunts and the invasion of world politics and naval headquarters, a special department specializing in dealing with ghosts has been established secretly, and special ghost files have also been established. Currently included are videotape, monastery, ghost ship, etc. And now, after the ghost ship is entered into the file, it is tentatively set as the most dangerous level. Because the ghost ship directly threatened the 4 emperors. The ghost ship was recorded in the file in a short period of time, and the level of danger continued to rise. And the red hair pirates that really suffered a ghost ship collision. At this time, everyone fell into the water. Shanks floated on the water, the fog had cleared, the ghost ship was nowhere to be seen, and the surrounding situation was clearly visible. He could see by turning his head slightly. One of his crew members fell into the water, swimming soaked in the water. Fortunately, there is no demon fruit power, otherwise you will really have trouble. And everywhere in the surroundings, you can see the broken wooden wreckage of the hull. A little further away, there is a big ship that is bubbling to sink, because Uzumaki waves appear around the sinking of the hull. Can't let read, Frost sinks. Shanks looked ugly, and swam towards the sinking ship. At the same time, many people moved. Reed Foss was badly damaged and could not sail anymore. But they will not give up. This is the partner of red hair pirates. While acting, Shanks looked at the sea far away. Vaguely, you can see a faint old and broken ship, hidden in the thick fog, floating with the horizontal movement of the fog. What the hell is that? Is devil fruit capable? After the hull stabilized and did not continue to sink, Usopp watched the fog go away, his eyes flickering. Perhaps, it was a ghost ship. At this time, a low and slightly smoky voice sounded, and everyone heard it, but saw that it was Beckman whispering. Everyone was stunned, and all fell silent. As long as they were people who went to sea all year round, they didn't know the legend of the ghost ship. It is said that if a sailing ship is sunk into the sea on a stormy night, it will float up from the bottom of the sea many years later and become a ghost ship that floats on the sea all year round and never sinks. Don't worry. Let's sail away. I'll try to catch some sea kings to pull the boat. Shanks shook his head, his red hair was wet with water and stuck to his forehead. Okay, that's right. Now the most important thing is to deal with the Rand and Foss. After that, we will go to find the ghost ship. I don't believe that we can't get it. I will do it for Rand Buddha. Get revenge. Lakilu nodded vigorously, then lowered his head and glanced at the empty right hand that was holding the chicken leg. I also want to add a word to my drumstick report, Lakiram silently. 3 days later. During these 3 days, special news spread to all parts of the world under the flying of the delivery bird. These reports are undoubtedly related to ghost ships. The first report was that 3 days ago, a pirate fleet in New World encountered heavy fog. In the fog, a legendary ghost ship appeared. After the fog disappeared, someone in the pirate fleet died. The second report was just 2.5 days ago. It followed the previous one and followed one after another. It was a group of underground arms dealers wandering in the Black Zone. They were covered by heavy fog halfway through the transportation of arms. Then the people in the boat disappeared completely. Someone witnessed it on the nearby island, and there seemed to be a dilapidated ship flashing away in the thick fog. After that, several more reports appeared one after another. Although they were not very disturbing, they have quietly entered people's attention. At this time, 3 days after the first ghost ship appeared, 2 groups of people were looking for the ghost ship in the vast ocean. Somewhere in the sea in New World. Position biased to the east. The Red Hair Pirates group, who has processed the Red Fourth and sent them to the City of Seven Waters for repairs, is now taking a small temporary spare ship to sea. They were chasing the fog, chasing them all the way for 2 days and 2 nights, running along the clues, and finally they found the fog today. The vast expanse of whiteness, pressed against the distant sea, makes people unable to see the scene in the fog. Shanks recognized it at a glance. This is the fog that appeared along with the ghost ship. At this moment, the place where the fog is hovering is a reef area, but everyone at Red Hair Pirates knows that this will not be the strange ship in the fog hitting the reef. It's more like stopping here on purpose, waiting for them to come over. And on the other side to the west, Kuzan, who was ordered to investigate the ghost ship, has also arrived. This time, Kuzan only brought a small number of people. One is that now the naval headquarters is relocating and there is not enough manpower, and the other is that Admiral Kuzan is in the line, and there is no need for too many people. Is it there? Suddenly, Kuzan on the deck of the warship raised his head and looked at the distant sea. The fog was hazy there, and everything was shrouded, much like the vision that would accompany the appearance of the ghost ship recorded on the information he had obtained. Let's go ahead. Kuzan waved his hand, and the general ship under the command drove over. As the distance between the warship and the fog narrowed, Kuzan found that the location of the fog was a reef, and there was a piece of land with low tide nearby. Suddenly, Kuzan noticed something and turned his eyes to the east side. In that direction, a group of people came by boat, and the head of the person had red hair like a raging fire, dancing in the gale, extremely conspicuous. Kuzan's eyes raised slightly. Did the 4 Emperor's Red Hair Pirates also find it? Are you also here to find the ghost ship? Shanks walked out of the deck with one foot on the bow, looking at Kuzan with a smile and a hearty laugh. Kuzan looked at it, scratched the scattered slightly curly hair, and said casually, "It seems that the information that your ship was damaged by the ghost ship is true. Now you have changed your ship to find the ghost ship for revenge. Ends." "Yeah. This bastard ghost ship really gives me a headache." Shanks grinned. His tone was very relaxed, and he didn't conceal the meaning of Black history at all. Kuzan stared at him for a moment. Shanks looked up too. 1 Admiral, 1 4 Emperors, the 2 eyes collided in midair. However, none of them chose to do it. This halfway encounter was an accident. Whether it was Kuzan or Shanks, they came for the ghost ship. If they fight here, the follow-up investigation of the ghost ship will definitely be ruined. Therefore, this Admiral, a 4 Emperors, tacitly looked away at this moment, and at the same time looked at the thick fog floating on the sea in the distance. Crunch. In the thick fog, there was a toothy sound, like something that had been decayed for many years was reactivating, and a pale green light shimmered in the thick fog at the same time, and the outline of a large and decayed ship appeared faintly. The ghost ship appeared. Kuzan pours white air, frost climbs on his cheeks, the entire right half of his body is turned into frost, the temperature around his body drops rapidly, and crystal ice flowers appear in the air. At the same time, Shanks also broke out, holding the western sword scabbard with one arm, and Conqueror's haki rushed up into the night, overwhelming the fog to suppress it. Call. But in the next second, the 2 of them stopped at the same time. Even the Marine who was loading the shells and preparing to fire, and the pirate who raised the gun and was about to pull the trigger, all stopped. A pair of eyes all looked at Kuzan subconsciously. At this moment, on Kuzan's shoulders covered with ice, strands of black air emerged and rolled, and a wet black-haired water ghost head appeared. Immediately afterwards, a swollen and white hand stretched out from his back again, swaying gently in the air. The head was still making a terrifying sound of grinding teeth. Everyone was dumbfounded by this sudden scene, speechless. Shanks looked sideways at Kuzan, and then at the water ghost emerging from Kuzan. "What's this?" Shanks' eyelids twitched, and he almost couldn't hold back a knife and slashed Kuzan. This scene looked terrifying. A good guy had a rotten head and arms out of thin air. It was an ominous thing no matter what. Facing Shanks' questions, Kuzan didn't have the first time. He just turned his head and looked at the water ghost's head that had grown from his shoulder. After a short silence, "A ghost possessing me." Kuzan's lips were slightly opened, and a strange voice was mixed in the flat. He raised his hand, covered it with jet black armed color, and grabbed the head of the water ghost on his shoulder. Call. The hand passed through his head, the water ghost disappeared, and then it grew out on Kuzan's left shoulder. He stretched out his hand to grab it, but once again failed. Kuzan raised his head in silence and looked at Shanks next to him. At this moment, the thick fog in the distance suddenly dissipated, the ghost ship retreated and disappeared into the vast sea, and the sea breeze was blowing from a distance. A little bit at the same time, on the other side of the Grand Line. Sakazuki was on a hunting mission, searching all the way along the sea route, and finally found the trail of the pirates on Nankard Island. Sakazuki dashed to the island and led his men into the area where the pirates were. At this moment, the pirates were burning, killing, and looting, causing flames to ignite in the city. Many people flee in fear, and the place is in a mess. It's Marine Admiral Sakazuki, we are saved. The people who were fleeing saw Sakazuki in the distance and shouted in excitement. In their opinion, the appearance of Sakazuki represented the end of this cholera. All these pirates will be eliminated. Mr. Marine, help. Not far away, there were women comforting the crying child, pointing to Sakazuki, who rushed from a distance, full of smoke and scorching heat, about to burst out to catch the pirate. Don't cry. We are safe. The Justice Marine is here. The baby looks at that man. That man is Admiral, the messenger of justice, he. Suddenly, her voice stopped abruptly. Her eyes widened. At this moment, she clearly saw that at the moment when Sakazuki erupted in lava to arrest the pirates, hundreds of ghosts appeared on his body, wrapped around his body, and rushed out with the lava. These ghosts are wailing, flames all over their bodies, and their skin is blackened, like countless people killed by Sakazuki with lava have turned into unjust souls, and they are still haunting Sakazuki after death. In an instant, everyone was sluggish, and even Marine, who was running on the street to catch the pirates, stopped. Some pirates who escaped trial ran very fast, rushed out for a certain distance and then turned their heads and glanced back. Sakazuki, who got up behind him, opened his mouth wide. Wow! The child's immature and scared cry sounded at this moment. Mom, you lie. The child in the woman's arms looked at Sakazuki and cried. Sakazuki sighed. He watched the ghost appearing again, wailing and piercing around his body. This scene made him squint. At the same time, he felt the adjutant's worried gaze, and said low and determined, I'm fine. Sakazuki didn't notice any changes in his body. Although the ghost appeared, his body was not damaged. These entangled souls are close at hand, but they do not harm him at all. In the next moment, his straight face looked at the pirates fleeing in the distance, and there was no hesitation in choosing to continue the arrest. Faced with the ghost that reappears, Sakazuki's choice is to let it go. One of the things he didn't feel dangerous when the ghost appeared, and the second one was that he himself said that he would not give up upholding justice because of the ghost. In the distance, the pirate leader who had escaped for a certain distance looked at Sakazuki sluggishly. At this moment, this admiral ghost is entangled, and the boiling molten lava on his body contains the unjust ghosts. Wailing. The pirate leader lowered his head unconsciously, watching his clothes stained with bloodline, holding the tip of the dripping knife in his hand, and then raised his head again to look at Sakazuki, who was constantly approaching forward. The pirate leader was stunned. Who was the criminal pirate? Eternal hell. The darkness here is very dull and there is no light all year round. After living in this place for a long time, even eyesight will deteriorate. Suddenly, a happy laugh sounded, extremely clear in the darkness. The pirates in the cell heard the voice, and they all looked at a corner in the dark. It was a wooden house that was completely different from the prison's painting style, standing quietly in the cage group, and at this moment, there was cheerful laughter in the wooden house. Inside the house, Luo Wen burst into laughter. Ding. Kuzan is scared, scared point +5. Ding. Shanks is scared, scared point +5. Ding. Sakazuki is frightened, startle point +5. Ding. Pirate leader, all kinds of prompts are constantly sounding, and they are all scared. Through the eyes of burnt ghosts and water ghosts, Luo Wen saw the performance of two admirals from Grand Line and New World, Sakazuki and Kuzan. Withdraw his distant gaze. From now on, Sakazuki attacks will have their own AoE special effects. The corners of Luo Wen's mouth were raised, her eyes were bright, and she thought of something very interesting. In the future, he intends to let the burning ghost and the water ghost possess them for a long time. Sakazuki shot with AoE special effects, and a large number of ghosts screamed above the magma tumbling. On the Kuzan side, a water ghost occasionally pops up when fighting with people, and comes with 2 heads and 4 arms to help Kuzan stab the enemy, help him kill the enemy. Wan Zheng is here. Luo Wen was laughing at eternal hell. The people outside cannot be calm. At the same time, in different locations, 2 sea areas in New World. Although Kuzan and Sakazuki are not together at this time, they have very similar actions. They are both standing on the warship, facing the vast sea. They are silent. 2 full hours have passed since they met Shanks and the pirates who broke into the town. Kuzan was silent, his eyes flickering. The ghost ship still failed to be found in the end, and disappeared at the end of the endless sea, but this was actually not important anymore. He has discovered one thing: as long as he does it himself, the water ghost will appear. This is just like an alternative special effect, and sometimes the water ghost stretches out his hand from him and touches the head of red hair pirates. In this scene, Kuzan had a headache. He can't control the water ghost in his body at all. Really, only ghosts know what this ghost will do. At this moment, Kuzan and Sakazuki, who hadn't met in different places, uttered the same sentence in unison. Go to the head office and tell Marshal Sengoku that the ghost is coming out of me. Headquarters. Sengoku was sitting at his desk with a hung-up phone worm in front of him. He watched the phone worm silently and was silent for a long time. What the hell is going on? Sengoku rubbed his eyebrows. He sighed and looked at Garp, who walked in from the door. During this time, Garp ran back and forth between the new G1 and Marineford, arranging some things at both ends. This time he returned to the headquarters to hear the call. The ghosts on them don't seem to be bad for them, but they are good. Garp laughed. Sakazuki is already fierce, it will look even more fierce and scary. Sengoku flipped Byakugan. You are still in the mood to make a joke. He had to admire Garp's god-tier sutra. Now this situation is causing him a headache. Both admirals' bodies are susceptible to ghosts. Later, when they arrested the pirates, such a ghost appeared on their bodies. This is outside. Do people really seem to be the just marine? Sengoku felt very powerless here. Although there is a research institute dedicated to ghosts, it has only just started, and there is still a long way to go. At least temporarily, it is helpless. However, there is at least some good news. At least the ghosts didn't seem to cause them any harm. Sengoku thought of having fun. But should it be headache or headache, should it be uncomfortable or uncomfortable, Marine Admiral shouldn't be such an image. While Sengoku was stern, Garp said abruptly, his birthday is today, right? In an instant, Sengoku discarded all the thoughts in his mind, raised his head to look at Garp, and his pupils suddenly shrank. At the same time, eternal hell. Luo Wen in the wooden house was busy taking out the freshly baked small cakes in front of the oven. With a smile on his face, he put the little cakes in a special basket, full of them. He intends to send some small cakes to the neighbors. Isn't this my birthday? It also gives everyone joy and joy. Squeak. Luo Wen hummed a little song, carrying the basket with one hand, and pushing open the small wooden door of his house. At the moment the door opened, many eyes outside the cell looked over. Give everyone some snacks. Luo Wen smiled and carried the basket. In front of the cages, he put down the little cakes that had just been baked and were still steaming, and by the way, he greeted the prisoners in the cages for snacks. The sun came out from the west today. Someone was surprised in the dark. It was surprising that Luo Wen would give them small snacks. On weekdays, there is no such good welfare. Luo Wen eats alone by himself. It's delicious, Luo Wen. Did you make the cake yourself? Someone reached out from the iron railing, grabbed the cake and gobbled up his eyes. Forget it, I still don't eat it. Luo Wen is too weird. In case someone puts some ingredients in the cake, some people look at the cake at the door and swallow, but they still didn't dare to reach out and take it. The guy who is afraid of death. Luo Wen really wants to kill you. You were dead a long time ago. Do you still need this? If you don't eat it, I will eat it. A hand stretched out next to him, snatching the cake and stuffing it into his mouth. After eating, she asked Luo Wen loudly if she had any more. In the chaos, Luo Wen carried the basket and walked towards the dark depths of eternal hell. He stopped in front of Letterfield's cell. Today for my birthday, please ask my neighbor to eat cake. Luo Wen smiled and took out a small cake from the basket and put it behind the iron railing. Letterfield was bound by chains. Basically there was no room for movement, so Luo Wen was very much intimately put some of the cake inside. How many years have I not eaten this kind of decent food? A pair of scarlet eyes lit up in the dark, and a smile appeared on his old face. Hey ha, neighbor? He opened his mouth and ate the little cake that Luo Wen handed over in one bite, enjoying the fragrance blooming in his mouth. Just for your little cake, if I have a chance to go out in the future, I owe you a favor. Letterfield looked deeply at Luo Wen outside the iron railings, and then turned around, and said in an elegant and gentleman manner, happy birthday. Thanks a lot. Luo Wen grinned, put down another cake, and then walked in another direction in the dark. After walking a few steps, he stopped and looked at the old man in the cage. The old man has long blonde hair, his legs are missing, his trouser legs are empty, and he looks embarrassed. It turns out that you are here. The legendary flying pirate also gave you a small cake. I wish myself a happy birthday. Everyone has fun. Luo Wen took out a cake, put it in front of the cage, and smiled. I know you, Luo Wen. The golden lion in the cage suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Luo Wen outside the iron railing, and laughed ambitiously. You let Bullet out before, right? How about letting me out too? We can join hands, even if I am your subordinate, it's okay. Mr. Flying Pirate, after you die and become a ghost, I can consider it. Luo Wen smiled and shook his head. He didn't say much, put down the cake and left. Luo Wen walked in the direction of the exit. His body changed into nothingness as he walked, like a ghost walking silently here, and at the same time he whispered to himself with a thoughtful whisper. The neighbors in the prison have basically been sent to everyone, but there are a few neighbors in other places that should not be forgotten. A little time. The guard room on the 6th floor. At this time, the guards are strictly controlling the situation on the 6th floor, and they are fully focused on guarding the passage of the 6th floor. If there is a situation on the 6th floor, the alarm will be triggered at the first time. Suddenly, a hand appeared from the ceiling, and disappeared without a trace after putting down a piece of cake. At the same time, a male voice sounded. Today, for my birthday, I will send you cakes, and I will be happy. What? The guard was startled, and subconsciously thought that something was wrong with the alarm, but suddenly reacted in the next second, and then the corners of his mouth twitched. Is that Luo Wen? Absolutely. This guy is out again? The guard who was going to pull the alarm froze in midair and didn't know if it should fall. After a while, he sighed, picked up the phone worm and dialed Magellan. Director, the other side on the 4th floor. Magellan visited the toilet door several times a day. What did you say? Luo Wen came out again? What? I'm fine here, I just want to pull it out soon. From time to time in the closed toilet door, the sound of men calling and heavy humming sounded, like fighting something and sawing. A transparent hand protruded from the wall next to it, and then a head came out, and then a basket with cakes appeared. It seems that Magellan is very painful today. Luo Wen looked at the sound coming from the toilet and couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. When he walked into Magellan's office, he put down a piece of cake and disappeared without a trace. ***** The 5th floor. Hanayabao was going to be lazy again, pretending that he was walking, and ran to the monitoring room to drink tea in an open manner. Just after taking a bite, a hand stretched out from beside his head. Hot, hot, hot. Hanayabao knocked over the tea in surprise, and came directly to a hot pants stall. What was that stuff just now? Hanayabao stood up abruptly, and while patted his crotch to dissipate heat, he looked at the wall with a hand outstretched suspiciously. He didn't make a mistake just now, definitely a hand stretched out from the wall. And what else seems to be left? Hanayabao followed his gaze, and unexpectedly there was a little steaming cake on the table, and there was a small card beside it. Hanayabao stepped forward, picked up the note, and read the text on it. Today's birthday, I will give you a small cake made by yourself. Everyone has a share. Luo Wen left? That was Luo Wen just now. Hanayabao was not surprised now, and his hanging heart was relieved. He thought there was a new ghost in the prison. The guard in the monitoring room leaned over and said with lingering fear, Deputy Director, I don't think this cake can be done. Deputy Director, why are you eating it down? The guard stared wide-eyed and looked at Hanayabao in amazement, who had already taken a bite of the cake. What Luo Wen gave me, can this be eaten directly? Hanayabao took a bite, his eyes glowing. Yeah, it's delicious. As he said, he stuffed the whole cake in, and muttered vaguely. Because his mouth was full, Hanayabao talked as if bored, but the guard still barely heard what Hanayabao meant. Luo Wen really wants to kill me. I don't need this kind of cake. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say, that guy killed me very quickly. Wow, this cake is so delicious. Hanayabao had already swallowed all the cake in his mouth at this time. Gulu, have you received this cake? Give it to me if you don't eat it. Hear the words. The guard's eyes widened, dumbfounded. Luo Wen finished scattering the little cakes, carrying the empty basket, and returning to her cabin. Ding. Letterfield is scared, scared point +5. Ding. Hanayabao is scared, scared +1, ding. Huh. I'm surprised because the little cakes are delicious. Do I still count them? Luo Wen was surprised, but it was reasonable to think about it again. This should be regarded as a kind of surprise mood swing. Putting down the empty basket, Luo Wen seemed to think of something suddenly, and a whisper came from her mouth. By the way, my birthday is here, and Bullet should be back. The voice sounded at the same time. Luo Wen stretched out his hand to the void. Bullet, go home. Saboti Archipelago. Bullet was walking on the road, and Yu Guang glanced at the gift shop on the side of the street, which stopped his steps, and after a little hesitation, he walked in. After a while, Bullet walked out again, and there was an extra storybook in his hand. The storybook was exquisitely packaged and placed in a small bag. Suddenly, Bullet didn't take 2 steps, but stopped again, looking in a direction to his side. At that position, a marine justice coat was flying, and the people came down from the roof, turning into a yellow flash, seeming to be walking slowly, but came to Bullet in the blink of an eye. Oh, it took me a long time to find you. Perusalino has one hand in his trouser pocket, and looks like a decadent uncle who just got off work. His eyes under the sunglasses are scanning up and down to look at Bullet, his mouth is slightly open, making an exaggerated expression of surprise. Really, it's Bullet, the supernova of the Roger Pirates. Not for better storytelling. First killed Marine a long time ago. Bullet squinted his eyes, and his burly body gave a huge oppressive force. In order not to destroy what Luo Wen explained, he still left Marine after all. Otherwise, the admiral in front of him would not be able to find him so quickly. How did you come out? How did that Luo Wen do it? Pelusalino was curious. He hadn't really met Luo Wen, but heard a lot about Luo Wen. At first, after knowing that Bullet was sent by Luo Wen, even he couldn't help being surprised. What is this method? Can send people out of prison without disturbing the defensive power in Impel Down. In Impel Down, where there are sea stones everywhere, even the devil fruit ability that involves space can't be done. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. I have been urging me to go to the New World Golden City. I have been here for too long. The people above have opinions. Pelusalino has not waited for Bullet to answer. Shook his head. Next moment, there was red light flashing in his eyes under his sunglasses, and the moment observation hockey turned on, his right leg turned into a streamer toward Bullet Rui. Bullet stood still, his right arm raised, covered in pitch black armed color, like a majestic mountain. Just like that, it shook Pelusalino's strike. Boom. The terrifying power was surging, and the ground under the feet of the two quickly broke, and the strong airwave made it a storm field. The surrounding stalls were overturned, and some people even fell to the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The collision re-emerges, the bullet is fully fired, and conquerors is like a furious wave, rushing to all directions, and the weak will be suppressed if they touch it. Many Marines who came from behind all fell to the ground as a result, and there was no room for struggle. Perusalino shot at the same time. The golden streamer flashed vertically and horizontally through the sky and the underground, constantly colliding with Bullet. They even hit a sonic boom. The air exploded in the hands of the two, and the vacuum zone appeared one after another. This kind of movement is too amazing. Even in the sea area outside the Saboti archipelago, it can be clearly seen, making people feel shocked, so they exclaimed. Boom. The movement continued to erupt, as if an earthquake appeared in Saboti archipelago. More and more people were alarmed, and even the supernovas who stayed in Saboti archipelago were also shaken by this. They knew from the surrounding population that the burly man who was colliding with Marine Admiral was the descendant of the devil on Roger's ship, Bullet. World politics is really ill. This man was imprisoned very early, and now he is released. Is he escaped? Kid and Kira were standing 100 meters away from the collision center, staring at him. The collision ahead. Before the fight, I heard they mentioned a person, Luo Wen? Kira was puzzled. He hadn't heard the name. When is there such a person on the sea? Someone who makes Admiral pay attention. And on the other side, Bonnie also saw this scene. It turns out that he is Bullet. Bonnie's pupils diminished. No wonder he has such strength. Even the fellow Hawkins would be scared off. Luo Wen again. At the same time, Bonnie frowned and heard the name again, this time from an admiral. The wanted order she saw at the time appeared unconsciously in her mind. Is that person really Luo Wen? A reward of 30 million yuan. This is not right, or is there any secret in it? Bonnie thought. On the other side, in the alley, Hawkins held a tarot card in his hand. His face changed again and again. Sure enough, it was him. Hawkins narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he finally remembered why he felt familiar when he met Bullet last time. When I was young, I had seen his wanted warrant. Luo Wen helped Bullet escape from prison. Hawkins frowned. He heard a few words and couldn't help thinking. Suddenly, Hawkins' pupils shrank, and he saw that a hand appeared on Bullet's shoulder without warning. "You doctor is pale, exuding a kind of chill, which makes people feel horrified." At this moment, not only he saw it, but everyone around who was watching the battle saw it. That is, Perusolino's pupils shrank suddenly. The gaze fell tightly on the pale arm. And at the same time, he heard a voice, coming out of nothingness, and echoing here faintly. "Bullet, you can go home." The voice echoed. The moment when the pale and rugged arm fell, it lightly touched Bullet's shoulder. The space was distorted in an instant. Bullet disappeared, completely gone. This scene horrified everyone who was paying attention to this side, and people disappeared in broad daylight. Could it be that the demon fruit power of space made the shot? But the arm just now is really a human hand? Too many people are dumbfounded and don't understand what happened just now. The opponent in front of Pelusolino disappeared. This method was too weird, even he couldn't stop it. "Iya, is that Luo Wen?" Although he said with a smile, his eyes under the sunglasses flickered. Perusolino's figure flickered and turned into a streamer, and when he arrived at the position where Bullet had just stood, he could feel the cold air around him a little bit, which made people get goosebumps. Bullet is really gone. Perusolino has red glow in the pupils of his eyes. He is always observing in the middle of the eye, and he can be sure that Bullet has really disappeared instead of hiding in some other way. At this moment, several spatial devil fruits appeared in Pelusolino's mind, such as the Door fruit in the CP organization, and the mirrored fruit of the Ant Pirates. If it is facing these two fruit abilities, he is confident to stop Bullet before being sent away. But the situation just now is different. Luo Wen's ability is very different from them. The instant movement at that speed makes it difficult for sparkling fruit to stop. Thinking of this, the eyes under Pelusolino's sunglasses flickered, and his expression changed. "Sir Pelusolino." At this time, Marine rushed over from behind, and they could only get close when the fighting stopped. In the situation just now, they couldn't even get close to the center of the collision. "I know a little bit now, why Marshal Sengoku is so helpless with Luo Wen." Marine who rushed over heard the sound, and they followed the source of the sound, only to find that Pelusolino had turned and left, leaving them aback. "Go. Bullet won't be in Sabody's land anymore." Perusolino waved his hand. "That guy just wanted to tell a story, and he didn't plan to do it with us at all. Otherwise, according to the character of the descendant of the devil who stirred the sea back then, he would have been killing him, and he won't wait until now. We found him. By the way, go and talk to Marshal Sengoku. I set off for New World. I also told Marshal Sengoku that Luo Wen took Barrett away. I couldn't chase him." Pelusolino walked towards the distance, and in the tone of the decadent uncle after work, there was a kind of heaviness that was hard to find. Eternal hell. There was a flower in front of Bullet, and the familiar feeling of weightlessness and dizziness, followed by darkness. "Open your eyes again." Looking at Luo Wen who was smiling and looking at him in front of him, Bullet knew that he had returned to eternal hell again. "I'm back again." Bullet was about to sigh, but when he saw the surroundings, his words kept getting longer. "What I am facing is not a cold cell and iron railings, but a room. Or a room." Bullet was stunned. At this moment, he noticed that in the kitchen, there was a grim and pale woman tumbling a wok, with flames rising out of the action. "Bullet." The corners of his mouth twitched. "This female ghost that you haven't seen before?" However, Bullet didn't care too much. He already knew how many ex-girlfriends Luo Wen had around him. There are already 2 women in white clothes, black hair and slit mouths. Now that there is one more, he has no surprises, not surprising in number. Bullet didn't care about these issues. He is thinking about a question now: is he really back to eternal hell? He stepped forward and walked to the window to look outside. At this look, Bullet's eyelids throbbed, and he was silent again. The windows are dark, and the cells are side by side. You can still vaguely see the familiar inmates who are locked by the shackles. Where is this not eternal hell? In other words, Luo Wen made a house in eternal hell? Your approach is a bit outrageous. Bullet turned his head to look at Luo Wen, and finally couldn't help saying this. Hear the words. Luo Wen smiled unchanged, did not answer Bullet's words, but looked at a bag tied around his waist. Upon seeing this, his eyes widened. He stood up pretending to be surprised. "Oh, is this your birthday present for me?" Bullet looked at Luo Wen, who was obviously acting, wanted to say something but didn't say anything after all. He is now a little accustomed to the strange behavior that Luo Wen, a mysterious and powerful person, occasionally likes to perform. This is Luo Wen's character. Bullet untied the tied bag, took it out and brought it in front of Luo Wen. After a short pause, he said, "Happy birthday." "Thank you." Luo Wen smiled and took the bag, took out the storybook inside, raised his eyebrows slightly. "The title of the book is A Wonderful Story That You Don't Know About Grand Line?" He looked at Bullet, who was addicted to storytelling, and joked, "Did you buy Bullet for me, or did you buy it for yourself?" Bullet almost didn't stretch. Well, he admitted that when he bought it, he did think this book was quite interesting. "Stay and have my birthday banquet together." Luo Wen looked at the dull gourd like Bullet, and sent out an invitation again with a smile. Hear the words. Bullet looked at Jaya in the kitchen after he was busy, and then didn't think much about it, shook his head and refused. He has a feeling once the birthday is celebrated, there will be no ghosts in this room that he can't think of, and there will be a lot of ghosts in this room. It will become a ghost banquet. Bullet doesn't want to see such a gloomy and infiltrating picture. He thinks it is better to go back and exercise. Watching Bullet leave, Luo Wen didn't feel surprised, because his neighbor has such a dull personality. He shook his head, picked up the book Bullet gave him and read it. Huh? The first story is so maddening that the saved fox turns into a human form to repay his favor? Bullet left the cabin and walked to his cell. This picture really surprised the prisoners in the cages on both sides, and the Bullet who left came back quietly. And he hasn't worn a prison uniform yet, so obviously he has really gone out. Someone yelled in the dark and asked Bullet to help open the door and escape from prison. However, Bullet didn't respond at all, and didn't even take a look at these people. Go back to his cell. He closed the iron railing door, closed his eyes and fell into a state of meditation, and began a special exercise. Not long after Bullet returned to his cell, eternal hell was visited, and the heavy seastone gate was pushed open from the outside. It's Magellan and Hanayabal. The two of them walked in with a group of jailers and looked at the small wooden house standing in the depths. Magellan's eyelids jumped unconsciously. Although he knew this, it was impossible to get used to it when he really saw it. After walking in some distance, Magellan saw an extra figure in the cell where Bullet was originally held. Bullet is back. Sure enough, Magellan whispered in his heart. They came in this time to confirm this. Marine called over and said that Bullet had disappeared again strangely, and there was also a voice that was likely to be Luo Wen's sound, telling, should, going home, kind of words. After confirming that Bullet really came back now, Magellan also felt relieved. He didn't say much, and didn't bother to talk to damn bastards like Eternal Hell, turned around and left after he was sure about it. However, halfway through, Magellan suddenly thought of the little cake she saw on the desk after she finished shit. This made Magellan's footsteps turn and walk towards the door of Luo Wen's cabin. Luo Wen, we can actually be friends and work together. We know part of your handwriting in New World. Magellan didn't knock on the door, nor went in, and said while resting on the wooden door of the cabin. New World Luo Wen has done a lot of time, and a large part of it is aimed at pirates. It seems that it is exactly the same as Luo Wen himself originally said that he does not like pirates. That's right. A faint voice came from inside the wooden door. But the premise is that you have nothing to do with the 5 elders who call themselves celestial dragons. I don't like those people. Hear the words. Magellan fell silent. He was resting on the wooden door, his eyes flickered slightly, as if he was looking at Luo Wen, at this moment. I hope you consider my statement, and thank you for the birthday cake. Happy birthday. Magellan finally said such a sentence, then he turned and left, leading Hanayabal and others out of eternal hell, never looking back. Inside the room, Luo Wen retracted his gaze looking at the wooden door, then gently shook his head, and continued to read the storybook in his hand. ****** Night comes very quickly. Although in eternal hell, it is not clear between day and night, Luo Wen still feels that there is an atmosphere to celebrate his birthday at night. In the cabin at this time, the temperature was dropping sharply, and the pale and terrifying figures walked out in the dark, really just like Bullet's guess. The whole house is a ghost. The clown, Kayako, Basha-sama, Hanako, Osada, and Shaosada are all here. The clown smiled silently. He walked up to Luo Wen and prepared a gift for Luo Wen. This gift was very valuable. It was actually a high-end jewelry on the Longbeard 5 Elders ship. Master Bachi was elegant and terrifying. She swayed when she walked, and her heavy chest was trembling. She came to Luo Wen and presented her with an ant's favorite cake. Xiao Zhenzi also came back from Cake Island, jumped over joyfully, and sat on Luo Wen's lap. She brought something unexpected, since it is the ant's historical stone monument. Hanako prepared a small hand made by herself. It was a small doll, but the stuffing was dead bones, which was terrifying. What surprised Luo Wen the most was Da Zhenzi. She came back from naval headquarters and brought a custom coat from naval headquarters. And Sengoku's goat? Is this also brought? Luo Wen raised his brows. The goat was terrified now, curled up and bleated. His big eyes were full of fear, as if he was worried that Luo Wen would roast it. It's really the goat that Tenten eats the Sengoku file. Are they all refined? Fortunately, this is not after the founding of the People's Republic of China, otherwise you will be shot. Luo Wen stretched out his hand and rubbed the sheep's head angrily, half-jokingly said, "Forget it. Today's food is very rich, save you a sheep's life." For all the gifts, he accepts them all. In fact, these gifts can be seen that they have taken a lot of effort. He has not forced his cute ghosts to give himself gifts. They all want to celebrate their birthdays from the heart. Although Sadako and the others were once humans, they have been dead for a long time. Now they are ghosts. Their thinking is different from humans. It takes a lot of thought to give a suitable gift. It's birthday, so happy Luo Wen feels very happy now. Ja Coconut's cooking skills are really good, with a large table full of dishes. This celebration came very late. It was not until late at night that Luo Wen blew out the candles on the cake and made a wish. The banquet is over. Luo Wen sent away Zhenzi and the others, and the wooden house quickly became deserted. No, it can't be said to be deserted. There used to be a lot of ghosts here, but now they are gone. They seem to be more popular. Luo Wen glanced at the scared goat curled up beside him, picked up the A4 paper on the table and threw it into the dog basin in front of the goat. At this time, the entire dog basin is filled with A4 paper. The goat raised his head and glanced at Luo Wen's cry of afraid of being scared, and it was not at all polite to eat. Huh. What is called? Sheep. Outside the wooden house, the prisoners in the cage heard this weird sound, all tilted their heads and listened carefully, wondering if Luo Wen did something strange again. Finish feeding the goats. Luo Wen decided to use the tale of today's birthday to draw another lottery, and by the way, give all these ghosts a boost. During this period of time, he has been exercising, increasing his combat effectiveness by 10 million every day. It can be said that Saitama's physique is quite exaggerated. Ding. Consume 300 scare points to draw ghosts. Ding. Successfully drawn. Get drunkard. Luo Wen looked at the system panel. Alcoholic. A person who is addicted to alcohol, died suddenly after an excessive drinking, and turned into an alcoholic after death, without alcohol. The picture in front of him flickered, and a fuzzy figure with a big belly appeared. His face was dark and strange, and he hiccuped one after another. How can this be used? Luo Wen narrowed his eyes, not thinking of a good use for the time being. That being the case, he decided to smoke a few more times. Let's have another 3 consecutive draws. Ding. Succeeded in drawing. Get smoke ghost. Ding. Succeeded in drawing. Get unlucky ghost. Ding. Successfully drawn. Get a happy ghost. What kind of trouble is Luo Wen's mouth twitching when he is happy all of a sudden? Fortunately, there is a happy ghost at the end. Otherwise the whole bad luck at the end of the birthday will be the end. It is really a bit unlucky. Suddenly, Luo Wen was thinking about it, thinking of the historical text of Xiao Junji put into the well in the different dimension, and suddenly, by the way, why did I forget? I let Bachi scare the ant, so I didn't go to the ant again. But when I remembered again, Luo Wen didn't take care of it anymore. 4 of you, go to 1, Luo Wen whispered softly. He thought of something else, and assigned the 4 newly drawn ghosts to each. Then, he opened the system panel again. Strengthened the clown to absorb fear. Da Sadako's space is distorted. Time is passing, and every day has passed and the current new world will undergo earth-shaking changes. Suddenly, the sky and the earth changed. 3 days passed. Cake Island is very unstable now. In the past 10 days or so, the sky above Cake Island has always been covered with thunder and lightning, and there is even more raging fire. This kind of vision is terrifying, and you can know the current Queen Charlotte of Cake Island, Linlin's mood very bad. Many people are speculating. Some people say that it is because the haunting has not been resolved. Others say that the horrible schizophrenia is about to occur again. There is also a saying that Lord Bachichi went to the ant but never really showed up. So that the ant did not sleep well for a long period of time. But no matter what the situation is, the ant must be very upset now. Even the residents of Cake Island are considering whether to temporarily move out of Cake Island and live on other islands in IWC Toto Land for 2 days. No one knows when the thunder gathering in the sky will fall, which is very frightening. At the same time, the battle over the rock's ghost broke out, and Admiral Peluzalino was dispatched to collide with the rock's ghost in the seas somewhere in New World. This is very puzzling. Mingming said before that because the rock's ghost has offended celestial dragons, 3 Admiral will be dispatched to destroy them, but why is Peluzalino alone? Isn't this the world politics beating himself in the face? But soon a well-informed person explained the reason. Marine's other 2 Admiral, Kuzan and Sakazuki, had a problem and were possessed by a ghost. They couldn't move anymore. Only Peluzalino led the fleet to collide with the rock's ghosts. The final result was the sinking of the 3 marine warships and the rock's ghosts disappearing at the end of the sea. In the past few days, the Revolutionary Army has not been calm, and the command of Napoleon's ghost that has the world's best can play an extremely huge role. The combat ability of the Revolutionary Army has increased exponentially. This makes the CP organization bitterly hateful. As a result, the ghost of Napoleon was trusted by Dragon and others, and was completely regarded as a member of the Revolutionary Army, and has taken the second step of the plan and became a cadre in the Revolutionary Army. The rumor that a ghost cadre came to the army of the revolution spread wildly. Most people doubted this kind of gossip and didn't believe it for the first time. But there are some people who believe in this, because they once saw a vague and transparent horseback figure behind the leather army formation when they were fighting in the leather army. It looked very strange, really like a ghost. There is also one piece of news that makes people very concerned. It can be said that people talk about news after tea and dinner in the past 3 days. 2 of the names are very important. That is Bullet, Luo Wen. The former is the descendant of the devil who once stirred the sea and brought cholera, and recently escaped in Saboti Archipelago by weird means, which directly attracted Admiral's hands. It's hard not to be noticed. The latter's level of attention even far surpasses all the news, rocks, Bullet, Revolutionary Army, etc. All the limelight is suppressed by him. The 2 words Luo Wen have become a hot spot in the past few days. A piece of news is reporting his news. This man named Luo Wen seems to have been noticed by Admiral Peluzalino, and he also rescued people from Peluzalino's nose. This method is too terrible. Few people in the world can do it. The ghost hand on the shoulder of Bullet was also photographed by someone with a heart, and was purchased by the World News Economic Agency at a high price and published in the latest issue of the newspaper. Many people have seen the photo. The arm is dry and pale. Even if you just look at the photo, it makes people feel uncomfortable. Many people are guessing and have already confirmed that the owner of this arm is Peluzalino Admiral Luo Wen. Because Peluzalino clearly stated that Luo Wen brought Bullet out of Impel Down, and only those who have such a method can send Bullet away again. The speculation about Luo Wen is also circulated in secret, and several versions have appeared respectively, but none of them can provide definite evidence, and some of the claims are just personal conjectures. It is precisely because of Luo Wen's rumors that there are so many rumors that during this period of time, Saboti Archipelago actually appeared a lot of Luo Wen's pretenders. They said that they were Luo Wen in the news, and wanted to be famous for it, even for profit. And in these few days 2 pretenders have died bizarrely. After they died, there was a videotape beside them. Their mouths were cut open, as if they were smiling when they were dead. This inexplicable method of death is very scary. For a while, no one dares to pretend to be Luo Wen. Those who once patted their chests and said that they are Luo Wen also disappeared one by one. At the same time, this deepened Luo Wen's mystery and made more people discuss his affairs. The storm is sweeping. Even marine and world politics cannot be calm. Within these few days, there was special news in the Holy Land. They decided to move. The monastery had no way to deal with it. Many people who entered were dead. The power of ghosts seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. If this goes on, the Holy Land will be bloody. The new sacred place has been reported, and it is still ready to be on the Red Line, but the specific location is still being sought and has not yet been finalized. At the same time, 5 elders also made a decision and communicated it to Marine. Sengoku's complexion changed noticeably after learning of this command. But he calmed down quickly, because 5 elders' orders were actually just to make him act according to the original plan, and he had already anticipated all this. Ace's execution. Sengoku lowered his head and looked at the order document sent to his desk. He understood the purpose of 5 elders. Through the execution of Roger's son, the son of the devil, to declare the world's political status is unshakable, still above the pirates, and has absolute dominance over the entire world. At the same time, this is also a cover for the move of the Holy Land and the naval headquarters, and the execution of Ace will suppress these, in disguised form. Branu stood in front of Sengoku, and he sent this document just now. Marshal Sengoku, are we acting according to the original plan? Or are we going to change the place of execution to the new G1 side? Hear the words. Sengoku was stunned. He then suddenly reacted that the naval headquarters is going to be relocated. The current Marineford, and the new G1 branch, really don't know where the headquarters is. After Sengoku was silent for a moment, he raised his head and looked at Branu. It's at Marineford. After a short pause, he waved, go and announce the news. Yes. Branu nodded and went to do it at once. Soon. With Marineford as the starting point, this news spread to all parts of the world at a storm-like speed. Newspaper birds danced in the clouds and scattered newspapers to every corner. The fourth day. The early morning sun was warm, shimmering the sea. The Moby Dick, which looked like a whale, slowly sailed in this sea area, letting the shining surface of the sea be separated, and the silver-white waves rubbed the sides of the hull. The members of the Whitebeard pirates yawned and walked out. Marco scratched his loose hair like a bird's nest and turned his head to look in the direction of the cabin. I saw Whitebeard walking out of the shadows, with a huge body and a medical instrument tube in his upper body. Daddy, you should sleep a little longer. Marco smiled at Whitebeard, and behind this smile there was a subtle worry. The old man's body is getting worse every day. Marco sighed in his heart. Gula Lala, it's okay. My body is not so fragile. Whitebeard's voice is Shen Yu, looking at Marco who is concerned about him, grinning and shaking his head. Suddenly, Whitebeard's movement stopped, as if he had sensed something. His gaze was looking in the direction of the bow at this moment. I don't know when, a skinny old man who no one knows sat there, smoking a cigarette on his own, swallowing a lot of smoke, covering the old man's body. But faintly through the sunlight, it can be found that the old man's body tends to be translucent. Whitebeard's eyes flickered. At this time, many people found this figure, all with doubts in their eyes. However, he was only puzzled by the old man who came suddenly. No one was worried about it. You should know that this is the Whitebeard pirates. Even if other royal pirates arrive, they can't be frightened. Marco stood up and asked from the back of the old smoking man, who is your excellency? What's the matter with me, the Whitebeard pirates? His eyes flickered, and such a person suddenly appeared, making people confused. However, the old smoking man was indifferent to Marco's question, as if he hadn't heard it. Marco raised his eyebrows and asked again, but the result was still the same. The old smoker only cared about his own smoking, and didn't mean to answer. This made the members of the Whitebeard pirates frown and felt unhappy. Just leave it uninvited, and ignore their questions? Boom. Diamond Joz walked up, raised a pair of fists, and hit the old smoking man directly. But this punch seemed to hit the phantom illusion, and went straight through. The old man was still smoking, and there was no other reaction. Is it the same thing as the seafloor? Joz was surprised. This fist fell out, which was beyond his expectation. This is very staggering. When they are sailing, they occasionally encounter a landscape like a mirage, but it is impossible for them to move with the boat like this. Marco scratched his hair, his sleepy eyes widened slightly, and he watched the old smoking man without speaking for a long time. This bizarre scene caused other people to look at each other one after another. All of them were astonished when they saw each other's eyes. Several hours passed. The sun climbed to the top of the sky, symbolizing the arrival of noon. The Whitebeard pirate group is also open. There are several large tables on the deck of New Oda. Everyone is holding bowls and taking 2 bites of rice. From time to time, they turn to look in the direction of the bow and smoke. Do not move. In the past few hours, the people of the Whitebeard pirates have tried many methods, but they couldn't make the old smoking man disappear. Marco and the others discovered one thing. This old smoking man is really not like a person, but like a shadow, or something like a projection lamp. He was clearly sitting at the bow of the ship, but he couldn't touch it, hit it, or touch it at all. Marco held the bowl and sat at the dinner table. He hadn't moved his chopsticks for a long time. In the end he could only shake his head and smile. What is this? After speaking, Marco pulled 2 mouthfuls of rice and muttered softly, who is this kidding us? At this moment, someone on the deck spoke, and everyone heard the voice, is that a ghost? Moment. Everyone's eyebrows jumped, and they all looked at the speaker. It was the captain of the 16th squad, Izou. For a while, everyone's expressions were very strange, and they looked at Yi Zhou who was talking silently. Don't look at me like that, I just guessed it. You don't know the latest newspaper. Yi Zhou shrugged his shoulders, guessing casually. But that's a guess. Make Marco stunned. He has thoughts surging in his heart, can't touch, and appear in a weird way. This is really in line with the ghosts mentioned in the recent newspapers. Marco thought of this, and looked at the old man subconsciously. At this time, Whitebeard was also stunned for a while because of Yi Zhang's words, but he quickly reacted and took a sip from the large drinking bowl. Gula la la la. It's really possible, it seems that we are on the boat. A funny ghost guessed. As he said, Whitebeard looked deeply at the old smoking man who was sitting still on the bow. Marco thoughtfully, and then reminded the crew to pay more attention to the movement of the old smoking man. However, even if this old smoking man is really a ghost, none of the people present would be afraid. This is the territory of the Whitebeard pirate group, and no one can be admired, even if it is a ghost. Where's the wine? Suddenly, Joz yelled. He held a wine jar and raised it above his head, with his mouth facing the mouth of the wine jar, but after a long time he poured a drop or two of wine. I'll get some in the cabin. Someone stood up, patted his butt, and planned to go in the cabin to get some wine out. He returned quickly, with a strange expression on his face, and told everyone that an uninvited guest had also arrived in the cabin and drank all the wine in the cabin. And it's as weird as the old smoking man, visible but intangible, just like an illusion. No? Another one. And drank all the wine? Joz's eyelids jumped wildly. Compared to another ghost-like person, he cared more about being out of alcohol. This is for the lives of people like them. How can you withstand the boring life on the sea without alcohol as a company? The two uninvited guests really left them speechless, tried countless ways, used armed sex, and conquerors used it, but they couldn't be touched, and they couldn't be driven away. It's okay here. Marco looked at the old smoker on the bow, his mouth twitched slightly. Although there was something like this on the bow, it looked weird, but after a few hours, the old smoker just smoked himself. They are all used to doing nothing else. But the guy in the cabin is different now. Bista is past, talking to the drinking ghost, trying to persuade the thing. According to the drinking speed of that ghost thing, it is almost faster than the people in the boat. Even if you add a little wine halfway now, I am afraid that you will be drunk in seconds. What can I do? Marco was helpless. Although he didn't like to drink very much, he knew that it was precious without drinking. It has only been a few hours without alcohol, and he always feels a little awkward, and his mouth is dry. At the same time, Marco fell into deep thought. Are they real ghosts, or is it someone's means, and for what purpose? Here. At this moment, a bird's song rang in the sky, interrupting Marco's thoughts, and at the same time a newspaper fell. Marco stretched out his hand and caught the falling newspaper. After reading the content on it, his expression changed. He turned his head abruptly and looked at the old man who was sitting on the steps, drinking a little bit of wine. Daddy, Ace was caught by Marine. They are going to be executed publicly at Marineford Ace. The moment this sentence was spoken, the entire deck of the mobike shook slightly in an instant. Everyone had a meal and a drink, and their eyes all looked towards one place. And in that direction, Kang is old and old, but still has a figure with terrifying power, is standing up little by little, its wide back. Even the sun seems to be able to cover it. There is a terrible breath surging through Whitebeard's body, and he looks at the newspaper in Marco's hand. At the same time that the news that Ace was about to be executed publicly spread throughout New World. Dressrosa, in the King's Heights. Doflamingo was sitting under the parasol, his face was ugly at the moment. During this period of time, members of the Don Quidditch family disappeared one after another, and there were also missing persons in the kingdom, and these people had some strange and weird behaviors before they disappeared. For example, Toripel, who disappeared at that time, went to drink the water of bubbleworms, or for example, someone who eats earthworms in life, and the bitten earthworms got out of their nostrils without paying attention. Others will eat the dirty soil, the stones in the soil will crack their teeth, and their mouth will be full of blood without realizing it. Those who have been taken away and disappeared will see the little girl in red in the dream. The ghost will speak in the dream, bewitching people's hearts. If they want to come back, they must say the name of a loved one and replace it with a loved one own. For this reason, Toripel returned. He said Diamante's name, made a deal with the little girl in red, walked out of the mountains and returned to reality. Toripel, who returned to the King's Heights, regretted it. If time can come back, he will definitely not let Diamante disappear in his place. There are more than a dozen such cases in the kingdom. No one wanted to die. These more than a dozen people followed this method, and after they came back, everyone was cold-blooded, and no one felt regretful. The only regret is Toripel, and even now he is blaming himself, thinking that he has harmed Diamante. Rumors of haunting spread quietly from these people who disappeared and returned. Now almost everyone knows that there is a little girl in red in the whole city. It is said that if she is found by her August 10, her body will be out of control after a period of time, some very strange behavior will be performed, and it will disappear in one night. Unrest spreads throughout the kingdom. It's scary. No one wants to encounter it. However, there is another rumor that these people who disappeared are all guilty, and the female ghost is punishing the bad guys. This also makes many people of poor character uneasy, and some people are afraid to go out and shrink at home and wait for the limelight to pass. Doflamingo knew all of these things. He wanted to suppress the spread of haunted news in the kingdom, but he failed in the end. There were more and more missing people, and it was impossible to hide it. At this time, Doflamingo had a sullen face and looked at Toripal, who was sitting not far away. Now Toripal looked sluggish, sitting in a chair like an old man with dementia. He was found by the little girl in red again. The second time. Even if Toripal called out Diamante's name and replaced herself, the little girl in red didn't seem to want to let Toripal go, and once again pestered him a few days ago. Seeing this scene, Doflamingo's face became more ugly. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Pika next to him. Is he here? What Doflamingo calls him is the Four Emperors Kaido, who secretly cooperates with him. Doflamingo pleased Kaido and let him help exorcise ghosts. Originally, Doflamingo was going to contact the world politics and wanted to cooperate to solve the ghosts in the kingdom. However, after knowing that there is another ghost on Doflamingo's side, the Holy Land directly put forward conditions to Doflamingo, and some of them even were make it clear to restrain Doflamingo. After Doflamingo heard these conditions, he almost smashed the phone bugs. He was not a fool. He instantly understood that this was the world politics and knew that he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to eat a bite of meat. At the same time, Doflamingo also heard some words. The Holy Land may also be jealous of the newly appearing ghosts here, and he is not very willing to enter Zhao Hunshui. No matter what, Doflamingo hung up the phone decisively and turned around to contact Kaido. And now Kaido should leave, he is almost here. He's coming. Pika nodded, her voice very high-pitched. Just as his voice fell, the gate of King's Highland Palace was pushed open from the outside. A tall, hill-like figure walked in, and as he appeared, the sunlight at the door was blocked, and there was a big shadow under the wine. It is now Kaido, one of the four emperors in the second half of the Grand Line. Joker, are you haunted here too? He said as soon as he came in. Beside Kaido, the second in charge of Beast's pirates, who is completely dark and has wings behind his back, also came. Yeah. Doflamingo looked at Kaido, nodded slightly, and said the haunted thing in dress Rosa. Ha 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 ha, it's funny. Kaido laughed at the words. His laughter was dull, like a thunderous sound. Is that you were stared at by that ghost? I will help you fix it. I really want to see what the ghost is that is turning New World upside down now. That's great. Kaido heard about the haunting and got a lot of information from Morgans. Even Linlin didn't seem to be able to solve it. Even the naval headquarters couldn't solve the haunting. This made him very interested. Therefore, after hearing Doflamingo's request for help, he came out of Wano Kuni as soon as possible, just to see it. Boss Kaido, don't take it lightly. Jin looked at it and reminded aloud. The boss's personality made him helpless. The boss himself is a god-tier scripture, or he doesn't care about death, and now he has a strong interest in ghosts, and he can't help but persuade him to cover Zhao Hunshui. If you change to Jin himself, you definitely don't want to come and take the initiative to contact ghosts. It's not that you are afraid of ghosts, but you don't want to take the initiative to make trouble for yourself. Only after the information is contacted. But Boss Kaido wouldn't be like this, he just came over with such a big thorn. I know. Kaido grinned and nodded, indicating that he would be careful. Jin sighed in his heart, and he didn't know if the boss listened. Seeing people are coming, Doflamingo began to arrange a series of plans to deal with ghosts. Night fell. At this time, the lights in the palace of the King's Highland were turned off, and Toripal, who was obviously in a mental state, was lying on the bed and snoring. Outside the palace, several figures can be seen looming, Kaido, Jin, and Doflamingo hiding in the dark, waiting for the strange fermentation in the moment when the haunted reel comes. Isn't here yet. Kaido frowned. He waited for a long time, but everything in the room was normal, no weirdness appeared, and Toripal's grunt was getting louder and louder. But at this time, Toripal's purring suddenly stopped, and he sat up from the bed inexplicably, just as he had disappeared when he walked out of the palace last time. He opened the door and walked out towards the dark forest. Secretly, Kaido, Jin, and Doflamingo hibernated, did not start to scare the snake, kept a distance, and followed Toripal into the mountains. And just as Toripal walked into the mountains, a red light flashed in Kaido's pupils, observation hockey opened, and a little red appeared vaguely. It was a dirty little girl, standing strangely and silently in the darkness behind Toripal, silently watching Toripal. Without any hesitation, Doflamingo rushed out. Seeing this ghost again, the ghost that messed up Dressrosa. Moment. The little girl in the red dress raised her head, her eyes were pale and dead, and her eyes were white, which was very permeating. Doflamingo met these ghost eyes, his eyes sharpened suddenly, his fingers were lifted in the thin lines trembling, flashing across the dark. Boom. The thin line cut the air, penetrated the body of the little girl in red, and shattered the rock behind her. The ghost disappeared strangely. When it appeared again, it was under a tree, and the moonlight shone through her body. Leave a shadow on the ground. Doflamingo wants to take another shot. The dark armor color covers the thin lines, which looks heavy and full of murderous intent. However, in the next second, Doflamingo's eyes suddenly shrank, and the scene in front of him made the thin lines flying between his fingers stagnate for a while. In the darkness, another ghost appeared and stood silently beside the little girl in red. There is another one. Doflamingo changed his color instantly. He only knew that there was a ghost in the kingdom, a little girl in red, and he didn't know that there was another ghost at all. The newly appearing ghost is also a child, with a black face and a musty smell on his body, which makes people feel uncomfortable after smelling it and want to vomit. The moldy kid yelled, "Wow," and rushed towards Kaido's location, but he actually fell to the ground in the middle of the journey, looking very clumsy. Looking for death. Kaido's eyes widened, his mace raised and lowered. Boom. The moldy kid who fell to the ground turned into blue smoke on the spot, as if his soul was scattered. Kaido snorted coldly, shook his arm, and walked towards the little girl in red. "Unbearable, you are next." The voice stopped abruptly. Kaido, who was walking, suddenly tripped his left and right feet, tilted his body and smashed his face toward the ground. Boom. Without any hindrance, Kaido fell flat on his own and fell to the ground sturdily. Kaido touched his face on the ground and directly crushed a rock on the ground with Hisachiki. Under the moonlight, everyone was stunned. Even Kaido himself was stunned. He got up from the ground and looked at his legs. At that moment, he suddenly felt that his legs and feet were unsuitable. "Boss. What's the matter with you?" Jin's face was taken aback, and after a brief surprise, he immediately changed color. He realized that this was not right, and it was impossible for Kaido to make such a mistake. Kaido didn't answer, frowning slightly. He looked at his body and smashed the right arm of the moldy imp, with strands of green smoke wrapped around it, which was the substance emitted when the moldy imp dies. The next moment, Kaido looked up and looked into the distance. Next to the little girl in red, the moldy kid appeared again. The blue smoke in the air condensed, revealing a little black face. The moldy kid is not dead at all. The cold light flashed in Jin's eyes, and the problem was instantly discovered. It's the ghost of that little thing. Jin waved his wings and rose into the air. At this moment, his body rolled in the air, turning into a huge toothless pterosaur, and a blazing flame rushed down from his mouth, extremely hot. Even the air burned out. Boom. The moldy kid didn't react, and was drowned in the flames of smoke. The little girl in red next to the flames turned around and trot, like a child who was frightened by this scene, and disappeared in a few ups and downs. Run? Doflamingo was startled slightly. One ghost ran away, and the other was burned. He glanced at Toripal not far away, and Toripal, who was about to go deep into the mountain, stopped, fell to the ground and fainted. Normal? Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, he expressed his gratitude to Kaido and Jin, saying that he would give Kaido more surprises in future trades. Then, Doflamingo looked in the direction where the little girl in red had left. He wanted to chase it out, but the little girl in red did not leave a trace of breath. She could not perceive it at all, and she was very fast, and disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. Cut off his idea of chasing it out. "It's late, let's go to rest today. I will send someone to keep paying attention these days," Doflamingo said to Kaido and Jin. He didn't think that the haunting was solved so easily. The little girl in red just ran away, there was no real was eliminated. Hear the words. Kaido nodded slightly. He raised his arm and noticed a blue-black child's handprint on his wrist. "What is this?" Kaido frowned. "This thing doesn't look like a tattoo, it seems to be slowly disappearing, dimming a little bit, but it will take a certain amount of time at this speed. Let's go. I'm more and more interested in that little girl in red." Kaido smiled lowly, and walked to the resting place side by side with Kaido. Jin noticed the handprint on Kaido's wrist. You still have to be careful, boss, your hand. Bang bang. The words are not finished yet. The legs that the two of them stepped out suddenly became unfavorable, and at the same time they cramped and fell firmly to the ground, their faces on the ground. The air freezes again at this moment. Kaido and Jin, who fell to the ground, face to face, with big eyes to small eyes, all silent. Doflamingo was also dumbfounded, standing still on the spot with wide-eyed eyes, unable to speak. In the darkness, what no one noticed is that on the back of Jin's hand, there is also a handprint that is slowly disappearing. ****** Port of Dressrosa. The hapless kid appeared in the night with a grin, jumping and happily walking towards Kaido's boat in the harbor. Just 2 steps out of it, there was a thumping puff, and a fresh shit was rubbed on his face. The little girl in red appeared quietly beside her, without any fear. She pinched her small nose and waved her hand. She looked at the hapless kid with disgust, saying that Baba was very stinky. It has been 3 days since the news spread from naval headquarters to all parts of the world. The haunting of Saboti Archipelago was temporarily suppressed, and people's attention shifted to the upcoming terrible incident. Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division Captain Ace, who is about to be publicly executed in Marineford. Now, Marine is already building a huge screen to broadcast the whole process live and show it to the world. New World. Today's New World is surging, and there are successive battles. Marine and Whitebeard's subordinate fleet are colliding. Marine wants to stop them from gathering. This is a disguised weakening of the Whitebeard pirate group's combat power, in preparation for the upcoming battle. And at this moment, in a certain sea area of New World, the mobile was sailing on the surface, and in the waters opposite to this big ship, a small medium-sized pirate ship appeared. Is that Shanks? Marco walked out of the cabin and looked at the ship emerging from the sea in the distance, with a look of surprise. Through the telescope, Marco vaguely saw that on the ship in the distance, a man with red hair and fire was standing tall and straight. Jose's eyes widened. Why do they take such a ship? Where are the original Reed and Foss? It should be to avoid the eyes and ears of the world politics. I changed this ship and came to us, and I don't understand what they are thinking. Marco said, looking at the less powerful partners on the ship. Everyone, make preparations. Shanks are going to lean in. Don't be stunned this time. Learn your lesson and stay away. This is the second time their Whitebeard pirates have seen Shanks in the sea. The first time Shanks appeared, he advised Chang Ace not to chase Blackbeard. That time, the matter hadn't fermented yet, but Whitebeard refused. Rumble. The sea churned and the waves fluttered, and the Red Hair Pirates' boat approached quickly, making it clear that it was for the Whitebeard pirates. Marco jumped up and stepped on the railing at the edge of the bow, looking at the Red Hair Pirates getting closer and closer. Shanks, what are you doing this time? Shanks first grinned at the sight of Marco, and then jumped up and landed on the deck of the mobile. Just like last time, he arrived alone, and the other officers were all waiting on the ship. But this time it was a bit different. When Shanks set foot on the mobile, his first glance was not Whitebeard. It's a strange old man sitting on the bow of the mobike, smoking a cloud of smoke. An invisible light flashed in the depths of Shanks's eyes. This person made him involuntarily think of the ghosts emerging from Kuzan's body. The appearances of the two are very similar. Then, Shanks retracted his gaze. He didn't pay attention to the others anymore. Instead, he looked at Whitebeard. He had something important to say to Whitebeard. Whitebeard, Ace is going to be executed. Are you going to save it? Sitting on the steps, Whitebeard, who was covered with slings and pipes, heard the words. His old but still bright eyes pressed Shanks tightly. Shanks, do you want to persuade us not to save it? Hear the words. Shanks shook his head slightly. No, I will not persuade you not to save, because I know Whitebeard you will not give up any son. I came today to tell you if you really decide to go to Marineford. Be careful there. Haunted. After saying this, Shanks stopped and pointed to the medium-sized pirate ship that he was riding this time. Ghosts are definitely not what they are in the legendary sense. The DeFoss almost sank. What? From the back, Marco, seemingly unable to open his eyes, suddenly became energetic, shaking because of Shanks's words. It turns out that Red Hair Pirates changed ships because they were avoiding the attention of world politics? Then Marco took a step forward and asked, have you encountered a ghost too? Also, Shanks was stunned. At this moment, he noticed the gaze of many people in the Whitebeard pirate group, all of them subconsciously looking at the bow of the ship, looking at the old man sitting on the bow of the ship, still smoking. Seeing this scene, Shanks was puzzled at first, But the next moment his eyes widened slightly, thinking of a possibility, and contacting his previous intuition. Shanks suddenly looked at Marco. This person can't be touched or touched. Just stay there. Our brothers and sisters think he is a ghost. Marco said at the end, instead asking Shanks, that's a ghost, right? Shanks opened his mouth slightly. The Whitebeard pirates also hid a ghost? There is a ghost on the boat? Others are a bit stupid. Although I have encountered a ghost ship, it hasn't been like this yet, and a ghost has arrived directly on the ship. The next moment, Shanks thought of the ghost he saw in Kuzan. The two were very similar, which made him look at Marco. This is very similar to the ghost in Kuzan. The entire Whitebeard pirate group was stunned, all with dark eyes, and there was a huge wave rolling in their hearts because of this sentence. Kuzan. Shanks, you are talking about the current Marine Admiral, the kid named Kuzan who used to be next to Garp. This time I changed to Whitebeard and was stunned. This news is shocking. Even Marine Admiral has been affected by ghosts? Shanks nodded and explained what had happened after meeting Kuzan before. During this time, his gaze was always looking at the ghost who was puffing up clouds on the bow of the ship. Father, ghosts are not as simple as imagined. We have 2 ghosts on the boat. Will it affect us to save Ace? Marco frowned. Admiral was possessed by ghosts, which made his indifferent attitude happen a little bit. Variety. 2 ghosts? Is there one other than him? Shanks' voice sounded at this moment, with a deep consternation in his voice. Yeah, Shanks, I know your kindness to us. Actually, we are no strangers to ghosts. Marco's eyelids twitched and he looked at the old ghost who was getting along day and night on the bow. Shanks was speechless. The other side. King's Heights, inside the central palace. Boom. There was a sudden sound of broken vases in the hall. Doflamingo silently looked at Kaido who fell on the ground. Just now, Kaido accidentally fell down again and knocked the vase next to him to pieces. Kaido got up from the ground with a bone. His eyes seemed to burst out with fire. Damn, that kid. I saw that he was going to be pinched to death. Doflamingo's eyelids twitched. Fortunately, it was blocked by sunglasses, and he couldn't see clearly. Kaido, when the mark on your arm disappears, there should be nothing wrong. In the past 2 days, Kaido's situation is very strange. The whole person is unlucky to the extreme. It is normal to walk and fall and step on shit, and even the pants are split into open gears. It makes people laugh. This is the 4 emperors? And it wasn't just Kaido who got home by bad luck, so did Jin. All the givers who followed them in the boat were all bad luck, and they were too bad to drink cold water. Seeing this situation, Doflamingo's heart could not be calm. How did 4 emperors Kaido be such a wolf fox? This kind of encounter is not fatal, but it is even more shocking. I know. Kaido was low, looking at the mark on the back of his hand that was about to disappear completely. In the past 2 days, the imprint has dimmed a lot, and it seems that it will disappear soon. Kaido sat on the floor. Wait until the mark disappears, then go find the 2 ghosts, but... Said this, Kaido paused and looked at Doflamingo. How about Whitebeard and Marine? The news that Ace was going to be executed publicly was aroused, and they also knew this, and while dealing with the haunting, they were also paying attention. The pirates under the Whitebeard group are all moving. They want to help Whitebeard and start a big battle. The new world is chaotic, and collisions are happening everywhere. Doflamingo said. Hearing that, Kaido laughed lowly. Ha 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 ha, very good, very good. This is the most happy news in the past few days. The world should be as chaotic as possible, otherwise it will be too boring. At this time, Pika came up, told Doflamingo Marine that there was a call from there, and observed that in the waters around Dressrosa, a Marine Vice Admiral warship appeared, coming towards them. Hearing this, Doflamingo nodded and chuckled. Buddha, howl, it looks like Marine wants us Shichibukai to help. A big battle may break out in Marineford, and Whitebeard is very likely to go to the execution ground to cause a terrible collision for Ace. You are going, Joker. Kaido looked at him. Go, otherwise Shichibukai's identity will be removed. It's no good for me, the Buddha howls. Doflamingo laughed. Let's go. Get ready to get in touch with Marine. Doflamingo spoke, and at the same time stepped towards the outside of the palace, but at this moment, it seemed that his legs were not at his disposal. Boom. Doflamingo fell sturdily to the ground. Little Lord. Pika screamed. He saw that his young master's glasses were broken. At the same time, a cyan child's handprint was quietly revealed on Doflamingo's cheek. The other side. Eternal hell. Ding. Doflamingo is scared. Scared point +3. Ding. Jin is scared, scared point +3, ding. Luo Wen heard countless system prompts ringing, a row of crazy screens, and even Kaido's scary point. Kaido sent a scare point +2. Unlucky ghosts are really suitable. Luo Wen chuckled. People who are entangled by unlucky ghosts will be very unlucky. Even drinking cold water will choke their teeth, and there is no way to relieve them. They can only disappear naturally when the time is up. Although the direct damage ability is not good, it is extremely insulting. Close the system panel. Luo Wen walked out of the bedroom and looked at the goat that was tied to the door, like a pet, eating the A4 paper mixed weeds in the dog basin with his head down. He shook his head and said, "I'm going to get a small yard." If you don't have a yard, it's not a problem to raise your own sheep. Open the door and go out. The outside of the wooden house is very dark, but Luo Wen has long been used to it. He moved skillfully and surrounded a small fence with wooden boards. However, just after the enclosure was completed, Luo Wen removed the fence again. The prisoners in the cages everywhere were very confused when they saw this scene. The characteristics of the prison cannot be lost. Luo Wen straightened up, glanced at the side of the wooden house, and planned an area in the bottom of his heart. Then he surrounded a piece of land with metal railings, and sealed all the surroundings with iron railings. At first glance, it looked like a metal cage was covering the wooden house. The people around were all stunned, watching Luo Wen laying emerald green grass on the iron railings and placing exquisite potted plants. The next moment they heard the sheep cry, bleat. Luo Wen walked out of the house, still holding a goat in his hand. In everyone's surprised and weird eyes, Luo Wen placed the chair and sat on the chair, holding the goat with one hand, like a sheep, letting it graze around here. The goat's 4 feet were trembling in a panic when they came out, but now it has slowed down and is happily buried in the grass. You have refreshed my 3 perceptions of prison. At this time, a voice came from not far away. Luo Wen raised his eyes and looked at the dark cage. The speaker was Ace. He smiled. How about it, isn't my yard nice? It looks good. It's very pleasing to see such a small yard in the prison, isn't it, Buggy? Ace said seriously, and finally turned to look at Buggy. Yeah. It's so good looking. I have never seen such a beautiful yard outside. It is better than the place where celestial dragons lives. Buggy exaggerated flattering, and when he spoke, his eyes were deep, showing Luo Wen impossible awe. The more you understand, the more you feel that the man in the opposite prison cell is very powerful, and this also makes Buggy believe that you can escape from prison as long as you hold your thigh. Now Buggy has developed the hope of flattering when he sees Luo Wen. Even if he can't go out, he hopes to have a certain degree of freedom in prison like Bullet. Now Bullet is in the prison, much like another Luo Wen. There is no shackles, no prison uniforms, and he exercises in the cell every day, and he has no idea of getting out of the cage. And all of this is due to Luo Wen's methods, which makes Buggy very beautiful. Luo Wen listened to Buggy's flattery, smiled and looked around, and asked again, does it all look good? Luo Wen, on the 6th floor where you can't see the sun, even if you put a piece of shit here, as long as it is colored, we all think it looks good. A joke came out from the cage next to it. Upon hearing this, Luo Wen chuckled and nodded, this is true. Ha 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 ha, I think it's pretty good looking. Jinbei also opened his mouth, his voice getting smaller and smaller, it's getting more and more ridiculous. He looked at Luo Wen's upgraded cage again, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Ace also laughed, not forgetting to turn his head and vomit, 3 times outrageous, Jinbei. Luo Wen smiled, did not say anything, put the goat in the yard, and stood up and walked into the wooden house. It's a bit tired to work on the yard, he plans to take a rest. Not long after Luo Wen walked in, the door of Eternal Hell was pushed open. Several Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral walked in. This time, they are going to take Ace away, and the date of execution has been decided.